global infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the NintenByte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the NintenByte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power.
Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, NintenByte.
So rad.
Power.
Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh, baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
NintenByte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, season 4 or season 3. Gosh, episode 44. See, I knew there was a bunch of 4s in there, just in the wrong spot. We got a patch show for you guys today. We're talking about the state of Switch 2, going over first party, third party games, our thoughts on the actual lineup at this exact moment. We'll talk a little bit about Nintendo Directs, because just to make people get even more angry. We gotta go over all the Mario Day updates, because there was at least 3 major things to go over with Mario Day. Most of it being expected things, but still, it was really cool to get some like release dates for Yoshi and the new Mario Galaxy trailer, which we all knew was probably going to happen last week. It was already rumored, and literally, like it happens every time there's a Mario movie that comes out. So just suspect the next Mario movie that comes out in the spring will probably also have a final trailer around Mario Day. Anyways, we also got to go over Pokopia a little bit. I don't know how many people here have played it. I know for sure Gamebird has. Probably Favlam as well. So I don't think we'll spend a whole lot on it, because most of us haven't played it. However, we still got to talk about it, because one, it is the highest rated Pokemon game of all time. I can officially say that now, because it went back up to an 89 today on Metacritic. So it is now higher rated than Black and White. So there is no other Pokemon game above it in terms of reviews. Also, the users seem to really, really be enjoying it as well. There seems to be a lot of positive feedback. Even the user ratings are quite high. On OpenCritic, they're actually at 100%. On Meta, they're at 8.4. I don't know if there's review bombing going on, or maybe that's just the way that the people feel. I guess we'll find out when we talk about it. And then Pokopia, just kind of breaking news that happened a little bit before the show started. Pokemon Company Nintendo released the sales update, which we always knew they were going to do. They do it anytime the game is performing really, really well. 2.2 million in 4 days, with 1 million in Japan alone. Man, that's the Pokemon.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That is insane. Japan loves their Pokemon. And this is all with the fact they undersupplied the physical version. They undersupplied it, and it's been sold out worldwide. Just had some restocks today. Those restocks sold out. So the demand for the game is still large, because there's people holding out to get their game key card version. So we'll see what the tail is on this game. These kind of games tend to have a bit of a tail on them, these cozy games. So we'll see what things end up as the quarters move forward. We'll obviously get a nice update on the next update will be the next financial meeting. We'll get the full month sales, and we'll see where that ends up. That being said, let's go around the room and introduce everyone, and then get to our topic roulette. We'll start with the Spice Lord himself, Eric Moore.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, no, that's it.
That's all you got?
That's all I got.
Nothing else?
Nope.
Huh. Well, that's disappointing. Wham!
All right, it's Flam. You guys have seen me a bunch. I'm a Nintendo Deltron guy.
I said that's disappointing, not that he's disappointing.
Well, you're not wrong either way.
That came across pretty mean.
No,
way,
wrong. No self-deprecation here. We love each other. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a Flam. It's good to see you guys. More Nintendo, more than like the Deltron stuff too. Yeah, it's good to see you guys. I'm excited to talk about Pokopia.
Then we have returning star. The man I should have put in the thumbnail, and we'd have twice the amount of views just because I should have said, is 3D Mario missing? And then put his name and put him in the thumbnail. Nintendo Land, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. I'm actually I'm Pokemon Land now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a little hint at something, so I'll just say that.
We'll see what happens.
Noted.
Yeah.
Well, for the purpose of this podcast, I should have renamed it and then put your giant mug up. But yeah,
Yeah.
they want to clickbait too much.
Too much. They can't handle all that.
Can't handle this too much. It already happens enough on your end.
Exactly.
What's up, guys? Happy to be here. Feeling a lot better today compared to last week. Still got something a little bit going on in the throat and in the sinuses, especially morning or night. I imagine I'll sound worse at the end of the show than I do now. But
dude, I had that happen to me a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I get it.
I gotta be clear. You know, they say dress for success or dress for how you want to feel. You are wearing a pee pee poo poo shirt. So that's crazy. You should feel like shit.
It's cool. It's kind of like 80s metal. It says pee pee poo poo. I'm all about it.
It is a great shirt.
Well, I don't know if I'll go with great, but it is a shirt. I will say that. You know what is a great shirt? Thunderstash Gaming. Finally, we got him and Gamer the NintenByte merch.
Where did you get yours?
I did. It came maybe 30 minutes before the show started. I haven't opened the box yet, but I got it because I got off work rush for the show. I'll be dressed for success next week, though.
Yeah.
I'm excited
Before
to see
introduces
everything.
himself. How's the merch? Some outside perspective. How is it?
I really like it. This shirt, especially, very nice quality.
Yeah, that shirt was awesome. I saw that. I was like, oh, am I going to buy myself one?
Dude, it's sick. I think there was one or two other colors. So, like, next time I put in an order, I'll get the other two now that I know the quality.
Now that you know, yeah.
Yeah, the patch is very high quality.
Stash, I'm curious. I'm curious, man, because from what I understand, the merch that we use, at least the shirts that is those are made with real all natural. I'm sorry?
Did you say Wii U?
I did.
You did, yeah.
I sure did.
That's crazy. Okay, sorry, continue.
The shirts that we use. Right on.
Not a real Nintendo fan if you don't have your Wii U on hand.
Absolutely. I take mine everywhere I go.
Yeah,
but
sir. Yes, sir.
From what I understand, our shirts are made from real 100% all natural carrot fibers. Can you feel that? Can you feel the carrot fiber in the shirt?
Yeah, I can, like, on my upper arms, but not my chest area. Because I'm wearing a wife beater underneath. Are we still allowed to call it that, by the way? Is that okay in 2026?
Probably not, but you know.
Look, guys. Look at
in Italian, that's what we call it.
Look at our faces, consider our ages, and understand that's what we call the beaters that you wear underneath your shirt.
I'm not trying to cancel you. I'm just trying
to the audience.
Hey, maybe we could avoid that
common term, you know.
Right.
My mom's been trying to bring back pantaloons. I don't know if that was ever a thing, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I actually find that more offensive.
Yeah, I do
So
too.
derpy
actually.
sounding. But
Oh,
funny.
man.
Yeah, happy to be here. Yes, lots to talk about, lots going on, so many games, not enough time in this lifetime. That's it.
That's it. All right.
there you go.
And I'm Nintendo Prime. As you see it on here, $20. I have to grab it. It's over the red. Any $20 super chats, and I'll do a shot of red or blue. You'll see when I grab it. It's just been sitting here for days. Need to just get that shit out of my way. All right. So let's get into the topic roulette. We got some banger topics. So let's just go around the room. You know, let's see. Let's have no. Let's have Stash go first.
Okay.
I almost was gonna go first, but then I'm like,
I'll take topic 3, the big picture for Nintendo Switch 2.
perfect. Since that has to happen before we do the Nintendo Direct topic anyway. So all right. Perfect. So that works out for that. Let's go to Eric.
I'll do Mario Day.
Mario Day. Yeah. I want to apologize ahead of time to people if you're watching the video version. We will not be playing the movie trailer.
Boo. No, I'm just kidding.
Unfortunate.
Universal will be on your
You get
ass in
dinged.
5 seconds.
Yeah, you get dinged. We're not getting the podcast dinged. We already had a slight ding last week for a sponsorship, so we're not gonna push the gods of Universal into being like, oh come on, we're promoting your movie. Even though technically it's fair use. It doesn't matter. I'm not lawyering up. All right, and then let's go to, I guess, Gamebird.
All right. I'll take topic number 4. Nintendo Direct. Ellipses. What now?
Oh my gosh. And then I'll take topic 1, Pokopia, even though I never played.
Well, that's perfect because you get to ask the questions first before you say anything.
I have no thoughts on the game other than it does not interest me.
Gamer's leading 2 topics.
And then people will be like, well, why won't you just play it? It's the highest rated game this year besides Resident Evil. And I'll be like, because I don't like Dragon Quest Builders 2. And I'm not a big Pokemon fan. So if I don't care about the Pokemon and I don't care about the gameplay, there ain't much left for me.
Right.
Unless I really like looking at cubes. If I had a cube obsession, that might do it.
Cube.
Happens. All right. Well, let's get this whole shindig going by tossing it over to the Stash Man. And I did not make banners yet. Whoops.
Oh, yeah. I'll get it.
Okay. What are we talking about?
All right, guys. So, as always, it seems like there's an ongoing discussion about the Switch's lineup, the Switch 2's lineup. Okay. And I think it's important that we all kind of discuss the first party lineup here. We'll start with that, and then we're going to discuss the third party and go over its merits and its faults. Okay. And, what are we? What, 40 days? I mean, no, 50 days? 50 days into the year? Is that right?
It's about right. Yeah.
50 sounds right.
No.
Not very many.
Probably almost 60. Probably almost
does it?
60.
No, because 30 with January, 28 with February. That's 58. And now we're at 68
70.
days. 70.
Yeah.
We're
Not very
days
many.
into the year. Many days.
Yeah.
The point
365
being-
days. And as we all know, look, and if you don't know, now you'll know, the slowest time of the year is January, February for retail.
Yep.
And there's a reason why. And we talked about this before. But for the most part, games don't release in December because money has already been spoken for by the time Black Friday is come and gone. That's why you don't release games in December. Because it usually means they're not going to sell well. That carries all the way to about spring break every year, which we're about a week or two away from spring break, give or take, depending on where you live. Developers really don't release a lot of games during this period also, because again, people don't have money. They're waiting for tax returns, right? There's a lot of things here. So I think taking that into consideration also when we discuss this lineup of games that have come out so far. And, I got a list here. It's pretty encompassing. But let me ask you guys, is there anyone who would like to talk first about first-party games, what your thoughts were on them from Nintendo? First-party efforts. Is anyone prepared to give their piece on that?
So is this year to date, like from launch to today, or future?
No, just this year.
Just this year?
Yeah, what have we got so far,
Yeah, from Nintendo, it's been Mario Tennis. And then we had Pokopia. I think that's technically it that's released so far. But then we also have Bella Park DLC coming up. We have Yoshi coming up here in May. Technically Tamagotchi Life next month in April. It's a Switch 1 game. They've made it very clear it's a Switch 1, not a Switch 2 game. But still, you can play it on either one. And then later this year, we're supposed to get Rhythm Heaven, which I think Nintendo publishes. And then and that's a Switch 1 game as well. Whether or not there's a Switch 2 edition, we don't know. They haven't really showed much of that game yet. The Dust Bloods, which I think Nintendo is publishing in some territories. And then Fire Emblem. There's also Splatoon Raiders out there, but technically is not slated for this year. It's just TBD. So for this year, for sure, Fire Emblem, Dust Bloods, Rhythm Heaven, Yoshi, Tamagotchi Life. Those are like the last ones they have that haven't come out yet. That they've announced. Plus DLC. And there might be other DLC later this year too for other stuff.
And then we had any Switch 2 editions outside of Xenoblade?
Oh yeah, Xenoblade came out this year. We also had the Switch 2 edition Animal Crossing technically in January.
Oh yeah.
I think that's it. I don't think there's any other Switch 2 editions announced this year for Nintendo for first party. There'll probably be some more.
Yeah. Oh, undoubtedly. Yeah. All right. So with that said, Nate, how are you feeling then about this lineup thus far?
First half of the year, not good. It feels so. It's not that there's not a lot of good games. I want to be clear about this. I think the games are fine. Pokopia is an 89 for crying out loud. Yoshi's probably going to be pretty good, right? Tamagotchi Life. If you like the first one, you're probably going to love the second one. Looks just as zany as the original. But like one, I don't care about Switch 2 editions for the most part. Even though the Bella Park DLC looks better now, and we'll talk about that later. It still isn't like it's DLC. Like I get excited for new things, new games, not just content added to old games or just upgrades to old games. Like that's fine, but it's the beginning of a gen. I want my upgrades to come later. I want it to be like years from now. Right now, I want new stuff that like when you release DLC, like the Bella Park stuff, a lot of that just feels like, well, they could have did that on Switch 1. They're just not doing it on Switch 1. So I don't really get that excited for the Switch 2 editions from Nintendo, even when the DLC is actually good, which again, the Bella Park one does look like it might actually be worth it. Looks a lot better than I realized it was going to be, which is good. But yeah, besides that, I just look at the games and, Mario, when Mario Tennis is the only game in the first half of the year that I have any mild interest in from Nintendo, to me, that's just, I said it before. So far, the lineup for the first half of this year has felt lackluster to me. Now, that doesn't mean the games are bad. It's just for me personally. Look at the lineup that we're getting right now, right? We got Pokopia, then Tamagotchi Life, then Yoshi. All of those feel like cozy games. Different types of cozy games, but still cozy games. Because Yoshi's just kind of become their cozy platformer too. And we've known this from the last few entries they put out there. We're not Yoshi Island days anymore. They've fully embraced it being sort of this more, I would say, more targeted at children, but more of a upbeat, very cozy, fun to look at and relax play, not a difficult game. which is fine. There's nothing wrong with those games existing, and I've enjoyed Yoshi games in the past. It's just I'm kind of done with that style of Yoshi. They just keep doing it, and while the art style looks gorgeous, it just isn't doing it for me. The gameplay is not doing it for me. It just looks like even slower, cozy gameplay that I'm kind of done with that. I'm more excited for the third parties. Like I'm playing Requiem right now. It's great on Switch too. So yeah, from Nintendo side, this first half hasn't been great. The second half has Dust Bloods and Fire Emblem, and I'm really looking forward to those two games. So if those two games deliver, the second half's already going to be a lot better. But it's just this first half just feels lackluster, and it feels weird saying that, especially when Pokopia is doing so damn well. It's just not a game for me. But that's okay. Like, there's been periods of time where Nintendo's had game releases in the past, where they've had like a series of 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, where they have a bunch of nice games come out. They're just not ones I'm interested in. But I play such a wide variety. I got third parties to fill in. I said this on X the other day. Hey, yeah, well, it's lackluster from Nintendo. I'm good. I got plenty to play. There's tons of third parties and indies to play. I don't need Nintendo's first party. It's just nice to have. So I a little disappointing so far, but I expect the second half to be even better. I expect there's probably 2, maybe 3 games they haven't even announced yet that'll also be in the second half to go along with everything. And I'm sure there'll be more Switch 2 editions that I won't care about, and something for Zelda's anniversary, I'm sure will show up. Hopefully it's something I care about. Because I swear, if it's just like Wind Waker HD's coming, I'm gonna be like, I'm happy for people that have been waiting. I'm not one of those people. I played it on Wii U. I'm good. I'm not one of those people. But I don't know. That's my thoughts on first party.
Okay. All right. Who would like to go next?
Don't all jump at once.
I'll offer a differing opinion. I was like, oh, who was those? They want to go? Sorry.
It's fine, Favlam. If you want to go first, go for it.
Go for it, man.
I was just gonna offer a counterpoint opinion because I feel actually,
I would negative. So
I feel not the total opposite of you, Prime, but I think we have gotten a lot of volume, but I think I want to say like the traditional like staples that we get in a new generation is what we're missing. Like we don't have obviously the 3D Mario, we don't have a new Zelda, we don't have like the big what is normally considered in the Nintendo verse the big system sellers. But we've gotten a ton of everything else that is just as good in quality, if not better. And I do agree with you that it's unfortunate that like a good chunk of that is just basically DLC and upgrades with the Switch 2 editions. But I do think a lot of the stuff that we've gotten can stand on its own 2 legs, you know. But that's I don't know. Like I think GK Bonanza is the biggest one that stands out to me, and then now Pokopia, obviously. I think also Prime 4 was supposed to be. I think they were expecting that to be more of a smash hit holiday thing than it was. It's fine. It's a great game, but I think that one unfortunately suffered from the sunken cost fallacy of like it had this massive anticipation and it just didn't live up to whatever hype gamers wanted to give it, you know, or assign to it. Yeah, but I mean, I do agree though that I at least for this year, I think we'll get things that will be more, you know, okay, there's our holiday, there's our summer game, but I do think this might be a little bit more of a slimmer year than it was this past first year. I think we'll have like maybe 1 or 2 big hitters for the rest of the year, and I think that might be it. I don't know. The biggest thing that baffles me about this entire first year is how little like follow-up Mario Kart World has gotten. Like, am I crazy for saying that? Like, even just like DLC patches or just like a little bit additional content. Like, I'm not trying to say like a full-blown DLC. I just mean like little things. We've only gotten like 1 big update really that kind of adjusted that and addressed community concerns and all that kind of stuff. But I just feel like after you saw the success of like the DLC waves and everything and how iterative Mario Kart 8 was, I'm surprised you just wouldn't come out the gate with that strategy with Mario Kart World.
There's a reason why.
Sure. What's up? You tell me.
June 5th. Expectations.
Right.
1 year. That's when we'll get it. If we get it now, everyone's going to expect to get it again at the same time frame. But if you do it every year and you trickle it out, then you have that long runway that's going to last for the console's entire life cycle. Because if you look at like when the booster course pass came out, it was quite a few years actually after 8 Deluxe had come out. So I think it's coming, but I think they're going to wait until June because then the expectations are set like, hey, we got new content in Mario Kart 1 year later. Maybe we'll get some more a year from now. But if we do it too early, man, gonna set them up for failure long term, in my opinion.
Right. And I understand that. Oh, go ahead, Prime. Sorry, you have your
I just wanted to also say that like Mario Kart's never gotten substantial updates in this first year. So like you're not the only person I've seen that like was like expecting like this roadmap of even just like free updates. And I get it, especially $80 game, right? Like I get the expectation, but Nintendo's never given us that expectation. It's always been years later that we got DLC. Now I do suspect that DLC is better planned out this time, so I think DLC will start later this year, and I think it's going to be paid DLC, and that's going to be a whole new wave of backlash, I'm sure.
Right.
But unless the DLC looks really, really good, then people might not complain, but we'll see.
Well, I think it was also just, I think it was more of not necessarily an expectation of based on history or precedent, but more of a, that seemed like the logical thing to do based on their prior success of the DLC with Mario Kart 8. And I know it took them a while to get to that point with Mario Kart 8, but you would think, okay, well, right out the gate. Anyways, that's what I'm trying to say is more of like, you would think they would adapt, but I don't know. Again, like Stash said, maybe it is a strategic.
Did they say that DLC for 8 that not the one that was part on Wii U, but the one on Switch? Didn't they say that DLC only existed when they decided World was going to Switch 2?
Yes, I think that was. I think that's a quote somewhere, and I think they also were like, "We want to recycle the tour tracks," and so they.
I mean, that helps. Yeah. So I kind of feel that DLC it's kind of just there by a happy accident of World just not going to be done in time. So.
Well, and the free updates don't even have to be something paid, like, or they don't have to be anything revolutionary. But I'm just kind of shocked there was not like a. Here's more costumes for Pauline and Donkey Kong for Donkey Kong Bonanza. Here's more like, little easy things like that. I don't need like brand new tracks and all this other stuff, but like, I feel like you could use Mario Kart World as kind of this like launching platform to promote and also just like integrate with other games that are coming out at the time. Anyway, that's getting in the weeds of it. My stance overall though is I think it was a strong year one, and I just think that it was distributed amongst a lot of titles that aren't typically considered the staples and things that push the system, rather than like with Switch 1, you had basically Breath of the Wild out the gate and then maybe Mario Kart, and that was it for like the first year. But anyways, that's my take.
Okay,
cool. Bird.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I think this year so far has been fine. I mean, I really think it's been fine. I don't think there's necessarily a problem with the games we've gotten so far. I think Mario Tennis was surprisingly better than I think a lot of people give it credit for. It's not a masterpiece. It's we could have gotten more out of the story mode. The story mode's kind of a tutorial. I feel like from those early trailers and from the direct presentation, it looked like they were going to do something a bit more meaty. But it's a lot of fun, and as someone who has a family and people to play with it, to play doubles, it's a good time. Pokemon Pokopia, we'll talk about that a little bit more, but I think the reviews speak for themselves. This is just a fantastic, cozy game. It definitely calls to the Dragon Quest builders or Animal Crossing crowd. I think what the real issue is with Nintendo software for 2026 right now is it's missing excitement. Like there's no announcement that just draws excitement. And sure, you could say Dusk Bloods is that game. For me right now, I'm really excited for Fire Emblem, but like I'm well aware that Fire Emblem's a lot more niche. Not everyone's going to be losing their shit over that release. Maybe as we get closer and we see more, I know Three Houses was the fan pick of Game of the Year at the Game Awards when the year that game came out.
I'm so excited for Fireball.
I'm right there with you, man. I just know like the general public, I think they're missing the excitement. And you guys mentioned the next 3D Mario, you mentioned the next Zelda, the next Smash Brothers. These are games that generate that excitement, that hype. I think maybe with how well the new Pokemon kind of presented, maybe that could have been that excitement game even as well, but that we know now that game is going to be a 2027 title. Duskbloods is a big question because on one hand it's FromSoft, it's Miyazaki. On the other hand, it's different than what he normally does, and it's a PvPvE. We don't necessarily really understand the scope or the nature of the game until we see more. This game could be a masterpiece. It could be a dud. We don't know. I think that's the gamble you take when you do these kind of online multiplayer games. So again, I think fine is defining Nintendo's current announced lineup that we know is coming for 2026. Yoshi, this game looks stunning. Every Yoshi game looks stunning. Unfortunately, the art style of the Yoshi games always overshadows the really kind of sterile and simplistic gameplay. And for a lot of people, unless you land in that younger audience, it looks pretty, but it's not going to get you excited. So I think they have an excitement problem. I don't have an issue with the releases. I think we just need, last year it was, I really think their year last year was a lot stronger than people give them credit for. It was missing the big holiday title. That's what really kind of killed it last year for me. This year, I mean, we all assume they will have a holiday title this year, but I think we're all just kind of waiting. Like, what's the big thing that's going to draw people to the Switch too? We already know like the hardcore Nintendo fan base is already there. They're the early adopters. We already know that people are going to be jumping on board for Pokopia. I said when that game was announced on the show, this game's going to print money like no tomorrow, and it will. So I don't know. I think we need that big holiday thing. As far as Switch 2 editions, I think those are great. They're fine and dandy. But the fact of the matter is that Nintendo Switch is the best-selling Nintendo console of all time. It's got like 155 million plus, meaning that most people who really wanted to play those games already played them. And anyone who's like Nintendo Prime, who doesn't go back and revisit games, probably isn't clamoring to start fresh with the Switch 2 edition. Maybe with Mario Wonder with the added content, but that's already a game that like played fantastic on Switch 1. So if you got your fill of that game, I could see like the curiosity. This is one that I think would benefit greatly from adding that DLC in Switch 2 edition for NSO expansion users. And I think that should be the move for all these Switch 2. I think Xenoblade Chronicles X Switch 2 edition should be free for NSO expansion users. You know what? Reward the people who are subscribing every month or subscribing annually and give us another reason to, because if they build up that catalog of free DLC or free Switch 2 editions, people are going to sign up. If there's a fat list of games with free DLC or free upgrades, people are going to sign up. That's my opinion. But yeah, I think fine defines the announcement so far. That's where I land.
Okay. All right. Nintendo Land, how you feeling on Nintendo? Just the first party stuff right now.
You guys really been hitting it on the head. I mean, it's fine. I think that's just, I've been one of the vocal people talking about the first year. To me, it felt more like low quality, more quantity. Just based on my opinion, based on the games that I played, I 100%ed every game that came out the first year. And someone that's been huge fan of Hyrule Warriors, it just felt like another Hyrule Warriors to me, nothing too special. Metroid was a little bit of a letdown for me. But I will say with the, smaller lineup of games we have this year, I actually feel the quality is up there. Like Mario Tennis Fever is one of the best sports games I've had in a long time. I feel like it's 100%. Very underrated. Very underrated. I was a huge Power Tennis fan, and I feel like this game to me probably even passes Power Tennis. So I was really impressed with that one. I see Pokemon's coming out swinging hard. I mean, everybody's actually really excited for the next gen. It looks good, finally. And then obviously Pokopia is huge. And as someone who's not a fan of Pokemon and not a fan of Life Sim games, sorry, Nate, I like it. I like it a lot. And yeah, it sucked me in, and we'll talk about that when we get there. But I mean, they're off to some pretty good quality right now, and that's, I can't complain. Yes, I would love a Nintendo Direct. I think that's the thing. We don't have a really good outlook into the future, but Nintendo's got games until June, pretty much until May. So I mean, do they need a Direct? Not necessarily. They could squeak by, but I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, they're going to keep pumping out these games. They got a game every month, and so far they're good. But like you guys have been saying, the holiday game, there's just no big holiday game right now. Everybody's looking for that next Mario. Some people looking for that 3D Mario. I'm just saying. People, somebody out there that's losing their mind over. But
somebody cares.
What's that? Where's the guy who's like in the hot dog? He's like, we gotta get to the bottom of this. Somebody wants a 3D Mario game.
Someone out there is crazy. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I have no clue to even when to predict this thing. People are saying June. People are saying April. People are saying they have inside sources saying March. I mean, I don't know. I don't listen to anybody anymore. I'm just like, you know what? Nintendo's going to do what they're going to do.
We'll get into it more, the direct part.
The only leaker I trust is Nate the Hate. When Nate the Hate says it, that's the word. And otherwise, don't trust it.
I don't know. I heard the bird is the word.
Yeah. Standard.
That's what I heard too. It is standard. Standardized and standardized testing.
SOP. Well, standard operating procedure. We all go by.
Right.
It's way of life. All right. Eric, you got some more you'd like to add there?
For me, the beginning of the year is kind of lackluster. That doesn't mean it's not good for other people. I don't have a lot of the games in the beginning of the year that really excite me. That's kind of why I'm hoping for a Nintendo Direct, and I want to see some nice big new juicy titles coming out. But yeah, I mean, just because it's not good for me doesn't mean it's not good for other people. So, which is actually probably a good thing for me that it's not good for me, because I can finally somewhat catch up on my backlog. So,
true.
Yeah, it's funny too. Nintendo's apologizing to me for enjoying the game. I'm like, dude, enjoy the game. I want people. I want people to enjoy Pokopia just because it's not my kind of game.
We're in the same situation. That's what's so funny. It's like, you're not a big Pokemon fan. Because I was the same way. I was like, why am I buying this game? I'm not going to like this thing. And it was like, shoot, maybe I will. I don't know.
Oh, did you play Dragon Quest Builders 2?
I didn't.
Yeah, see, I've already played that game that plays very similar to know that I just don't even like the mechanics. So,
yeah, okay.
All right. So, first party stuff.
Bring the thunder.
Again, it's for this year, for what's been announced, for what's came out so far and what's been announced. And I do think it's important to look at your backlog as well. There are some games, of course, that, trickled into the new year for sure for me that I have for review, but kind of talk about those more when we discuss the third party stuff. Yeah, you guys mentioned all the games. I strategically, I said this last year, right when Xenoblade came out, I picked it up, and I think Nate asked if I had opened it or played it yet. I said, no, I don't have any intention to. I'm waiting for the Switch 2 edition that I know will come out, and here it is now. So you look at that, that's a several hour game that just fell in my lap, right? Nice cheap little $5 upgrade. And again, we're 70 days into the year. I know people, especially online, are all like, hey, dude, what's going to be the big holiday game? Christmas just got over. Christmas like 76, 77 days ago? It just got over, man. What are we talking about holiday games for?
I need to consume. It
ain't time yet. It ain't time.
I'll tell you why. Because a lot of them are like me. This first half ain't shit. We want stuff to look forward to.
Right, but we'll get to that. We'll get to some other things here.
And I will say, oftentimes, I'm not saying lightly because Nintendo's been weird lately with the transition and everything. We knew what the holiday games were well before we got to June.
Yep.
Most years. So like it is kind of weird to not even have any idea of any game Nintendo's releasing this holiday. That is a little weird. It's unusual.
It is, but yeah, they've been doing it in recent years. I mean, again, I always go back to 2024 when everyone's like, Nintendo's done, Switch is over, we're ready for Switch 2. They haven't announced anything. And then they announced Super Mario Wonder, Pikmin 4, Super Mario RPG, and everyone's like, holy shit.
Well, that was 2023.
Mario RPG.
Yeah, but regardless, everyone said
remake and remaster
yeah,
city.
but everyone was like, you know, they're not going to release anything.
1 and 2.
And then they released
Why are you singing
Mario RPG?
Every time I hear Mario RPG, it makes me think of that thing. I apologize. The you know the video, the Wii Shop Wednesday video. Every time, I don't know why. It's like a trigger. It's like, oh yeah. Sorry, continue.
Oh, you good. So yeah, I look at that. It's like we didn't learn about those games till very late into the year, when everyone thought literally, everyone on the internet was saying Nintendo's cooked. It's over. They're done. There's nothing left for Switch 1. That was every YouTube headline, every thumbnail. It was annoying as fuck for me personally, just because I know it's just bullshit. It's not true. They're definitely coming out with stuff. They're not going to have nothing for the holidays. And if you believe that, I don't know what it says about your intelligence kind of thing, but this is the way the internet works. I think this is no different, guys. Again, 70 days of the year, we're going to learn about all the holiday stuff. Based on what's came out so far, though, first party, yeah, Pokopia. I haven't played it. People are loving it. I don't have time to play it right now with all the games I have in my review pipeline. But hey, if I did have time, I'd fit it in there. And I said before that this is really not the type of game that I would play. But again, people are loving it, and I would like to check it out for that reason, to see what it's all about, or at least have Michaela check it out. And I love when that happens. I love when I say, yeah, I really don't have interest in playing this game, because that is fact. I don't. But when games catch storm like this, I think it's best to not stick to what you said and listen to what everyone else is saying in this sense, and check it out. So yeah, I would check that out. And I think that's great. That's looking good. Mario Tennis, obviously. That was a good one. You guys mentioned all the games that are coming out. And I think we'll learn about definitely more games. Like, this isn't it. The release calendar that we have right now is not what we're getting. I don't believe that for a moment. However, we got to look at this as that it's not only Nintendo games that release on Nintendo Switch 2. And I think for me, that's the more exciting part here. Outside of the things that I've already talked about several times on this podcast, with like the backwards compatibility, playing Switch 1 games again, and now they're performing better. All these nice little surprises, the Switch 2 editions, all that good stuff. We're about the third-party game. So let's jump in to that aspect of it. And we'll go ahead and go in the same order. Nate, what do you think about the third-party lineup thus far this year? And then what we have planned for the rest of the year?
Okay. So I think it's good to try to go over some of them. I don't know all of them off the top of my head.
It's okay, because I do.
Well, rattle them up for me then, so I don't have to try to look them up.
Yeah. All right. Here we go, guys. Let's see here. Let me scroll. So this is what has come out so far, and I'll pause when I've announced everything that's came out so far, and then I'll go into the games coming out. Okay.
This is gonna be like 40 minutes.
Now, again, some of these games, they may not be household names to you, And that's because, not everyone plays third-party games on Nintendo. But these are games I've reviewed, so they're obviously on my list. Traveler's Refrain, nice little indie style Zelda game. We had Animal Crossing Switch 2. Legend of Heroes Trails Beyond the Horizon scored very high on Metacritic. Mio Memories in Orbit also scored very high on Metacritic. I drafted the game. I reviewed it. Great game. Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. Huge flagship third-party release. Escape from Ever After. Again, indie title. If you're a fan of Paper Mario, you should play this. Dispatch. Jimmy and the Pulsating Mass. Still playing through that. If you're a fan of Earthbound, you should play this. Go look at the Metacritic score. Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. Very long game. Definitely get your money's worth. PGA Tour 2K25. Super Bomberman Collection. Mario Tennis Fever. Yakuza Kiwami 3. Rayman 30th. Reanimal. A lot of these games scored very well on Metacritic. Under the Island. Again, game I reviewed. Very much like Link's Awakening. Awesome game. We got Virtual Boy NSO. First Squadron, which, again, like Star Fox. Ease X Proud Nordics. 4K, 120 frames per second on Switch 2. Very impressive. Fallout 4. Michaela's playing that right now. Fallout 4 Anniversary on her Switch 2. Looks amazing. Frame rate, awesome. Disney Afternoon Collection. Got Hunt the Night. Pokemon, Fire Red, Leaf Green. Resident Evil 7, 8, and 9. All absolute bangers. Tales of Berseria Remastered. We got Blueprints Switch 2 Edition. We got Mini Shoot Adventures, which I'm working on that for review. Scott Pilgrim EX. Back to the Dawn. Planet of Lana 2. Also working on that for review on Switch 2. Awesome Metacritic score so far. And tomorrow we get Fatal Frame 2. And Friday we get Monster Hunter Stories 3, which I already reviewed that game and posted my review for it. But it comes out on the 13th. That's what we have so far for the first 72 days of the year. That's a shitload of games. These are all games that I've either reviewed or I'm working on the reviews. And I've recommended them. Like, highly recommend. And I don't do that lightly. You gotta remember, I worked in finance for 10 years. I take people's money like really seriously. So let's pause there if you want, or do you want me to continue to go through the rest of what's coming out now?
Pause there.
Yeah, sure. Pause. Yeah. I'm just gonna say, and I've been thinking this on Switch 2, even dating back to when it launched. I'm very satisfied with the third party and indie lineup on Switch 2. I think it's hard to complain. I understand people sometimes want all the AAAs all the time, and I get that. And we are getting more of them than we were accustomed to on Nintendo since like the GameCube days, and even probably the SNES days.
Yep.
But so I've been really satisfied. I do want to see more. The only critique I have is more and more of the games I like to see be day and date. We are seeing that more often, but we're not quite there yet where everything's day and date. I think that's going to change as the generation goes on and people have dev kits for longer. I'll just give an example. Like, obviously we couldn't give Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth day and date because the system wasn't even out yet. But I think Part 3 is going to be day and date. So and Pragmata is day and date, right? That hasn't come out yet. That want to get mentioned next. Obviously Resident Evil Requiem, that was day and date. So we're starting to see the day and dates happen more frequently, and I think that's going to continue. That's like my only critique is like just having to wait sometimes when it feels weird that everyone else is enjoying that day one hype, but then Switch 2 owners got to wait. Feels weird. One game not mentioned, Borderlands 4.
I'm mentioning it. It doesn't have a release date.
I don't think that game's coming out. I think it's
not
canceled.
even on my Excel sheet.
Yeah, I think it's canceled. I think that game's
That's
canceled.
how I feel about it.
Yeah. Sucks too, because I was looking forward to at least trying it on Switch, and it's like I just don't think that game's ever.
Well, I mean, at least we did. I mean, I got to play it.
Yeah, technically, I did play the demo, but
I say, I think didn't we all play the demo at West? It was rough.
Yeah.
It was not in a very good position.
Yeah,
yeah, and that's probably why they didn't launch it. And then, well, there's a whole lot of reasons. That game just had issues all around. That said, I've been very, very, very happy with the third parties and the indies. This is why I said in my post, like, even though I find Nintendo's lineup for the first half lackluster for me, that doesn't mean that I'm complaining that I have nothing to play, because I don't just play Nintendo games. I've got lots to play. I'm literally playing Requiem right now. And then after that, going back to Dragon Quest 3 on my backlog, so I can hop over to 1 and 2, and I might take a break after that and go to Octopath instead of 7.
Yeah,
because I want to
hours
in. Yeah, I want to. That means these are RPGs, so like there's a lot of hours in these. So I definitely won't be 100%ing them. Probably just beating the main story, but that's good enough for me at this stage in my life. It's not a whole lot of games I even 100% anymore. I think the last one I 100%ed was, I mean, Tears of the Kingdom, but besides that, Zelda's just different for me. Maybe Odyssey. That's how long it's been since I've 100%ed something. And I didn't really mean to. I just got kind of addicted to moon hunting for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
That's
like,
the best way to 100% a game. Though.
Yeah, a lot of it wasn't even like hard. Like there's moons everywhere. It's like a little dopamine hit. So I'm like, oh no, I gotta find them all. I can't leave this level until I find every single one. But yeah, besides that, I look, the third party stuff I've been very pleased with. That's really all I have to say on it. It's not perfect if you're looking to get everything day and date and every single major third party over, but it's getting there. And the important part is when we do get them, they're looking and running well. And that's awesome. The indie wise, of course, that was always going to be the case, but the AAAs that everyone was worried about, they're looking and running just fine.
Yeah.
Even Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition that, Michaela's playing, that runs really well. That's without DLSS that they said they're adding to it still.
Yeah, she was like showing it off to me. She was like, taking her Switch. She's like, look at this. Look how great it looks. I'm like, yeah, it's awesome. I'm happy you're happy.
Awesome. Yeah, Fallout 4 is awesome.
Yeah.
Not my favorite Fallout, but I mean, look, the last taste of Fallout was 76. So
I loved it, man. I saved it. I saved it for COVID. That's when I started it. And it was like, this is the perfect COVID game, dude. Perfect.
Especially the apocalypse and everything.
Yeah. So good, dude.
This is what the world's gonna be like in a year.
Yeah, it hit
off my mountain. And we're all fighting for everything.
Yeah, dude. It hit on a different level because of that.
But yeah, no. I'm just very, very pleased. I don't have any real complaints. Even the few games that have come out that I'm like, oh, I wish they were on Switch too. That's all right. There's other stuff, but there's just so much. Like you even mentioned, I've watched a ton of your reviews this year. All it's done is make my wish list grow massively. Like when my game buying freeze is over, which might be when I peel through the rest of my backlog, I was like, I don't even know where to start on the wish. Probably the games that don't take as long to beat. but yeah.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you watching them too. And happy to hear that. All right. So Nate, you get your piece on that. Let's say for Vlam, what are you thinking about? Again, that's just those games I went over. We'll go around with everyone, and then I'll go with what's coming for third party.
I mean, I think third party is the thing that's the most impressive about the Switch too. I'll be real, especially within the first year. I think, like the fact Resident Evil is on, the brand new Resident Evil is on there day one. It looks as good as it does. It runs as well as it does. I mean, I'm like about to pick it up on the Switch just so I can do that. I think you probably saw my tweet about this. My Blueprint is on Switch 2 now. And I was
Prince,
talking
yeah.
about this on the podcast. I was saying that would be the perfect game to grab and play a run, do a run right before bed, and then call it a night.
Yeah,
which I've done multiple times now. Yeah, that's a great game of 20. That's like one of the best games of 2025, in my opinion. One of the best indie games. If you haven't played that, you should play that like yesterday. Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm having my dinner. But yeah, third party wise, it's been fantastic. Like, I can't think of a Nintendo console that's like done better with third party other than the Switch itself. But especially within the first year, I don't think any Nintendo console comes close to what Switch 2 is doing right now. I mean, it feels like you can play basically anything that's not a console exclusive. You can play it on Switch 2 now. And I agree with Prime that it is weird that there's this weird, like some games have this like delay with them. But I think it's just a developer kit. Like, there's just a lack of them and like the developing issue. It's less about marketing and whatever. It's just more of a lack of resources availability. So eventually we'll probably get there where it's all dropping the same day. But like, it's mad impressive that we see the graphical fidelity and the games that we see on Switch 2. Period.
Absolutely.
Bar none. Yeah.
All right, Bird, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before on this show that especially after that first partner showcase we had this year, that they are following through on the promise of killer third-party content on the Switch 2 in a way we've never seen in a Nintendo console before. And I mean, Favlam's right. Like, in some ways, certain things are we're going to be waiting on. There's going to be some delays, but the fact that we're already seeing like huge day and date third-party releases like Resident Evil 9 that really pushed the envelope for what a lot of people thought was possible on the Switch 2 tells me that, yeah, maybe like this first year and a half, we're going to be getting some of those older ports that, a lot of us maybe would have wanted a couple years ago, your RE7s and 8s and Kingdom Come Deliverance and Cyberpunk. But as we move along and we start to get these releases, Fallout Knocked Out and Elden Ring, which is yet to get a release date. Once we get kind of caught up, I feel like we're going to be seeing that very consistent day and date with most major third-party releases. We've never seen third-party support like this out the gate.
Right.
This is before obviously Switch 2 is the fastest selling console of all time right now. But before we got those numbers, before those statistics were in, we already had the promise of strong third-party support. And everything we've seen since then, it's gotten bigger, it's gotten better, and it's gotten stronger. And more developers are getting more and more vocal about how they'd like to see their games land on Switch 2. Like I said, it's only a matter of time, in my opinion, before most releases are going to be launching day and date, because it makes the most sense for the companies too. This is a time in the industry where like sales really matter. The success of your teams depend on the success of the games that you're pushing out, especially with the cost of development. That mitigates a lot of the risk having your games everywhere. Nintendo's a big platformer, and a lot of people say, especially people who are hungry for that meaty, epic Nintendo reveal for Switch 2, that, people don't play Nintendo consoles for third party. They play it for Mario and Zelda. That's like, yes, that there's definitely a core group of players who feel that way, but you have to keep in mind that the Nintendo Switch was a phenomenon that reached 155 million people's hands. It's a lot of people's first Nintendo console ever. So that notion that those 155 million people just want Mario and Zelda isn't true. It's not true. They're going to be growing up and experiencing new IPs and new franchises for the first time. And with PlayStation 6 coming down the road, and the next Xbox console coming down the road, and the Steam machine coming down the road, consoles that could potentially be anywhere between $1,000 or $1,500 with the prices of the chips and the tariffs and all the other bullshit that's going on. This is going to be the most affordable way to play these huge AAA third-party titles. It may not be the prettiest and most crisp or highest performing version of the game, But at the end of the day, most people don't place graphics first. If they did, the top place for playing would be PC for most people.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
Graphics matter to a degree,
Yep.
but they don't mean anything. And if they did mean everything, the Wii wouldn't have been the best-selling console its generation, and the Switch wouldn't have been the best-selling console this generation. People want a low barrier of entry with great games that are a ton of fun to play. The third-party support we're going to see is going to do that for Switch 2. There's room to improve, I feel, on the first-party side, and that's just like I said in the in the last part of this topic. I think it's been fine. I'm happy with what we've received. I full on understand that there's going to be big surprises to come. People are hungry though, and I get that. Third party should satiate that. And if you are a person who only, and I said this last week, if you're a person who only plays Nintendo consoles for first party games, the big ones like Mario, Animal Crossing, Zelda, or Smash Brothers, try and get out of your comfort zone, broaden your horizons. There's so many great offerings there, and not just from games like Resident Evil 9. We have phenomenal indie games. We just had an indie showcase, some really cool stuff that launched.
All those games
Shadow
I just
Drop
mentioned, several indie games.
There's a game, you're a Zelda fan, there's a game that released that Stash reviewed on his channel. What is it called? Under the
Island, yeah.
Under the Island. 16-bit Zelda-like. Phenomenal reviews, not just Stash's review. I think it's like sitting at like an 84, 85.
Yeah.
That's excellent. That's a higher review than a handful of Nintendo's offerings so far on the Switch 2. So try and broaden your horizons, get out of your comfort zone a little bit. I do encourage it if you feel like you've got nothing to play. That being said, I think if there's anything while you wait for the big main courses from Nintendo's first party side, enjoy what's happening right now, because it's only going to be good for this platform. And not just that, it's going to be good for the industry as a whole. It's going to be great for these teams. If RE9 does well on Switch 2, that's going to be great for Capcom. And I don't know. I think we need that, especially at a time where there's so many studio closures, so many layoffs. Let's celebrate these successes. And in my opinion, this strong third-party support is a success for not just Nintendo, but for gamers and for the industry as a whole. So I'm feeling really great about the third-party stuff that's going on Switch too.
Okay, awesome. And I'll get into the games that are coming up after we go around here. So, Landon, Nintendo Land, how you feeling on the third-party offerings so far that have released this year?
Yeah, I think this is the Switch 2's greatest feat, honestly, right now. I think it's hard to even complain about it. Like you guys have been saying, almost everything you could want right now is on Switch 2, and it runs really good. As someone who's already played like Final Fantasy VII Remake, I normally play my third parties on my PS5, but my friend, he got it on his Switch too, and I was impressed. I was like, wow, I knew I was watching the trailers and stuff and the gameplay, but I'm like watching it from him, and I was like, this thing can run this really, really well. And I think people, they go online and they say what they want to say without actually trying them out and seeing them firsthand. But yeah, Switch 2 it's pretty impressive. And the third-party lineup is, like I said, to me, I think it's just as strong, if not stronger, than most of the first-party they've released so far. And I'll be the third person to shout out Thunderstash, because you put me on, actually. Every now and then I see you just these games, like I've never even heard of Plucky Squire. That was one that you covered last year. And I was like, that was an amazing game. Like I was like, it's so unique. I've never played a game like that ever. And I was like, yeah, there's so many like little gems that like people are missing. And like every now and then I see you, like you'll post something like that, and like an little small indie game, something I've never even heard of, and it ends up being one of my favorite games of the year.
It's good to hear.
So, yeah,
that's my goal.
Stepping out of your comfort zone. That's the Switch 2 for you right there. I mean, just trying stuff out that you may not even think you'll like. You never know.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Well said. Eric, what do you got about just the games that have come out so far this year, third party?
Yeah, third party wise, I mean, it's got to be one of the biggest years for third parties for Nintendo in a long time. I mean, you got some pretty big bangers with RE9, and things like that. So it's exciting. Probably not gonna play a ton of the games, but just because I don't have time. But I'm happy they're there. It is freaking fantastic to see this, and it's only hopefully going to get only better from here.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I'll briefly just give my piece on the first, chunk of games so far. I think I say it every week. I'm really busy. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm like jam packed, and I'm trying to be as efficient as humanly possible and try and find new ways to be more efficient every day. I did this 20 years managing in restaurants and then in mortgage. Every day, like, you try and get a little bit better, try to get a little bit faster so you can reward yourself, right, with more time. That's the whole point, right? So you can enjoy your life a little bit more instead of working all the time. Now, for me, what I'm doing now, it's work, but I love it. Don't mind doing it at all day. For me, I'm just trying to fit in more games to review because there's just so many games I want to cover. There's so many games I'm aware of. And again, like indie titles that I know nobody knows about that I've been following. Some of these games I've been following for years. Like, you could look at my Steam wish list and it will show you the date that I started following this game. Some of them are several years ago, and they're going to finally like break off this year. And I'm like, dude, can't wait. And again, some of these games, these indie games, they get signed up with a PR team. They'll hire a PR team to, go on social media, and some don't. And the ones that don't, fortunately, it's a major uphill battle. And the only way anyone's going to learn about these games is if someone covers it like me. And as you guys know, most review websites are not going to cover these games because they're not going to get the views that they want. And it's sad. But that's the reality of it. But I don't care about that. And that's why I cover it, because we got to cover the games that you believe in, right? Or the games that you think you're going to believe in because you've been following them in previews and they look good and you want to see if they're actually going to be good. With that said, yeah, tons of games. I have a lot to review, and I'm working on a lot right now. A lot of these games that I mentioned. With that said, though, and again, I'm very impressed with third party so far. But dude, this is where it gets nuts. Because there's a lot of games coming. I'll rattle these off. Okay, obviously Fatal Frame tomorrow. Monster Hunter Stories 3 on the 13th. Monster Hunter Stories 3 is a massive game, by the way. I reviewed it. I posted my review, right? Reddit embargo. I think it was on Monday. Dude, that game is addicting. Let me just say that. You lose time playing it. If you've played Dragon Quest Monsters, like, I really enjoyed Dragon Quest Monsters 3 on Switch. And there's a lot of addicting elements there. This reminds me of that, but grander on scale. It's Monster Hunter. There's like Pokemon vibes to it for sure. But it's also like an RPG because you do control your character in battle as well. So it kind of takes the best of a lot of things and puts it into a game, which I appreciate. And the battle system is very cool. I won't even try to explain it though, because it's a lot. Okay, so Dead Zone Rogue. Don't know how that will do. That was just at the indie showcase we had last week. That's the first-person shooter. I don't know. Fallen Tier: The Ascension. Just got a review code for this 2 days ago. This game has been in development for several years. Metroidvania. Very excited for it. Shadow Tactics: Blades of the Shogun. Also a indie game that I'm reviewing. If I recall, let me see. I think that game did really well. 85% on Metacritic. Okay, that's coming to Switch 2 on the 18th. Mouse Joy-Con controls as well, which is nice for this type of game. Dynasty Warriors 3 Remastered. Ariana and the Elder Codex by Idea Factory. Looks very cool. Machine Gun Fury, which is a game you probably haven't heard of. And if you go through the eShop, you may have seen it and you may have thought it looks like slop. I'm here to tell you it's not, because I've played it. Obviously, it's not out yet. But if you grew up with the NES, it combines a lot of really cool games like Cobra Triangle, Contra, Jackal, which, dude, I love Jackal by Konami. Love that game. It's the game where you control the tank. Great music. But it combines a bunch of games that we enjoyed, like Metal Slug, and puts it all into one. And it's super cheap. Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition. I'm also working on for review right now the Midnight Walk. That comes out on the 26th. That was at the Indie Showcase. It's the game that looks like Nightmare Before Christmas.
Right.
Virtual Fighter 5. It's coming out on the 26th. It's $20. Pretty cool. Yeah, I'm like, is this price right?
All right.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, that's nice. All right. We got Legacy of Kain, Ascendance. Now, beginning of the month, we had Legacy of Kain Defiance remastered. This is a new Legacy of Kain, and it's a Metroidvania, which looks really cool, and that's why it's on my list. South of Midnight also comes out on the 31st, and console exclusive, Little Nemo and the Guardians of Slumberland comes out, which I should be getting very soon to start working on that. And I did a preview on that. Little Nemo is really cool. Again, it was a Capcom NES game. It's back now, and it's a Metroidvania. So that's just the rest of the month right there. Okay, that's a lot of games. But then we got Soul Quest, Mouse PI for Hire. If you're following that, you know that looks cool. And there's been some previews that have come out for people who got to go hands-on, and it's more than just surface. It's more than just looks. It actually looks like it's going to be pretty deep system. Tomodachi Life, Pragmata, which, again, that was coming out on the 24th. Now it's the 17th, which is cool. Jay and Silent Bob, Chronic Blunt Punch, Beat 'em Up. Digital Eclipse. We all know they put out bangers. They're very good at the beat 'em up genre. And again, if you grew up with Jay and Silent Bob, you know, maybe you watched the movies, Clerks, Mallrats, like I did. Of course, it's coming out on 4/20 because it's Jay and Silent Bob. That's a game I actually want to play. Another game, indie game, coming out on 4/20 is Saint Slayer, Spear of Sacrilege. It's by Lily Mo Games, which is the company that Colin Moriarty works with, or he owns. Looks like Castlevania 2, but more. It's been on my list. I will be reviewing that. He-Man, Masters of the Universe. Gamebird and I. Nate, did you play it too at PAX West?
No, I just watched you guys play it.
Dude, this game is so much fun. Like, it's really good. Right? And so I'm hyped for that. E's Memoir of Revelations and Calcutta. That's a Switch 1 game, but still nonetheless coming out. Play it on your Switch 2. Constance, Switch 2. I reviewed this game was a few months ago. Metroidvania. Beautiful art style. I reviewed it on PC because I knew it was coming to Switch 2. That's coming out May 1st. But we got Road Out coming May 1st. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Of course, the DLC's out as well. I purposefully did not play the DLC. I reviewed the game last year, right when it came out, and I wanted to wait for the DLC to revisit this on Switch 2 for a review. Tales of Arise, Beyond the Dawn, 007 First Light. For JRPG fans who love the 2D art style, Wandering Sword, put that on your list. It's definitely on mine. We got, of course, Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight coming this year. R-Type Dimensions 3, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. One of my favorite games in a very long time. The Adventures of Elliot, Zelda 2D by Square Enix, sold. Digimon Story. Again, I reviewed that. Awesome game. And oddly enough, the Switch 2 release is going to have better performance than the PS5 release that I reviewed. They announced that. I know it doesn't make sense, but that's what's going down. Another Eden Begins, which is by Chrono Trigger team. I believe I have that on my fantasy draft for a reason. Blight It, Turok
really
Origins, Lift It, Super Meat Boy 3D, Age Feel High, Rock the School. This might not be on your list, but it looks like modern day Bully from Rockstar. It looks very cool. Mariachi Legends. Again, drafted that. Metroidvania. Heavily inspired by Symphony of the Night. Eterna Lucis, Alterium Shift, Kina, Bridges of Spirit, which was just announced. Yoshi, of course. Orbitals. Egalos 2, Barkor, Bloodstained, The Scarlet Engagement, Cronella's Mansion, which I backed on Kickstarter, Crosshorn, Darwin's Paradox. Deca Police is still slated for TBA 2026. Deus Ex Remastered, Eden's Guardian, Elden Ring Tarnished Edition, Elementalist, which that's one of those games that's been on my wish list for several years, finally dropping this year. Enter the Gungeon 2, Hella, Kingdom of Night, Kingdoms of the Dump. Reviewed both of those games on PC because it was coming to Switch 2. Marvel Maximum Collection, Mina the Hollower, which again, there's a lot we know about this game that we can't say. But something to be excited about. Mira and the Legend of the Jinns. This has been on my, again, wish list, I think, for a few years. To me, this is confirmed. We'll see. Monster Hunter Wilds, I do still believe that's coming to Switch 2. We just need stories to pass. Moonlighter 2. That was just at the Indie Showcase, and I have it on early access on Steam. Awesome game. Oblivion Remake. Pokemon Champions. Professor Layton. Quartet. Again, JRPG fans, you need to have that on your list. Skinwalker by Team 17. Tales of Fate. The Dustbloods, obviously. Oblivion, The Eternal Life of Goldman, The Transylvania Adventure of Simon Quest, probably one of my most hyped games this year. Toxic Crusaders, and Wolfhound. These are all games that are on my list, okay? I am not an all-encompassing resource, but these are games that I am genuinely interested in covering and am going to do my best to cover, which means there's more games. Again, we're 70 days into the year. We don't even know. We may not even know the half of it. That's how many more games could be coming. So with that list now out there, how do you feel then about what's coming for the rest of the year? Nate?
Same as I felt so far. Good list. Only more is going to keep coming. That's the thing. There's going to be other partner showcases, other Indie World, Summer Game Fest, and everything in between. There's going to be so many more even announcements beyond all of that. So, I mean, look, as everyone said before, third party has been one of the best things about Switch 2 because we haven't seen this level of third party support. I mean, the indies have been pretty strong for a while, but the AAA space, we haven't seen this level of third party support. I mean, seriously. It might be, I don't want to quite say it's a SNES days because SNES got literally everything and we're not there yet, but it feels already better than the N64 days that came right after it. So
easy.
So it's almost back to, like, let's just put it this way. Nintendo's almost back to just getting everything, which is awesome. Because then the only things they won't have will be the PlayStation exclusives. and obviously, PC exclusives as well. But anything multi-plat, we're getting to the point they're just going to have it, and that's awesome. And by the way, I remember us talking about this for a whole year. Well, one of the big hopes for this system was it just needed to be powerful enough to get the games.
Yep.
So far, so good.
I agree. And again, like Resident Evil Requiem, I posted my review for that, and it was on Switch too. I cannot believe. I mean, I can, but holy shit, the performance is insane. Like for me, I think for everybody, that should give you a lot of confidence about what Switch 2 is capable of, because it's only going to get better. We all know this. As years go on, the games get better because you learn how to develop with the system. But Lamb, how you feeling about that list of games? Is there anything, does it excite you more? Is there specific games that excite you there?
I mean, I've obviously Mina the Hollower. That was one that kind of perked my ears up. I was like, oh yeah. Love that one. Obviously we have insider information, but I won't go any further from there. But yeah, there's also oh Jesus, what else? It just impressed me how many things are coming to Switch 2, even we know you wouldn't think they would be possible to come to Switch 2. Kind of reiterating that point before, like, wow, it really is just like any game that's most games that are on Steam and most games that are multi-platform, you're gonna have a version of it on Switch 2 to play. So and it just gives me more confidence. That's I'm just like, wow, yeah, we're in a golden age of third party on Switch.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Right.
Bert, how you feeling about that list of games?
I'm feeling really good. I had to step away for a moment, so I don't know if I didn't catch the tail end of it, but I know for me specifically, one of the ones third party that's coming to Switch 2 that I'm looking forward to playing. I got to dabble a little bit on PC, but I really don't like to play PC games because this is not just my like studio for making video game content. It's also my work office for my 8 to 5 every single day. So anytime that I could spend out of here is time where I get to relax and enjoy the things I love. So with that being said, I'm really, really, really excited for the opportunity to play the Elder Scrolls Oblivion on my little hybrid.
Me too.
Switch 2. That to me is really exciting. And I think I heard you mention Deca Police. That's a game I've been really excited about since it was first released. Obviously, it's a game that's been delayed a bunch. I think it was originally supposed to come out in 2025. Had a release date. It's been pushed to this year. We don't have a date yet. But it's level 5, and they've made some of my favorite RPGs throughout the years. And I think this one's going to be a unique sleeper hit. But yeah, all in all, I stand by what I said at the beginning of this third-party section of the topic. The promise of continued third-party support, stronger than we've ever had on a 3D Nintendo console, is extremely exciting, and something that I think everyone should be celebrating, because I feel like it only gets better from here. It's already great, it's already fantastic, and it's only going to get better. So
yeah, it's the biggest thing is that we don't know all the games. I am not an all-encompassing list. There are games that I miss. There's so many games that aren't announced. The development will get better over time. We're only 9 months into the console. So yeah, just everything's only going to get better from here. Let's see. Nintendo Land, how you feeling about those games coming up? Anything that excites you?
A lot of games. I think the two for sure, probably Orbitals, because huge fan of the It Takes Two, and I forgot the other one. I'm not thinking of the name. Split Fiction. Dude, those games are so good. I can't recommend them enough. So having like another co-op multiplayer game, I'm here for. It looked awesome. And then Pragmata, probably. I like the unique combat with the little puzzle solving before you shoot. I thought that was pretty cool. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of games to play.
Absolutely. Yeah, those are great ones too. Very excited for both those. Eric, how you feeling?
Yeah, that is a laundry list of games. Excited. Not sure how many I'll pick up, but man, it's exciting to just hear a boatload of games coming.
Yeah, I know, dude. It's heavy. I see this list every day. And I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I don't. And I really want to, right? I really do. But yeah, it's massive, dude. And just more games are going to be at it. More things will be at it. Nintendo will randomly announce stuff. Switch 2 editions, new games coming to GameCube, NSO. There'll be things like that I'll want to revisit because some of the stuff maybe I haven't played in 20 or 30 years. Legit. You look at N64 stuff. Eventually they got to release DK, right?
Right.
I'm going to want to revisit that. I haven't played it since it came out. I have it on the shelf up there. But I haven't played it since it came out. I played it, beat it, moved on with my life, and I'd like to see that again. Stuff like that you just can't plan for, but when it does happen, you're like, oh shit. It's like with Pokemon. Red and Green coming out. You're like, oh man, it's been so long. I kind of wanted to, jump into that. Or Pokopia. I don't have any interest in that kind of game. But God, everyone's loving it. It's like, all right, this is not a time to be stubborn and stick to your word. This is a time to be like, yeah, let's try it. Everyone's loving it. Those are the things that you just don't factor in. Or those random things you'll see on Twitter from some developer, some indie developer saying their game's coming out soon and you've never heard of it. And you're like, oh my God, this game looks so good. Now I have to put this on my list. Stuff like that is just going to make this year absolutely nuts. Again, I just went over that list to give my piece, guys. Obviously, I'm really excited for everything coming out. I think that because these games are on my list. And there's just several that we don't know about. And that too is exciting. But I will say that now, what's our next topic, Nate?
I don't know, Eric. What is it?
Mario.
Okay.
Mario.
We're going to get into, obviously, the direct topic
later.
But I want to just say that this is why I don't think about the direct. Like when I get DMs asking me about directs, or I get tagged, on Twitter asking me about when's the direct and this, and I tell you guys, look, man, focus on the controllables in life. That's one thing you can't control, and you should probably apply that to everything. Probably the best piece of advice I can give anyone. I've been giving it for for probably about 2 decades. Is just focus on the things you can control. There's only so many things you can. You can't control when a direct's going to be. You can try and make an educated guess. That's it. But when you have this many games out right now, look, the games I mentioned are just Switch 2. I didn't mention like Crimson Desert coming out next week. You know what I'm saying? Like if you own multiple consoles, holy crap. Like if you have, I would say Xbox, they only have one exclusive that I know of this year. But when you look at PC, PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, go ahead, Nate.
Well, you mentioned Xbox. They have quietly retired the "This is an Xbox" campaign. They deleted all signs of it.
Yep.
Just throwing that out there. I don't know if this is a new leap for Xbox, but everything isn't an Xbox anymore.
Yeah. That'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And obviously we have the Steam machine coming out as well. Again, that was reiterated again in the last week or two that it is still coming in 2026 despite everything going on in the world. Yeah. And so it's like, dude, oh my God, if you game on everything, it's just incredibly busy and you have to pick and choose. But even if it's just Switch 2 going off those games, holy crap, that is massive. And I still feel like we only know maybe half of it. That's the craziest part, is that more games are going to come out that we don't know about yet. So if you're not busy playing, broaden your horizons, level up, grow your palate. That's how you level up as a gamer. You try new things, try things you normally wouldn't. And look, what did I say about Pokopia? The thing with that is that it's a time thing. and I have too much already to review. But it's like, you should try that, man. Everyone's loving it. People who normally don't like it are loving it. That's why you should try it, right? Flavlam, aren't you gonna play it? I think I saw you tweet like, "Oh shit, like I gotta get this," right?
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good thing. Like, that's a great thing for us to have to say. Like, oh man, I
Right.
wasn't planning on it, but I got to do it. So
I know
that's a
I was
blessing.
like, I was surprised too. I was like, wow, I really thought $70 was gonna be the floor for this generation, but it's pleasant surprise. It's not.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's toss it over then. Let's get into the Mario Day stuff.
Mario.
It's a me, Mario.
Mario Day updates. Let's go. Let's kick it off with the new movie trailer. I'm pretty sure most everybody saw it here. I'm not sure about Stash, just because I know he likes to avoid those things.
I gave in.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I gave in. I did.
Okay. So that's at least good.
Yeah.
We can talk about it without giving you spoilers. So thoughts on how it looks, and do we like the new castings? Lamb, what are you thinking?
Childish Gambino is the most surprising one there to me. I'm pleasantly surprised, but I was just like, oh, wow, didn't see that. Yoshi's gonna start coming out rapping. He's gonna start singing Bonfire before we know it, you know. No, but sorry, I love Childish Gambino. He's a great artist.
Do you see Yoshi and Bowser doing a song?
Wait, what? There's a Yoshi Bowser song?
No, I'm just saying. Do you see it happen?
That would be cool.
Got Childish Gambino and Jack Black. I'm just saying.
I don't think Yoshi goes like full talking though. I don't think he does that in the movie.
I don't. Here's
I
what I
think
don't get. If Yoshi doesn't talk, why'd they go with such a high profile name for his voice actor if he doesn't talk?
Well, I could see them doing a bit where he doesn't talk most of the movie, and then there's like one scene where it's just Childish Gambino's voice. He's like, "What the?"
And,
like,
and everyone's jaw just drops in the.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, "I've been able to talk like this the whole time."
You fucker.
It is just this smooth, like Marshall Lee voice from Adventure Time. Yeah, exactly. No, that I could see happening. Unironically though, I don't think Yoshi. I don't think he says more than just like Yoshi. You know, I don't know. That's just. I think that's just what I. But I mean, maybe who knows? We could see.
Right.
I don't know. I feel like they're gonna give us some sort of song or something. The movie looks visually impressive. I mean, like obviously, I figured it was going to be this massive like production. It was gonna have all these amazing visuals. The first one had a lot of really good visuals as well. But like, man, they're really doing the Galaxy name justice and just including all these different things. But man, I don't know. I'm trying. I'm being very tentative. I'm like, I just want to view as little as possible for the full theater experience. I'm going up to my friends in Philly. We're gonna go see it together. We're gonna go dress up. I got a Mario tie in the other room. It's
nice.
really nice. Yeah, we're gonna dress up and do all the things. So it'll be good. Yeah, I guess this is their Mario anniversary thing. They're like, we're not giving you a game. We're gonna give you. I guess you could technically count Wonder, but they're like, we're gonna give you this movie. Here's your Mario Day, Mario anniversary thing. And the baseball bases. Don't worry about that. Maybe they're teasing Mario baseball this summer.
Please.
Dude, I hope I see the Titterland shaking his head over there.
Oh my! When they showed Tennis Fever, man, my heart sunk to my butt, man. I was like, "Are you kidding me, man?"
Dude, I want a Mario baseball game so bad. That I feel like would get some buzz. That would get some people talking. Just put like Shohei Ohtani in there, then they'll print 1 million of them.
There you go.
They did it with LeBron back in not LeBron. Who they did it? Was it Kobe? I think it was Kobe back in the day with the other Mario basketball game. Do it with Shohei baseball. Come on. No. Anyways, I've talked enough. It's Italy. I want to know what you think about the Mario trailer.
I was on the fence of watching it because as I'm doing like these deep analyses of all the trailers, I'm like, dude, we've seen so much. Like, what is left?
I know.
Right. And I'm like, and then of course I watched it, of course, and I did all the deep diving and all the stuff, and I even looked into the little it was the little website they put up showing all the different galaxies, and they showed like the Honey Hive galaxy and everything. I was like, dude, this is really like they are pulling from so many things. There's like little Easter eggs from like just different galaxies and stuff. Then they're like whole entire planets now. Like Honey Hive is one whole planet, and I was like, that's pretty cool. And they got all these different kids. They're throwing Rob in there. They're throwing in Sunshine references. There's Piantas in the movie. I'm like, this is like Galaxy plus like everything else. This is the ultimate. And as I'm watching this, I'm like, what in the world are they going to do for the third movie? Like, genuinely, of course, there's like characters like the Koopalings and Wario, but like, dude, they are going all out with this movie. And I'm one of the people like, dude, for one, let's be honest, it's a Mario movie. It's going to be focused for children first and foremost, but everybody can enjoy it. But people are like, oh, it's going to be too much going on. The story's not going to be there again. It's going to be too fast-paced. I don't care. It's a Mario movie, dude. Throw me some galaxies from Mario Galaxy. Throw me some Easter eggs, big Easter egg fest. I don't care. Like, I'm not expecting the deepest level of storytelling for a Mario Galaxy movie.
This isn't supposed to be Toy Story, guys.
No,
this is
like,
Mario. It's supposed to be fun.
And that's exactly what the first movie was. It was just from beginning to end, just huge smile on my face, dude. It was just the most fun experience ever, dude. And I know this movie, I mean, this movie's throwing in references from everything across the board. So everything I've seen so far is just, I'm thankfully the last trailer, they didn't show too much new. They kept it, just kind of mostly recap of everything we've seen already, but it looks perfect, dude. Like, I have no complaints. The casting is awesome. I do think it's funny how they give a casting for the Honey Queen and not like Birdo. They showed Birdo like a million times, and but
yeah, that was
I mean,
a little wild.
Yeah, maybe Honey Queen has like this huge role we don't know about, but no, I love everything I've seen about it so far. Obviously, this is going to be their money maker, so I get it. Of course, a big game announcement would have been nice, but yeah, I mean, the movie's it's going to go crazy.
Nice.
Stashman, what did you think? I'm surprised you watched it.
Yeah, I know.
He's like disappointed that he watched it. Oh man, I watched an amazing trailer. Fuck, my bad.
Spoiled all of it for himself.
I more like wanted to tune in for the other stuff, like the little snippets, the little scenes with Miyamoto and
sure,
and the cast. I'm like, yeah, I'll check it out. Whatever. Look, I'm really excited for it. Obviously, I was there opening day for the Mario movie. Michaela and I already have our tickets. She was at work. I'm like, babe, the direct just got over. Tickets went up. I said, I don't know what the stock level is going to look like for the Yoshi popcorn bucket. I said, it's while supplies last. It's supposed to be limit one, but who knows? Who knows how that's going to go down by each theater? And obviously, it comes out on Wednesday, which is podcast night. So I was like,
we're probably going to have podcast on a different night.
Well, no,
that's a podcast on Thursday kind of day.
Well,
it depends because midnight showings.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Well, I had asked her too. I'm like, is there any way you can get off early on that day so we can, see it before the podcast? And she figured it out. So we have tickets for a 4:15 showing. We should be good. Might need to call in for the beginning of the podcast, but yeah. So obviously I'm excited. As far as the trailer, look, I've heard some stuff, some theories. We've heard the Fox McCloud theory. I'm sure you guys have heard that. And I was thinking about that too. That and like the Pikmin stuff, which you guys probably heard that theory as well.
Yeah.
And it got me thinking a little bit more about it with Pikmin. Because the main character, Captain Olimar, obviously Mario, backwards. And the whole goal is to get him back to his home planet in space. Like, dude, I could totally see him being in the movie because of that. Just like how it makes total sense to see Fox McCloud, Star Fox, out in the stars. I think there's going to be a lot of cool stuff. And then Andres had a video earlier today, and that's what got me thinking about, because he talked about Pikmin, and I'm like, you know what? What about What about more than that? Because Captain Olimar makes sense because of the Mario tie-in with the name. It's Miyamoto's baby, and he literally needs to get back home to his planet. I could totally see that happening. And then the guy from Universal had mentioned there's going to be really big surprises. And then, or he says there's going to be big surprises and then very small ones. Honestly, that made me think too, Pikmin, right? Very small. And I give credit to Andres because he mentioned that. And then I was thinking Olimar too, dude. Like that, I could totally see that. So it'd be interesting. I was really happy to see Wart. I'm a big Wart fan, honestly. Love Mario too. Love that boss. Happy to see that. So it should be a lot of fun. Again, I try not to think about any of this stuff too much or go in depth with the picking it apart. Because obviously you want to go into the movie and be surprised. And I still feel like I'm going to be. But yeah, there's a lot of exciting stuff there. Obviously, we got the games. The Virtual Boy games at it. And Mario vs. DK for GBA, which was a game I bought back in the day when it came out. And I bought the remake for Switch and reviewed that on the channel. I was very happy about that. And obviously, yeah, you have the collectible cards with the Nintendo Today app. That was a thing, right? And so that's interesting. What else was there really? You know, obviously we're getting the Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition, the things we know about. I think the biggest thing, I guess, was getting the Yoshi release date, which is something that we all talked about last week on the podcast. Right. I think we all realistically said that. I know I did. I think you guys did too. That, yeah, that is one thing that needs to drop, and it would make most sense. So
they dropped that on Twitter. I was like, we're not getting a general direct. You know, like we're not getting one until the summer at the earliest. I was like, nope, that's it.
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, about Yoshi though. Did the trailer sell anybody?
It sold me. I thought it looked less like the Woolly World simple gameplay. It thought it looks more like the Yoshi's Island games. I don't know. I thought it actually kind of sold me. I was like, wow, okay, maybe. I mean, I'll give it a try. I was probably gonna get it anyways, but
yeah,
I feel like it was okay. There's some really there's more complex mechanics here than just like stuff that's like really gimmicky, you know, with the book and naming things and how each thing might change per stage, which again just feels like original Yoshi Island. So
yeah, I think they did a good job demonstrating that, like with I think that plant that blows out the bubbles and how you can feed it something different and it will change colors and then blow out a different bubble that will respond differently. That could be a really good gameplay loop, actually. Yeah, make you think a little bit on how, because I'm sure you can get past levels without doing some of the stuff, but it's like if you want to unlock everything and get like all the coins, right, for each level, you're gonna have to probably think outside the box a little bit. I'm like, okay, I like that. And that's how I think that's how they serve both audiences too, right?
Right.
It's like the more hardcore will go for the 100%. Yeah.
Right. And they hadn't really been doing the hardcore 100% thing in the most recent entries of the Woolly World and whatnot, Crafted World. I don't know. At least that's what I felt like. I felt like it was way too simple. Or if there was that like challenge content there, it was like really deep into the game and not something that was like kind of built into the base experience from the get-go. So
what about it being like 20 gigs? Some people have talked about that. And, you know, obviously when we were growing up, file size was more, I think, more of a talking point, right? Like I think Resident Evil 2 on N64 was one of the biggest carts, and that was a big talking point, and it meant something. nowadays it can mean a lot of things, right? It could mean that
Right.
the studio didn't optimize it, but we are talking about Nintendo, and they do optimize. But also, I think as we get closer to the release, that number goes down a little bit. But based on what it's at right now, even if it goes down a little, it does make me wonder how big the game is, or what kind of assets are we using? Is it all 4K? Is that why? It'd be
Maybe.
interesting. Yeah, we
Yeah.
don't know yet.
I
I
mean,
think the hope is
like,
that it's big, right?
right. I mean, to compare, like Tears of the Kingdom is 18 gigs. So like that's just wild to me. I'm like, wow, it's
Yeah.
a bigger game than Tears of the Kingdom. And Tears of the Kingdom is massive. Like I know they had a lot of time to compress, but yeah. It
My
looks
hope would
great.
be-
Go
yeah.
ahead.
I was to say my hope would be that it's not 4K assets.
Mm-hmm.
That it's like 1440p, which is great. That would or 1080 even upscale to 1440 or 720 upscale to whatever. However you get to the number. My hope is that it's just a bigger game, dude. Like there's more to do.
Agreed.
I want a huge
Agreed.
Yoshi game because, like, I think if what we're seeing, like this is a good base foundation. The gameplay loop does interest me. It grabs me. Obviously, the art style grabs me. I think it grabs a lot of people. But it's like, man, if we get a ton of this and this is actually like a big game, like how many chapters are in this book? Because you see in the trailer they turned to the chapters, and they got to the third one, which was like the sea area.
Right.
But I was like, I wonder how many are in here, man. Like, how deep is this gonna be? How long is this gonna be? Because I would love a long Yoshi game.
Right. Give us Yoshi DS, Yoshi's Island DS again. Don't give us the simple stuff. Like just this alone, I don't know, it feels more mechanically complex than say the Crafted World stuff. Like the Crafted World stuff, you know what it felt like to me in Crafted World? It always felt like you were constantly getting the big mushroom power up from New Super Mario Bros. That's what it felt like to me. Like you were constantly doing that and you're just blowing through levels, you're just doing whatever, which again in isolation is fun, but it's like it just feels like you're constantly on easy mode in those other games. And this just already looks like something that has a bit more depth to it than that.
Yeah, I agree. I want to be challenged. And I understand that like you have to make this game for maybe two audiences, right? The main audience is not really hardcore gamers. But if you can find a way, right, to make it for both, like with Yoshi's Island, that was totally for both, man. I would love to see that. Yeah, this looks cool. Do we think Mr. E is EGAD, by the way?
He's not, but I made that comment on X today because I want him to be, but in other languages, the word's literally encyclopedia. So
oh yeah. In Japan, this is Yoshi and the Mysterious Encyclopedia.
yeah,
That's the title of the actual game.
so it's not EGAD. It's just short for encyclopedia.
He's got a good stash though. Got the Pringles stash. Yeah, there is chapter 3, Seaside. Like how big is that? You know, is it going to be like 1-1, 1-2, 1-3? You know, or is it just one big world?
I'm looking at this enough. Like this is giving me more. Oh yeah, then of course the Bowser Jr. reveal right at the end. I can't forget about that. Yeah, I mean it's giving more Yoshi's Island than it is anything else. I don't know. I am hopefully optimistic about it. That's what I will say. I'm hopefully optimistic. But we shall see. We shall see when the day comes.
It looks a little bit like Wario Land, where like you're not trying to just get to the end of the level, and there's not even really levels. Right. There's just like these big worlds, and you just go into the worlds and you complete like a certain amount of tasks, and then maybe after a certain amount is complete, then you can move on, or you can keep 100%ing that chapter, which is different. I like that.
Kind of like a big 2D sandbox, and obviously it looks like there's a good amount of verticality as well to the level, which is nice for a side scroller. When there's more stuff to do up top that you can't even see.
Yeah. I mean, Yoshi. So this Yoshi to me, it doesn't feel super appealing. I guess I talked about this before. I'm not really like that excited about it. And it feels weird because I do think it looks like it has more going on than Crafted World, which I did play and beat. But I don't know. It just I think it's just the kind of game I want to play after I've played some more intense stuff. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Like I just kind of feel like everything so far from Nintendo this year has been kind of like this. It's like just slow going, easy does it. Have your fun. And I have too much of that from Nintendo to start the year. And that was my biggest criticism. It wasn't that these games exist, it's just spread them out. Like if Fire Emblem was in this slot and Yoshi was later, it'd feel totally different.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
and I get that.
When it's coming out for me, it's just kind of like I don't know. And look, the reviews could turn me around on it and make me be like, all right, maybe I should check it out because I do think it does look better than Crafted World, which I had an okay time with. I don't know. It's just like, and I'm sure there's more mechanics as they showed. Like they keep showing off this bubble mechanic, and I'm like, okay, this is cool. There better be a hell of a lot more mechanics than just different types of bubbles. Nintendo does this sometimes. They're like, that's the gimmick of the game, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna get bored of that gimmick after a couple of levels. I need some other stuff.
I think
some
there's
other stuff. But
I think they're trying to make sure there's still a good amount of mystery about the game.
Yeah. Because like I see
they
it
have
in the
to.
book, and I'm like, well, then hopefully there's some other stuff in the book that we can also feed things and does different things.
Well, it is a mysterious book, so
That's why they have to.
Yeah. I mean, they could be just showing off the beginning levels, and it gets more intense from here. So
Yeah, from the box art, I think it's really just going to be like kind of like Yoshi's Island, Yoshi's Island DS with all the baby's different abilities. It's going to have all these different enemy abilities. Like they keep showing like if you look at the box art, there's like 30, 40 different enemies surrounded around Yoshi. So I think that's going to be like the big thing. Each chapter is going to have maybe like 2 or 3 different enemies that do completely different stuff. Like there's like a fish.
yeah. They show that fish one and that flower there.
Yeah. So I mean, depends on how many of those there are.
Then the old stiffy. I'm sorry, the slug.
Yeah, I just saw it. I was like, I didn't catch that before. What is that?
Literally, and you lick it in the ass, and it gets. I don't know if anyone noticed that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, they will here in a second.
you gotta put it up so it can't be unseen.
Yep.
I mean, you give it the tongue from behind.
One more time, just for good measure, and then we'll.
I'm sorry, like I can't be the only people who know. I know I got a dirty, dumbass brain. But
oh no, I laughed at it the first time I saw that.
I'm like, wait a second, did that just happen? Okay, well, there's your SpongeBob moment.
I think we all hope for the best for Yoshi, right? But I think we're all like cautious. We want to be cautiously optimistic. We all want to see 95 Yoshi. I've said it many times on this podcast. Yoshi peaked in 1995. It's 31 years ago. We've had 31 years worth of examples as to why it's not going to be Yoshi's Island, right?
Yeah.
And yet I still have hope. You have to. That's how you wake up every day. You got to be hopeful about the future and about possibility like this. Like, hey, maybe Nintendo will be like, you know what? Everyone did love Yoshi's Island. Why don't we do something like that again?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of trying to reinvent the wheel every time. Let's try something else. Let's see if we can serve both audiences.
The only thing that kind of makes me worried about that though is like, and I know it's Nintendo and their pricing now, who knows what they're doing, but like it being $60 and Mario Tennis Fever being $70, is there a deeper reason? Like, is it maybe not that big of a game?
I think it's the online probably aspect of tennis being a multiplayer game and having online servers, maintenance, possibly more content coming. But I feel like it's probably tied to stuff like that. Just like with Mario Kart or any like live service game. You know, you got to keep that staff on longer and pay them more versus keeping a staff for, up until the final patch of the game, which even then they usually part ways with a good amount of staff by that point. I'm hoping that's what it is. And obviously the variable pricing, Mario's in the name of Mario Tennis. Even though Yoshi is synonymous with Mario, it's not Mario in the name, and that has a lot of power for the the casual, I guess, the casual mainstream audience is what I would say.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's 60 though. I just hope it's like a good 60, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Nate, you want to go ahead and we'll wrap it back to Mario movie trailer? Want to give your thoughts?
Sure. Yeah, Mario movie trailer. Look, I think it looks great. I always thought the movie looked great. It looks insane because there's so many more locations here than they did in the first movie. I guess I don't know what I really expected when they decided to go the Galaxy route, because technically that opens up the whole Mario universe.
Mm-hmm.
And they are not shying away from that fact. And it's like, once you go here, how do you go back, or how do you go to something else? You know what? It ain't my problem to figure out. That's their problem to figure out. And I'm sure they've got plans. And who knows? There could be that new 3D Mario in the mix, and maybe that's the base for the new one, the new movie someday, 3-4 years ago. Never coming. Okay, never's a little strong. Never's a little strong. Yeah, it's only their mascot. They're never putting out a new mainline 3D Mario ever.
They forgot.
Yeah, they forgot about Mario. No, so I'm really excited for it. Tons of Easter eggs. I've seen lots of videos pointing out all the Easter eggs. It's one of these movies. There's so much going on that I'm going to be learning about new Easter eggs like a decade from now, which is pretty neat. Because I don't really when I go see this movie, and I'll probably only see it once, maybe twice in theaters, but definitely once. I don't pay attention to the Easter eggs the first time I watch. I'm just enjoying the flick and what's going on. Other people in the theater might be freaking out. Did you see it? Did you see it? No, I did not, because there's so much going on. I'm just paying attention to the main thing. Once I get past that, you have to your second, third, fourth watch, which I'll inevitably have just because I have kids. And once this movie hits streaming, they're going to be watching on repeat for like 3 weeks. That's just how it goes. That's when I'll start to pay more attention to a lot of the little Easter eggs from different games and stuff. But no, it looks great. The voice actors they added. Yeah, obviously the one for Yoshi was the one that kind of made people go, wait a second, Yoshi doesn't really talk, and anyone can go Yoshi. So I don't like. Did you have to hire a big name to just say that, or is there something else going on? And maybe there is something else going on. We don't know, because it's not like they're showing us. They haven't shown us a lot of dialogue from any of the characters, really. So, so it'll be really interesting. Obviously, having Luigi there for the entire adventure is going to be cool. Love Charlie Day. Him having a bigger role in this movie is going to be sick.
At least we hope.
Dude, Luis Guzman as Wart. I'm like, oh my God, yes.
It's a great.
Literally, that is exactly who. If Wart's going to be in the movie, which he is, we've already heard him. It's exactly the voice I imagined for Wart. So that was. That was a great casting choice. And then obviously, it's hard to say much about the Honey Queen because we didn't see Honey Queen in the trailer, which I thought was peculiar that they revealed Honey Queens in the movie.
Right. We haven't seen her.
Instead of
That's
seeing.
all right.
I mean, it's fine. I think these are all the voice actors they're going to market for the game or for the movie. There's obviously going to be some other minor voice roles here and there for different stuff. And they'll get fully fleshed out once the movie comes out. We'll see the whole voice acting list, but these are obviously the ones they want to push as like for marketing, which again, I think the coolest thing to come up from this trailer isn't just how cool it is, but the stuff that's come after. They've done all these like interviews with the voice actors and actresses, and it's been actually quite entertaining if you watch them. And I think that's the coolest thing to get hyped for a movie is it looks like the people voice acting for the movie are excited, like legitimately, not like a fake excitement sort of thing, like legitimately excited. I mean, the person who seems the most excited is Brie Larson, and after the roller coaster she's had publicly for the last 5-6 years, one thing that she's been consistent about that we've known about Brie Larson for a long time is she's a huge Mario fan, a big Nintendo fan. So like when you see her genuine excitement at getting this Rosalina role, like that, I don't care what you think about Brie Larson, that genuine passion just comes through that camera, man. And I'm just like, damn. I don't care if you like her. That was a great fucking voice.
That's what you want in a casting. Yeah.
Somebody said on. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I cut you off.
No, you're good. Go for it.
It was just a quick funny thing. So I saw somebody say on Twitter that like Brie Larson got into Nintendo stuff like during the Wii U era, so that's how you know she's a real one. I was like, she went through the trenches with Nintendo, and But yeah, no, I was gonna bring up Prime if you didn't talk about Brie Larson talking about this movie. I mean, she said the exact same thing, like just an overwhelming amount of references and things that are going on. I think she said that in an interview. I'm sure this movie's gonna be fantastic.
She did the thing with the Lumas talking to her, and I'm like, oh my god, they're so cute. Like, and those are like actual, like real toys. They're not like computer generated. And I'm like, oh, this is so awesome. I want those Lumas. They better
stash. I need you to drop one down to me. Drop it. There we go. Got it. Sorry, you were showing them off.
You made sure it was a nice long one for you too.
Yeah, fantastic.
Sorry. Anyways,
by the way, screw you, Stash, and screw you, Eric. I can't eat this shit right now. Oh, yeah, get to the end of this week before you have candy and snacks like that.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Gamebird, thoughts on the Mario movie trailer, and then Yoshi and the Mysterious Book as well.
Yeah, Yoshi in the Mysterious Book looks beautiful. It looks. Hold on. Am I coming in loud, guys?
You're good.
I think your gain's like just up. I think it's just your gain.
Yeah,
I don't think it's the mic position.
Yeah, the quality sounds good. Just for some reason, when you came back, it's just louder. I don't know why.
Yeah,
weird.
You might have bumped. Yeah, you're fine now. You're good.
Good now.
You could even go up just like a touch.
Yeah, and I could edit it a little bit on this end too.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, Yoshi in the Mysterious Book. The game looks beautiful. The Yoshi games, they always do. Love the art style. Very creative. Makes you want to play it really bad, but this is definitely going to be a wait and see. Yoshi games, like I said, it's usually style over substance, unfortunately. And I do know these games target a younger audience, but still, it would be nice to see at least like the same amount of depth and care as maybe like Kirby and the Forgotten Land. That was like you could really enjoy it at all ages. I thoroughly enjoyed that last Kirby game. So I don't know. I'm not really hyped for it, but I do really appreciate the artistic direction and what went into making the game. Mario movie, I mean, wow, what is there to say? It looks awesome. It looks like it's going to be a much more action-packed adventure than the first game was, which is really exciting. It also takes, in my opinion, one of the best, if not, I think some could even argue the best Mario games, Mario Galaxy 1 or 2, and just incorporating those themes into it is going to make this movie out of this world. No pun intended. I think the voice casting for it is really fun. Donald Glover as Yoshi is really neat, and I love the idea of it just being like the Yoshi voice the whole movie, but then at the end he just talks, just sounds like Donald Glover. Looks really good. Hope we get to see. I don't know if it was fake or not. I feel like I saw like a leaked cookie package that had Wario on it. I don't know if that was AI or if it was like a fake leak, but would love it if that ends up being a thing. I really want Wario to make it into this universe. But yeah, I'm just really excited for it. I think the first movie was a nice little setup. I hope this one's has a little bit more substance with the storytelling. One of my favorite things in the first movie was seeing like kind of the back and forth in the relationship between the brothers, Mario and Luigi, but they get separated so quickly into the movie for basically the rest of the movie. So I think that's one element that's just going to be really, really strong in this one. Seeing them interact together for a full film is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm really excited for it. I don't know. There's going to be so many Easter eggs. I think the soundtrack too. I think back to the magic of watching that first movie and seeing all the little. I mean, it really was a childhood dream come true, getting to see Mario on the big screen again for the second time after that killer live action spectacle we got. that was like a dystopian cyberpunk Mario movie, which is wild.
I still stand by that movie.
I know. I get it. I get it. But yeah, I'm really excited. It's going to be fun for the whole family. I'm really hoping to snag one of those popcorn buckets. I know they could be, I've never bought one before, and I know they could be really hard to get. I almost bought one when Alien Romulus came out. I went to go get one, and they're like, oh, the movie had I went on opening night to see the movie, and they're like, oh, we sold out of the popcorn buckets a month ago. So check with your, if you're looking to land one of these, call in your cinema, ask when they're going to get it.
I did.
People are asking about it because these buckets go fast. Collectors go crazy, not just because it's Mario. I think even more so because it's Mario. You're going to want to be on top of it. But yeah, I'm really excited. I love that we've gotten 3 really exciting trailers for this movie, but I also feel like I haven't really been spoiled the story other than it's Bowser and Bowser Jr. teaming up. I don't know anything that's going on with Rosalina in this movie. And, we've had a handful of Easter eggs shown in this trailer, but I really feel like the bulk of the movie is going to be really exciting and feel new and fresh compared to the first one. So, yeah.
Hell yeah. No, for me, you guys pretty much said it all for the Mario movie trailer. I think my favorite part, though, is definitely seeing that Luma come back. The crazy Luma at the end there, where he's the guard in the jail cell. Like, yes, it's back. So I am definitely excited for that part of it. As for Yoshi, the style looks phenomenal. Not sure if I'm going to pick it up yet. I might need another trailer or so to just kind of see what it's fully about, or read some things about it. Leaning maybe, but again, won't know until it comes out and I kind of see what's going on with it to see if I'll pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we got one more thing. That would be they also dropped a new trailer for the Mario Wonder DLC. Let me get that up here real quick. Right here.
I'm excited for that. I'll just say that while you're getting that up. So the Koopa kids are in this as bosses. The Koopalings, as they call them. I call them the Koopa kids. I think that's what we've called them since Mario 3 and since the Mario cartoon. But I'm excited for that. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah. Vlam, I know you're probably heading out here pretty soon, so I want to get your thoughts in on what you're thinking here.
I'll be real. It's cool, but I also, the fact that there's just not, like, there's the online multiplayer in that one little area, but the fact that there's not more just makes me even more sad about this game. Like, I just want to be able to play through the normal worlds and with my friends. But I guess this looks good. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to say this like bad. It's just why is there these weird restrictions, and like why didn't we just have the full online multiplayer to begin with? But same thing. I mean, it happened. They did the same thing with what's it called, the Mario Party Jamboree DLC. It, like, the majority of the DLC you can only play in person local multiplayer, and I was like, what? It's like that's like 2/3 of the whole pack. I don't know. Sorry, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer about this one, but this one just definitely, like, it looks cool in theory, and I'm sure it's very fun. It's just really disappointing. It's like a very core thing that's missing, and it's just really disappointing to me.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's my
Nintendo
Land.
Yeah. Nintendo Land, what are you thinking?
Well, at first glance, I tweeted out, I was like, this looks like it had the most content out of any Switch 2 edition that I've seen so far. I mean, they were showing all these different, there's like 72 different missions for you to complete, the multiplayer stuff, and even the Koopalings. But I actually went to the store today and I played the demo where you can play the first like Windy level, and you can play like 5 of the mini games in the multiplayer. And for the Koopaling, the level was extremely short. I mean, it was a super simple level. It was just a remixed version of the Piranha Plants on Parade level. And the Windy boss was super, super easy. And it kind of worried me because I'm like, if there's just 7 quick little levels like this, just for the sake of them throwing in some boss battles, just like Pavlan said, like I just don't understand why it wasn't in part of the main game. Like having the Koopalings back and having them have wonder effects felt perfect for boss battles, and it just wasn't there in the main game. Instead, you have repeated Bowser Jr. boss fights. So I mean, I can see like from what I got of the first level already, I can tell the Koopaling part's probably only going to be like an hour or so of gameplay, which is a little upsetting. Because with the multiplayer stuff, I feel like that's going to be stuff that's fun for a night or two with friends, and then they're fine. The mini games, some of them are fun, like the one it was like the tag with the Phantom mask. That was pretty cool. You can it's almost like prop hunt from Call of Duty. You could like be like a little flower or something, hide in the corner. It was cute little fun stuff, but like at the end of the day, I'm like, how long is that going to last? Like it's going to be something that I feel like I'm over with after a couple playthroughs and I never come back to. So I don't know. On paper, it looked like there was a lot of stuff, but I'm worried it's going to be a lot of just quick. You're going to beat it in a couple hours stuff and then move on to the next thing.
Birdman, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, this one. I haven't played it. I think it looks really cool. I agree with Landon, like his initial impressions that as far as like the Switch 2 editions, this seems to be the most substantial and most like feature packed that we've seen. I have a family, I've got 3 kids, and this one's going to be kind of a wait and see. They all loved Mario Wonder. We all had a ton of fun playing it, both single player and, together locally. So if these mini games, like if it's received well and the mini games are really good, I'll probably end up picking it up. But if I was a bachelor, I don't know that this one would entice me at all, to be honest. Just like if I was a bachelor, I don't know that I'd buy a Mario Party game for that matter. I do agree with Fablam as well. I do think there's a miss not having that online multiplayer just like across the board. Like forcing certain things to be local only is a missed opportunity, especially on a console that's a hybrid where it's like you could take it with you,
Well, and half the selling point of the damn consoles, or at least initially, was the game chat. But anyway, that's just me.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think you make a fair point. It feels like a missed opportunity. But I mean, what I'm seeing looks good. Some of the stuff looks really fun. I was excited to hear that a lot of the Koopalings are returning, but yeah, I'll have to see what people say when it releases. From what Landon experienced, if the Koopa levels are really short, like little, how long would you say that level was? Like 5 minutes, or
well, that's
really quick.
There wasn't even like collectibles, like, those 3 purple coins that you collect. It was just kind of like a very basic throw, like this really simple enemy at you like 20 times, and then you were at the end. And it was like, I wasn't like speed running it, but I was like, going through it at a decent pace. It took me about maybe 2 minutes, if that.
Interesting. Yeah. So like, if it's just like if that's like the first one, it's like, hey, this is kind of what you're going to be doing. And then the other ones get bigger and better and crazier and have collectibles that you're trying to get while you do it. That'll be pretty cool. But if this is representative and indicative of what's to come with just these Koopa levels, that won't be for me.
I do think the bosses are going to get better. I mean, like for instance, with the windy one, it's not a 3-hit boss anymore. They made it like a 6-hit. It's like a 2-phase, which I was like, okay, that's cool. But I mean, it's still 2 easy phases at the end of the day. So that gives me hope that maybe the later bosses and the other Koopalings get kind of crazier. So yeah,
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Stash, are you going to be reviewing this?
Yes.
All right, I'll be watching your review, man.
Thanks, dude. I'm excited. I'm also gonna, you gotta look at this from the perspective of people that haven't played it. I think that's really important that you cover it in that sense in your review. And do look for people who have not played this game. This is hype, right? I would presume people are really excited. They're getting, for them, a new 2D Mario for people that are new to this. So that's exciting stuff. I love the Koopa kids. I like Wendy. I like Wendy a lot. She's tough.
Oh yeah.
She had that the rings that she would fire at you. You guys remember that in Mario 3?
How can I
3
forget?
at a time, bounce off the walls. Yeah, dude. She was a good little boss fight.
Real quick, everyone's favorite Koopaling. We got Stash. Wendy's your favorite?
Yeah, I think Wendy, special shout out to Ludwig von Koopa.
Took mine. Took mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's mine. Ludwig said it. I also like Iggy. Iggy's funny looking.
Yeah, Iggy's good
Anyways.
too, man.
Sorry,
Landon, you got a favorite Koopaling?
Probably would go Roy or Lemmy. I feel like no one likes Larry. Does anybody like Larry? I feel like he doesn't have a gimmick.
That's probably, if I had to guess, it's Prime's favorite.
I think Prime likes Morton. Morton, right?
Nah. Roy, baby.
Okay.
Ooh,
Okay.
Base.
Eric,
Luchador
do you have a
looking,
favorite
yeah.
Koopaling?
I mean, Lemmy just because he's goofy looking, but Morton because he's kind of got that kiss.
It's pretty great.
Face mask going.
Is that the
Right.
Paul Stanley going on?
Yeah,
I've always been a Roy fan. I love Roy. I love the sick 80s pink shades. Roy's just super cool. But they're all great. It was very exciting to see them making a return here. I wish it was an epic return. It sounds like it might not be, unfortunately. I was disappointed. Like, I love Mario Wonder. I think that game deserves all the laurels that it got. I had so much fun with it, and probably the most fun I've had in many generations of 2D Mario. Way better than the sterile and bland New Super Mario Bros. Wii and New Super Mario Brothers Wii U for sure. But it would have been nice to have like the unique boss at the end of each world instead of the same Bowser Jr. fight each time. And that's, I think, it like back, in the old school days was so cool, getting the different Koopalings. But
oh my god.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was comparing the sales because I know the 2D Mario's fly off the shelf. 30 million back in the days, but New Super Mario Bros. Wii sold, and Mario Wonder hasn't even cracked 20. It's at 17 mil. Just interesting because I mean it's still a ton. Don't get me wrong, but I just knew that the new Super Mario Brothers series just, I mean that stuff just flew off the shelves. Even like the Wii U ones are like really lackluster. New Super Mario Bros. U, yeah. Okay, well, when there's only like 10 million Wii U owners, I guess it's 13 million. This one was only 6 million, but anyways, it's still half the console install base. But yeah, anyways, just some fun numbers there.
Nate, thoughts?
It does look like some of the best DLC they've done so far with Switch 2 editions. To me, the gold standard is Starcross World with Kirby. That was some really good DLC. It felt like proper DLC, I guess is the way to put it, where most of the Switch 2 edition DLC doesn't really feel like proper DLC. I'm not saying they're all as bad as Jamboree, but they're not exciting. I mean, even Animal Crossing, like we paid $5 and you get some multiplayer and some stuff, but like the real content was added for free to all versions. So, which is fine. Actually, I don't want I'd rather they hand out the content for free than charge for it. Yeah, I think I'm a little tepid on the single player. I'm glad we finally saw some of it. Which they haven't really been showing. They've just been kind of showing the mini games. I mean, guys, we did a whole Nintendo Treehouse. They didn't show any of the single player in the entire Treehouse. It was all multiplayer, which is just wild to me, given that it was a single player game. Like, how do you not show the single player part of the DLC in a single player game? Beats the hell out of me. I know say single player. I know you can do couch co-op. I know online with the ghost friend. I get all that, but it's a single player game. So that you can just happen to be able to play with other side-scrolling Mario has been that way for a while, where it's like it's a single player game that you can play with others. So it is interesting because more than my thoughts on this, because I don't know if it's going to be worth it. I'll wait for the reviews and everything. I don't usually pick up the Switch 2 editions for much of anything. Is the comment Stash made about having to review it from the perspective of people who haven't played. And I find that interesting because we're talking about a game that's only like 2.5 years old that had 150 million install base to sell to. I don't think there's anyone who owns a Switch 2 who hasn't played this game or been having the opportunity to play it. Like To me, the Switch 2 editions are just about squeezing a little bit more juice out of games that have already sold. I don't see, unless like super hardcore people, but I don't see a lot of people picking up the full Switch 2 version of this, because if that's the case, the selling points, the same selling points as 2 years ago. It was a fantastic game in 2023. Those same selling points are the selling points for this game for new people, and those aren't the selling points they're showing off. They're showing off the DLC, which is not what a majority of the game is like. So it just, even marketing wise, it doesn't really feel like they're trying to sell it to new people. They're just trying to sell the DLC to people who already love the game. Which, by the way, that's pretty much what they've done with all the Switch 2 editions. They've pretty much just marketed the new stuff and not any of the old, because I think they realize, especially this early in the life of the system, the people that own Switch 2 are the same people who own Switch 1 for the most part. And when you look at the price point of some of these Switch 2 editions, they're like $80-$90 for some of them. And that is not very appealing to new consumers. Especially when you can find a lot of these games on Switch 1 for on sale, like the physical versions, you can find them for like $40 a pop, brand new, at a lot of places online. And that's without sales, guys. Just in general, you'll find retailers discounting them because they don't sell anymore. So, and that doesn't even get into the used market, where obviously you can get an even better deal, but then you got to hope that there's no shenanigans, the game wasn't dumped, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I understand some people that stay away from the used market, especially on Switch 1 with how rampant piracy was with every Switch 1 release, because it was hacked day one. So yeah, setting that aside, where I don't really think the new consumers is what matters for this, I think it's fine. I think my kids are going to want me to pick it up just because they're going to want to do the multiplayer stuff together, because they played the piss out of the original game. So, and I think that's really the appeal here so far, especially if the single player is just kind of a joke. That the appeal is really for the families, for the kids to get together and just go nuts. And I'll say the multiplayer looks 10 times better than what they did with Jamboree. So
yeah, that's a low bar.
Imagine if this was a free update for NSO expansion pass users. You know what I mean?
I think all Switch 2
how awesome that would be.
Free updates for
right. I agree. 100%.
Yeah,
but
the tone would be different.
Yeah, all the first
absolutely.
Yeah, you made a good point earlier about that.
Yeah, I think it adds a great value to it and could actually grow your sub base a little bit.
You could even like raise the price of it. I mean, not privately, but like in theory, I'm sure people would understand at that point. Like if you're gonna get it for like you could even have like a Switch 2 category that's like, oh, it's gonna go up by like a couple dollars a month, but you're gonna get all this other stuff.
They probably just make an expansion pass, so you have to get the top tier.
Expansion pass 2.
They're so
selective. The thing is if they added DLC or Switch 2 upgrades.
Sorry, my alarm went off.
I thought that's my text tone. So
no, that's my alarm.
Nintendo approved alarm right there.
Yeah, right.
That's my text tone. So that tripped me out because my phone's dead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, that was my alarm. I've had to start taking meds at night, so I set an alarm for it.
And buddy, yeah, for life committed.
I downloaded that ringtone.
Just enough to play the now noise.
I want to go back
like 20 years ago.
When this post, I want to go back to this time and see what my face looked like when it went off, because I was like definitely taken aback by that. Yeah. But the thing that would make it really special, like besides the added value, is like, think about the people who like see a really cool looking DLC. Let's just say someone never bought Kirby in the Forgotten Land, and they're seeing that DLC. Let's say you can look at the trailers for the DLC, set it up a little bit like the eShop. You can watch the trailer for that DLC. Someone might be like, you know what? I think I'm going to pick up Kirby. Like I never played this one, but this DLC looks rad. Like it could encourage people to pick up titles that they never purchased before or never even really thought about purchasing, just because there's a very enticing DLC already free for the expansion pack users. I just see it as a win all around. Wishful thinking, maybe, but we already got a taste of this, so I don't see why they wouldn't do more of it. But I guess we'll have to wait and see.
I think that movie's going to help move units as well. Obviously, that's why it's
that's the idea. Yeah, the movie as was proven the last one. The movie's going to push games. Like if Yoshi gets off to a banger start, especially compared to prior Yoshis, it'll be because of the movie.
Even Princess Peach Showtime will benefit. Probably no, legit it will, and it would be wise to do a Switch 2 edition. It could actually benefit quite a bit from that performance bump. You know,
Sorry, I'm just
the game's not for us. You know,
no, I know, but you
know
can't even find physical copies in the store anymore. They don't even carry them anymore.
The Princess Peach Encore Edition.
That's how bad it's sold. It's like
I like that.
It's not
I like
even
the
in
name.
stores. Oh man.
Let me give Vlam. I know you're gonna head out here. Let me give my comments here real quick, and then I'll
get
turn it over to you. For Mario Wonder, for some odd reason, I couldn't get into this game, which is really weird for me. Especially with the Mario game. I plan on going back to it to try to see if I can actually get into it. But so that this DLC is not really for me right now. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got.
Okay.
Vlam, I think you're heading out, right?
Yeah, a professional Nintendo enjoyer.
Yeah, I'm also a professional sleep enjoyer. So, yeah. Thanks everybody for having me on as always.
Oh yeah.
Not this next week, but the week. No, I canceled that week because I'm going to PAX East. That's right. Yeah, I'll be at PAX East.
You're not back on until end of April.
That's right. Oh man, I could do a big we could talk. Anyways, I'll be at PAX East. So if you're at PAX East, hit me up. I'll be there. Feel free to say hi to me. I'm the big tall blonde guy. So if you see me in the crowd somewhere, I'll be like, I saw you on this or whatever. I'm also going to be on a panel on Sunday, so that'll be really cool. Nice. My first panel ever. Yeah, it's about like making Pokemon evolutions. I have a lot of really dumb ideas. It's going to be really funny. I'm excited. No, but and then I got a video coming out sometime early next week about the entire of the rise and fall of the Mario Sports franchise. So I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see you guys how everybody reacts to that one. So, anywho, thanks everybody for having me. Oh, good.
Real quick, Favlam, before you go, what's your favorite Pokemon
ever?
Yeah,
I love Turtwig. Turtwig is my. Hang on.
All right.
Turtwig is my goat. He's my boy.
The Turt.
My boy. Yeah, big Turt. I also like Scorbunny. He's also really good. But yeah, that's my favorite Pokemon. Thank you. Anyways, all right. Good night, everybody. See you around.
Good.
Nice to see you, man.
Bye.
What's our next topic? Is Game Bird, right?
Yes.
Sure. Let's see. What was my topic again?
I don't know. I have no idea what you picked.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I don't remember what mine is. I just know I have the last topic.
That's right. Okay. Nintendo Direct. What now? So
that's right. I have the topic on the game that I didn't play. Right.
Sorry. The direct. No. Currently, sorry. I gotta recalibrate. Currently there is no mainline direct scheduled or happening anytime soon, at least as far as we're aware. Unless Nash is right about one before the end of the month, which if that's the case, we'll know pretty soon. So with that being said, what now? A Nintendo Direct keeps getting brought up publicly. Fans and content creators alike are anxiously awaiting its announcement. Almost every single announcement Nintendo makes, people are wondering what's going on with the Direct. And we have a new date right now. We got a trailer for the Yoshi game that we talked about earlier. So it just, for a lot of people, feels like no Direct until June. So let's set aside all the rumors and talk about when we realistically think a Direct could happen. The first Direct of the year. And what, after going over all the games in our prior topic, do we think this Direct needs to do beyond giving release dates for already announced games? Plus anything else that you guys wish to discuss that pertains to this Direct.
Dipping out. All right.
I thought something was going to happen. I thought he was going to say something, or
I was waiting for it, and what's happened is he left.
Bye.
Well, his internet's still out anyways.
Yeah, right.
Someone break into his house. He's about to He's about to kick some ass. Anyway.
So, yeah, this is a really interesting one. I think a lot of us were ready for January, then June. But it's been a little while now. People are definitely feeling anxious. We've got the June party. We've got the before June party. We've got the Nash party. We've got the There Is No Direct party. Switch 2 has already failed, and Nintendo's getting ready to release their next console. Full brand new concept. Landon, where do you land on this? What do you think is going on? When do you honestly believe we'll be getting the next mainline Direct? What are your hopes and expectations or concerns for it? What do you really believe Nintendo needs to do here?
Hold on. Before we go, Stash, should you really run off just because you needed an RC Cola?
Yeah.
We all thought there was like something major going down, and the major is I'm getting a cola.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's the king of colas. It's something to be excited about.
Who doesn't run off for an RC Cola?
What's wrong with me? Why don't I run off of that one? All right. Sorry, go, Led.
Man, I don't know. This is a weird year for Nintendo.
I'm sensing you sound defeated, man. What's going on here?
Not defeated, but kind of just like, oh man. So one of you guys brought it up earlier. It's not the fact that there's not games, because Nintendo is giving us the information that we need for the games that are, coming up in the next couple months. They give us Yoshi now for May. They're filling out gaps. We're probably going to have Fire Emblem in June or July. So like they're keeping us, they're keeping games coming out, but there's just that lack of like excitement in the community. You jump into a lot of people say 2018 was like really bad for Nintendo. It was the year they slowed down after that, incredible 2017. But I'm like, but also it was the year that we were so hyped for Smash Ultimate the whole year. Nintendo's having that
June.
big like, yeah. I mean, Nintendo's having that big. What was that thing they was going around to all the different campuses and stuff for like game day and having the Smash truck, and like me and my friends went to that at Ohio State, and it was so much hype about the game, like just the whole year. Even though there wasn't a lot to play, we had something to all be excited for, something to speculate, something to talk about nonstop, and that's just I think something that everybody wants right now, that next big thing. And for me, I was just really happy because I'm one of the few people that think that if Nintendo has already a lot of games that they have announced already, that's where I found the Nintendo Directs to be the most, interesting. When they have stuff like they had Splatoon Raiders, Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, Yoshi before they started talking about it even more, Rhythm Heaven Groove. They have all these games that you can fill in, because we know Nintendo Directs, mostly the new announcements are the beginning of the show and the end of the show. Maybe the middle of the show as well, sometimes occasionally, but those are going to be your big heavy hitter announcements, lots of smaller stuff in between. So when you have all the stuff that we don't have any information about, that's normally when your directs are like pretty good. You're getting new stuff, you're getting informational stuff that you don't know about that's already been announced. So I was thinking like, man, now's the time. Like this is a really good time to start, fleshing out the rest of the year. Zelda anniversary. You could do so much stuff right here. And on top of that, it's the end of Mario's anniversary. You have Mario Day right around the time. So I really thought, beginning of March was a really good time frame to have some really good announcements and stuff with the Direct, but it never happened. And I don't even know when to expect. I mean, a lot of people are saying June. I'm not 100% sure. I know it depends on the year and stuff. Obviously for Switch 2, they didn't have anything in June. I think also in 2022, they didn't have anything besides a partner Direct in June. So I'm like, you don't know. I mean, they could just say, we're not going to do anything in June. Let's just give more trailers for the Splatoon, for Fire Emblem. I personally think they kind of have to, though. I'm saying April or May for me personally. I'm thinking for sure before June still. But I mean, yeah, I just think we want that hype back in the community right now. We don't need a Direct, no, because there's stuff coming out. But I mean, it's just something that would shut people up with certain things, with prices and with game key cards and stuff that Nintendo is doing. Just having those big, exciting things to look forward to again. So I'm hoping April or May. I just want to see Splatoon Raiders, for crying out loud. Like, I want to see what this game is. I've been asking for a single player focused Splatoon game since the beginning. So like, I just want to see that.
And that's a game that I wouldn't be surprised, Landon, I feel like whether or not that appears in a mainline direct, I wouldn't be surprised if it did. It makes sense to be there, but it's also a game that I fully expect to have an announcement for like a standalone direct as well to talk, do that full breakdown of we're doing a Splatoon Raiders focused direct to go over what makes this game unique and special and what separates it from the mainline series. I think we'll get a good dose of that. I'm very anxious as well to see what that game is. I have a lot of speculation and thoughts on what it could be, but I'm with you there. I don't think enough people are hyped at what that could be, given that the Splatoon single player has been more of kind of like a training type courses to get you prepared for the multiplayer. So I hear you.
Yeah, and even with like I just jumped into Fire Emblem for the first time last year with 3 houses, and I loved it. And I am like already turned around, so excited for Fortune's Weave.
Absolutely.
So just literally seeing some of that right now would be awesome. And
Totally.
it's looking like it's going to pull, be very similar to 3 houses. There's even like story tie-ins I've seen, and I'm like, yeah, let's learn about it. I feel like this is the time. And it's just weird because when they're really like conservative with their directs, their general directs, it's because of a reason. It's because it's like, there's nothing to show. They're going through something, whether it be like with COVID and they're just doing partner directs, or if they're transitioning consoles. But I'm like, man, this is a start year 2 of your new console. Like, it's kind of shocking that there's not like a big presentation in the first 3 months. I still don't think there's going to be one in March. We could be surprised, who knows? But I just, it's a little shocking to me.
I hear you. Good stuff. Eric, what are your thoughts on this, man? Do you think when do you expect us to get our first mainline direct of the year? Do you think we'll be waiting until June? Do you think we'll be getting something sooner? What are you hoping and expecting to see there? And what are your overall thoughts on this?
What I'm hoping versus what I'm expecting is probably about as far apart as you possibly can get. I want it now because I want to see what Nintendo has up their sleeve for the future. Just because I'm excited for it. And when I'm expecting it, at this point with Nintendo, like Landon said, this is just an odd year. I have no clue what they're doing. And it's both exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time. So this is just kind of toss the cards up in the air and play 52 card pickup, and we're going to get what we get. So,
all right. Let's see. Let's go with Thunder. Let's go with the Thunder Man. Thoughts on this? When are you expecting this? Do you think we'll be waiting until June? Do you think it's possible we'll get it sooner? What do you think Nintendo needs to have there to get everyone excited? And what are your kind of hopes or expectations for the first direct?
Okay, so to get everyone excited, everyone, for everyone, you would need Mario, 3D Mario or Zelda to get everyone excited. Possibly both, if you really want to get everyone excited. But again, look, hey man, there's no pleasing everyone. We know that. For how many decades have I been watching? I mean, E3, Nintendo Directs, PlayStation State of Plays, all of that. Nobody ever leaves completely happy. Like as a group, there's always people who are upset and think it's not a good grade or this or that. And so I don't think you're ever going to reach pleasing everyone. There was a year during the GameCube era, had a great E3. It was Wind Waker, Prime, and Sunshine.
Mm-hmm.
And this is when we hadn't had Metroid since Super Metroid, because Fusion wasn't out yet. That came out the same day as Prime. So we waited a very long time for Metroid. That's like as close probably as you're ever going to get to that. But even then, people were still upset with Wind Waker's art style. Because they hadn't played the game. They just judged the crap out of it as usual. And then Sunshine, people weren't sold on the mechanics. So it's like you had the big three there, but still people weren't satisfied. It's never enough. So that is my answer to that. You'll never reach that paradigm. Let's see. As far as when the Direct's going to be, Nintendo really likes to own the headlines. That keeps them relevant throughout the year. They're gonna own the headlines with the movie until they don't own the headlines, right? Because there will be a time where that falls off. How long that's going to be, we don't know. But there will be a point where it starts to fall. And that's a good time to remind everybody about Nintendo again and get back in the headlines. So it could be fluid. It really could be. As far as getting a Direct before, June, yeah, I think it's absolutely possible. Anything is possible. Nintendo can do whatever they want to do. Said this several times over the years. Nobody makes the rules for them. The shareholders sure as hell don't.
Yep.
They never will. I think Nintendo respects them, but they do not at all take orders from them in any way, shape, or form. We respect your opinion. We respect your thoughts, your passion for Nintendo. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us. But we're going to run our business the way we see fit, because that's what's always served us best. We know what's best for you more than you know what's best for you. That's how Nintendo operates. And they're, in my opinion, they're allowed to do that. And I sometimes wish more companies would do that, because then we'd probably get some cooler stuff. We'd see some more riskier things instead of listening to people who just pony up the cash, your shareholders. So, yeah, hey, dude, any time's possible. Obviously, we have what Nash Weedle said, and I do believe Nash Weedle has insights, certain insights. Kind of leave it at that, but his reputation hasn't changed with me at all. Again, things are fluid. They're always fluid. This is how things work behind the scenes. Again, I worked in management for 20 years. If everything I was told about, that didn't happen, that was like all the time. Only so many things actually happen.
Dude, monthly,
and you're best to keep your mouth shut always and keep it private, because things change all the time. And that's why you don't talk about it until you have to talk about it. That's why you have to go that way, because things do change. You don't want to start a fire when you don't have to. It's really important. Now, look, as far as the Direct as a whole, again, go back to what I always say. Focus on the controllables. You cannot control when the Direct's going to be. What you can control is a lot of other things, though. If you want to play more video games, you can. They're there for you. They're there for the taking. If you want to attack your backlog, you can. It's staring right at you. It always is. It never goes away. It's always there, man. It's omnipresent. So if you want to do that, you can do that. Or if you want to continue to put it off, you can do that too. It's up to you. Point is, there's plenty to do in the world of gaming. Doesn't even to mention other things you can do in life, like different hobbies. But there's plenty to do as far as entertainment goes. I think the best thing you do is not think about the Direct at all, because when it does get it, let me just say that's what I do outside of talking about it here. I don't think about it at all. And I can't. I'm so busy with games. Like, I literally cannot. As soon as I finish a game and review it, I have to jump to the next one immediately. I'm like literally playing the game as my video is exporting in Photoshop. Like, to make the most use of my time, I have to do this. So I don't even think about Directs. And it's like, what happens if a Direct gets announced and a bunch of games get announced to be coming out? It's like, I don't even know how I'm going to cover those, because I have so many. So I don't even like to think about it in that sense too. the best thing is to not think about it at all, because when it does get announced, it's so much more fun when you don't think about it all the time. It is such a nice surprise, like a genuine nice surprise to be like, oh my God, we're getting a direct, versus these people that just are chronically on the internet wondering when we're going to get the next direct.
Stash, I think part of the problem is that a lot of people these days don't like surprises. You know, I've talked about it on the podcast multiple times, how I love when games have lots of unlockable characters, unlockable courses. Getting Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the worst thing about that game to me was that it just starts you with all the characters. Obviously, you can unlock car parts and stuff like that, but that's what people like. Most people don't like to find all the hidden secrets. They just want everything everywhere all at once. So yes. I think people just don't like surprises anymore, which is weird to me, because I value that so much.
I love them.
And when I booted up Mario Tennis Fever, and I was like, oh wow, I only start with like a handful of characters and like 2 Fever rackets. Hell yes, game on. It's one of the reasons why I still have such a deep love for so many old retro games. Or, you know, I've talked about when I first joined the podcast, I used to always rave about Super Mario World. I used to talk about all the secret levels and how for years, even into like my early adult years, I was discovering things I had never seen before in that game. I love that. I really value that. Surprises are awesome. And I think leaving yourself vulnerable to be surprised with good things, not vulnerable with bad things. Yeah. Leaving yourself vulnerable to be surprised by the mediums that you love and really care about is a special thing. You guys should hold on to that, especially in an age where like leaks and spoilers are like so hard to avoid now with the internet and with social media.
You just gotta have some self-control, you know, like that's how you preserve it. Have some self-control. Don't click on it. Don't watch it. Don't pay attention. Don't think about it. Focus on the present. That way you can enjoy the future. This is how life works, you know? It's not that hard. It's really not, but I know people struggle with it. That's the reality of it. But there's just so much out there for you right now. You know, it's funny you mentioned the unlockables, though. Like with Mario Tennis, my cousin Jim texted me like 2 days ago. He's like, hey, I'm really thinking about getting WWE 2K. Which version should I get? And I'm like, well, are you asking which console to get it on? Or are you asking which version of the game to buy? Because there's like 4 versions. And he said both. And, you know, I give him the rundown. The performance for Switch 2. You know, it's performing good. If you want the best of the best, yes, PS5, obviously. It's going to have better textures and then this and that. We were going over what edition. And, you know, Jim and I, we grew up watching the Attitude Era of wrestling. We've been to WrestleMania together. We used to go to Hooters back in the day when they showed the pay-per-view wrestling for free. You know, as long as you go there and buy wings and drink beer. This was when I was a little bit younger, though, which made it even more fun when I was like 15, 16. Was not supposed to be there. But he said 150, you know, that's a lot for this Ultimate Edition, because I was telling him what it comes with. He's like, can't you just like unlock this stuff by playing the game? You know, enough? I'm doing challenges. I'm like, Jim, those days, man, those are long gone, my friend. I hate to break that to you, but the days of unlocking things and a lot of these games is gone. You got to buy packs now. Random elements. You got to buy packs of cards to hope you can get whatever it is you think you're going to unlock. But he was hoping that it was like back in the day with Revenge and No Mercy on 64, where you could, you know, play the game and unlock all the good stuff. And I'm glad Nintendo still does that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that. I'm glad that you could still, you know, I got Mario Tennis right over here. And it's like, I'm glad that I can still boot that up. And there's things for me to do, like unlocking characters and rackets. And I don't have to pay for it and be nickel and dimed for it after I already spent
absolutely
X amount of money on it. So that's kind of where I'm at with the direct. I don't think about it, and I think that serves me really well. So when it happens, it's a ton of fun, and I know that I'll be jumping right on with Nate, no matter what time it is here. No matter how early I got to get up, it feels like Christmas morning every time for a big, for a big direct. It doesn't have to be a general. It could be a third party one I was hyped for. But I get excited for directs, so it makes it fun.
Stash, before we go to Nate to get his thoughts on this direct situation, can I ask you, is there any like one or two specific things that maybe you are hoping to see at the direct that you would love to be there, or any surprises in particular?
Well, outside of the 3D Mario or something Zelda, I would really like to see what's going on with Dragon Quest 12.
Hell yeah.
Also think that could be a Dragon Quest Day thing, though. So I would like a nice surprise, something unique from maybe outside of Nintendo, from another developer like a Square Enix,
Right.
like a Chrono Trigger, something nuts like that would be really cool.
Hell yeah. All right. Let's go to Primal. So Primal, just a little refresher. A lot of people are feeling very anxious. When's the next mainline direct going to be? Are you in the camp? Do you think we'll be waiting until June before we get that direct? Do you think it's possible this is something that happens sooner? And I guess more importantly than the when is, what are your expectations or hopes for that? What do you think Nintendo needs to show or do to kind of change the narrative? I know you're a little bit different with the offering so far this year. So what do you think Nintendo needs to do to really kind of turn around the discussion for this year in this first direct?
Well, I don't expect a direct until June or later. They have games through May. If there is one before then, there is an investors meeting coming up, so maybe one a week after or a week before that is possible as well. Try to get investors hyped up, especially if there's going to be some big announcements like 3D Mario, because you come off Pokopia, which we have seen its effect with investors. You go from that into a 3D Mario announcement right after the movie, probably does some bonker numbers. That's just a back way to really, really please investors. And people talk about how, you got to please them. So maybe, or they can wait till June. Because Nintendo with their video game announcements, well, sometimes you can argue they're timed around the investor stuff. It's really only the September one that is. It just so happens that they do one every September usually, and that happens to line up around investor meeting time. I think it's just more of a coincidence than it is like they just planned for it to be that way. Like, no, September sounds like a good month to advertise your holiday stuff. And maybe tease one big thing for the next year, just to give people who are picking one up this holiday to know, hey, don't just get excited about now. You're going to be excited for next year too. Give you that extra confidence boost to buy a system. And even saying June, I would say, well, maybe not. If it wasn't for the fact that I do believe Nintendo's doing something for Zelda's 40th. And I think they will reveal that in June. And so if not for that, I would say they could even get away not doing June. They could literally do a Nintendo Treehouse in end of April, feature, Yoshi, and then toss in Fire Emblem, and there's your June game. Right? Like so there's just other ways they can go about this. They don't necessarily need directs in order to even announce games. Technically, they don't need directs. But that would mean that Nintendo's done with the direct format. And that's not the case. They're still using it all over the place. They're using it for third-party games. They're using it for indies, although they call them indie worlds now. They used to be called Nintendo Directs, the indie showcases. And then they changed it to Nindies, and then obviously now indie worlds. They're still using it for advertising individual games. So the thing about them still using the word direct and the way they're using directs now, because we are getting, I don't know if people paid attention. I started counting. We are getting a shitload more events called Direct than at any point in Nintendo's history the last year. We're getting a piss load of them. And Nintendo isn't stupid. The last General Direct they did was in September last year, and it was not very well received. And Nintendo saw that. They saw that since that Direct, their stock basically has been dipping until now. So Pokopia came out. So Nintendo's acutely aware of all of this. And Furukawa is a big numbers guy. So he knows, okay, Directs can hurt or help. Well, let's make sure a Direct helps. And maybe we're just going to change things up and we're just not going to do 3 big General Directs a year. We're going to stick to the holiday advertising one, which, I mean, maybe they stick to it or not. I have no idea. They might decide to do tree houses or something instead. But you look at the history, September is the safest month for a Direct. And then just do a big summer one where you tease not just the games for the rest of that year, but, you tease a little bit into the future because, yeah, we technically have a game in the future in Winds and Waves, but we just don't have anything by Nintendo yet for 2027. So, yeah, I think that there will be one in June. And I think Zelda's 40th will be part of that. That said, the reason I just don't expect anything anytime soon is just the lineup's already there now. Like before, it was always, well, they don't have anything switched to exclusive scheduled past March. Well, now they do. So now it's like, okay, they don't really have to do anything. They can focus on the movie, focus on trying to sell Yoshi, and then figure it out from there. But I think Nintendo has a plan. And I think part of the plan is, okay, if we're going to do less General Directs this year, which is what it feels like at this point, maybe they still do get 3 in, but feels like we're going to get less this year. Then it's time for the General Direct to be a General freaking Direct. And that means it is the showcase event of all Directs, which it hasn't really felt like in the Switch 2 generation. The showcase event of all Directs. So doing less of them, but having them be more jam-packed, I think is the way to go. And I think, narrative-wise, I actually think right now, narrative-wise, Nintendo's actually sitting pretty. I think Pokopia has done a lot to make people forget about pretty much a huge chunk of the negatives that people have been spewing now for months and months and months about Switch 2. Because it was one of these things we talked about this last year, that the number one way that people will stop being negative about Switch 2 is you just keep releasing games that are undeniable. The games make you forget about everything because the games are why we're here. Literally, the games are all that truly matter in the end. And you release banger games, people will stop focusing on the negatives. And even with this, I've seen people like, God, am I really going to drop $500 to get a $70 key card? And then people just go do it. And everyone that I've seen do it for Pokopia hasn't shown any online regrets at this point for doing it. That lets me know the reputation is slowly turning around just because they have a banger game right now. Even if it doesn't appeal to me, it's a banger game right now. 2.2 million worldwide, 1 million in Japan. I don't know if you guys have been to your local retailers. You might have noticed that, hey, those Switch 2 shelves, they don't look as full as they once did. Why? Pokopia. And now they're starting to get physical restocks. That's just going to help, again, sell more and more Switch 2s. So I'm obviously curious on the long tail for Pokopia, of course. That's the whole thing. We don't know if it's going to be evergreen and all that jazz. Maybe it just hits 5 million and it's done. Maybe it goes on. There's people saying it'll sell 30 million. I'm like, well, we'll see. Okay. Predicting more sales than Switch 2s exist. We'll see. We think it might be evergreen, and there could be future content updates planned that help that, but we don't know that right now. It's too early to tell. We're only 4 days of sales data in. That said, I am very, very, very anxious. I'm almost the opposite of Stash, right? Stash is very much a enjoy the moment, live in the moment, enjoy what we have now. Sure. I live in the moment and enjoy what I have now every day. Love it. Obviously, I love my life. I love who I am. But I also like to live in the moment while looking forward to the future. And maybe this is just because of the way I've ran my whole life. My whole life's always been about, enjoy the now, but have the goals in the future. So whether it's my weight loss goals and my surgery, right? That's like a now thing, a medical thing. Whether it's scheduling my next cruise 2 years out, go on with my lovely fiance. Everything in my life has to be planned, which means I have to constantly think about the future. I can't just focus on the now. Now, there's many days I do just focus on the now. I don't think about the future every single day, right? But I have to plan ahead. I have a family. I got 3 kids. Everything's got to be planned. I want time to do anything. I got a plan. I can't just decide on a whim. I'm going to do nothing but play video games right now. That's not how that works out. I even have to plan my video game time. So, since I'm someone that's got to be so forward-looking, that also means I got to be forward-looking with my games and my purchases and my budgets for the purchases. Games are expensive. They're not cheap. And for me to not know, I can just assume, Nintendo will have 3 holiday games I'm going to want. So I better save up, $250 so I have that covered plus tax, or if there's any deluxe editions or whatever. Cool. But then if those games don't come, well, then that budget could have went towards something else. So I got to think about these kind of things. I think a lot of people got to think about these kind of things, about budgets for games as gaming is getting more expensive than ever. And I don't even just mean the entry price. There's DLC, paid DLC. We have microtransactions. And while Nintendo doesn't go the microtransaction route as much, a lot of other companies do. Like, people talk about how GTA 6 might be a $100 game. I don't know if it will be, but I do know there'll be microtransactions in the multiplayer. I do know that. Hell, V-Bucks just went up in price. Virtual currency just went up in price. That's wild to me to think that inflation's hitting virtual currency. And it's because you're using real world money to buy it, and that money is not worth what it once was. So I'm in this situation where I really want a direct really, really bad. Like Eric said earlier, the want is now. Yesterday, last month. The want was in February. Give me the Zelda 40, a blowout. Give me everything else. Reveal 3D Mario. Get me super hyped. But that's obviously not what happened. So while I'm not panicking because I can enjoy the now and I enjoy some of the upcoming slate of games, especially from third parties, it's still one of those. Yeah, but I like to be excited about the future because, and maybe it's just as I get older now. But there's a lot of things that go into being excited about the future, because it makes when it arrives even that much more exciting. And it feels weird at the moment that there's not a major Nintendo game announced right now that I am super hyped about. It's been a while since there's been 0 Nintendo games I'm actually really, really hyped on in the upcoming slate. Fire Emblem's the closest, and I've seen to see more. So I have concerns too. What if it's not what I want it to be? And that we barely saw the game. So it looks exciting, but we barely saw it. What if the social aspects aren't what we hope to be? What if they're very pared back? What if they're more like Engage?
Oof. Don't say
and
that.
I like Engage because Engage is like old school Fire Emblem before all the social features.
Sure.
And that is fine. But Fire Emblem's evolved for the modern age. And if they're still doing that Engage thing, which they yanked off shelves a year later, literally, Nintendo never does that. A year later, Nintendo yanked it off. Yeah. They took it off shelves in January of 2024, never brought it back. Remember the speculation? Oh, maybe they're going to do Nintendo Selects. Nope. They just didn't bring it back on the store shelves. You can still buy it on the eShop. But they stopped making the physical version because it wasn't selling. So I'm hoping that was obviously a lesson that, hey, we're going to go with a more social style,
please,
which I think that's probably the route they go, especially with how well received and best selling the Three Houses was for them for Fire Emblem, for a Fire Emblem game. You can go look at the sales, you might go, this isn't impressive for a Nintendo game. I'm like, it's impressive for Fire Emblem. And that's something you can build on with Switch 2 and maybe get even more sales. So while I want to be really hyped for the game, I'm kind of tepid until I see more and I get it more locked in about what kind of Fire Emblem this is going to be. I love the setting. so far, and the visuals look amazing. But I need to see more. So barring that, there just isn't anything like I'm just really, really hyped for. And that feels weird because we said for all this time, especially in the content creation space, we just needed to get to Switch 2, right? 2024, it's kind of like remakes, remasters, and then your B tier, C tier games, your Echoes of Wisdom. That's really awesome. That ain't no Tears of the Kingdom, right? Your Mario and Luigi, really awesome to see it come back. Might be the worst in the series. Like, it's not, because the original developer is gone. So no surprise that there was actually a fallback on it where they're doing a new developer. Maybe the next one, if they do it again, will be better because that developer gets better and better at making them. So I'm willing to give it like more chances. I like the Mario and Luigi series, but it's just, one of the most hyped games that year was Thousand Year Door coming back. And it's like, okay. I mean, I'm glad it's coming back. A lot of people haven't played that game, but also it's not new. And it was a transition year. And I thought when we got the Switch 2, we'd be done with just feeling like a transition. And it kind of still feels like once we got past Bonanza, it's just a bunch of B and C tier games. Even Pokopia that's blowing up right now, it's a spin-off game by Koei Tecmo. You guys know when the last mainline Nintendo game came out? Like from the main line of the franchise?
Was it Wonder?
Wonder for Mario, yeah.
I don't know.
I guess Donkey Kong, if you count that as its own series, obviously, but a lot of people do count it as its own series. So I guess Bonanza. But even then, that's July. It's March heading on to April. We haven't had a mainline Nintendo game release outside of Donkey Kong. And Donkey Kong took 25 years to get to us. So, like, it's very weird to me to not have... And I guess you want to count new IPs like Dragon Drive, fine. But, like I would count ARMS from 2017. But we haven't had a game even on the level of ARMS. So it just feels really weird because I thought we were done with the B and C tier Nintendo stuff being the primary releases. And here we are. And we had Kirby Air Riders and Age of Imprisonment as our big exclusive holiday games. Now, some people are going to point out in the chat, well, what about Metroid Prime 4? Yes, that is mainline. Not an exclusive. I'm obviously talking about Switch 2 exclusives. Just like Legends EA. It's mainline, but it's not an exclusive. I'm looking at just the Switch 2. Forget cross-platform games. Just Switch 2 because exclusive sell platforms. That's what Nintendo told us. Exclusive sell platforms. Okay. Well, then I'm still waiting for the next mainline game after Donkey Kong. And what is it? Is it Yoshi? Is Yoshi considered mainline now? When it was a spinoff from Mario? Donkey Kong I'm counting because Donkey Kong technically existed before Mario. Mario could arguably be a spinoff off of Donkey Kong, but not going to go down that rabbit hole. So it's like Wind and Waves and Fire Emblem. Those are the two next mainline ones announced. It just feels very weird to me, is all. So in order to get excited with a direct, all they got to do is announce some mainline fucking games. It doesn't even have to be Mario. Just to mainline anything. Animal Crossing. I think that might be a little too much cozy this soon. Maybe spread that out a bit, but even Animal Crossing, right?
What about Nintendogs?
Sure.
All right.
Still kind of their B tier, but whatever. At least it's mainline to that franchise.
Open world Nintendogs. They take it to the next level.
There we go. Next level. Everything's open world. But you know what I mean? Just like mainline games. I love the spinoffs. I love the side series. Those are supposed to be what we play between mainline games. But we're not supposed to be waiting a whole year between mainline games. Right now, there's not a single mainline game that we know coming out before July. That's a whole year. That's crazy to me. We're on a new generation, and we just came off 2024 where the same thing happened and there was no mainline. We haven't had mainline since Mario Wonder until almost 2 years later with Donkey Kong. And now here we are in 2020. Switch 2 has arrived, Nintendo. Switch 2 is here. Now show us why we needed this damn thing to play your games. You're not showing it. Everything you've shown started on Switch 1. Show me why we bought this fucking thing for your games. Now, I'm not actually like buyer's remorse here. I love my Switch 2. I felt it on day one because of all the upgrades to Switch 1 games. That's not the point. My point is for hype levels to fix, quote unquote, fix things, you got to show mainline IPs that people are excited for. They don't have to be your 40-year-old franchises like Mario, although I think that obviously would work. Mario is just as, maybe even more popular today than ever. You just got to show the mainline stuff to get people excited. And it could even be a new IP. A mainline new IP is fine. Show a new Monolith Soft IP. Like, it's incredibly frustrating that there's a lot of people out there that don't give a shit about the spinoffs. And I think you're missing out when you don't give a shit. But I can also understand that the balance of Nintendo releases has not been good. It's spinoff after spinoff after spinoff. Hell, it's not even games made by Nintendo. Yoshi's not made by Nintendo. Pokopia is not made by Nintendo. Mario Tennis isn't made by Nintendo. By the way, Nintendo has yet to release a game this year that they actually made. Fucking wild. Oh, by the way, the last game Nintendo made was Metroid Prime 4. The last game they made internally for Switch 2 was what? Dragon Drive? Because the two exclusive holiday games last year were also made by third parties. Like, think about this for a little while and realize that Nintendo's internal teams have shown us jack shit for Switch 2. And that's fucking wild. Even Fire Emblem, that's a third party. Dustfloods, it's a third party. What the fuck are Nintendo's teams doing? Mario Kart, Donkey Kong, and Jack All. So, like, that's what I'm saying. The Direct needs to show what Nintendo has cooking. Good. Had to give the opposite perspective of Stash there. I went a little far there, but, I think I made my point.
Also, huge apologies to Prime's kids who are in bed for early day of school tomorrow.
No, they're still sleeping. They sleep through this shit every night. They're used to it.
Just in case.
I had to actually soundproof their floors in their room.
That's so funny. I just picture them like in a dead coma, and their eyes just shooting open as their dad's just screaming.
No.
Where are the games?
Where are the fucking games?
I just want to say, like, I see a lot of people. I've seen some comments already of people saying game development takes time, and I get that. And I get, especially in this day and age, like, I mean, Nintendo's making bigger, better, crazier games than ever. But then I'm also thinking at the point, like, I mean, we're talking about still a Mario game. We're talking about the next Mario Maker. It's been almost 7 years. The next Luigi's Mansion has been almost 7 years. Smash Bros. Almost 8 years. Next year. I'm like, what is the level? Like, what are we? I mean, are we now entering like an 8-9 year development cycle between major IPs from Nintendo? Like, are we getting 4 more 3D Marios before I'm gone? What is the development cycle period? And like, I mean, of course, if this 3D Mario comes out to be freaking Breath of the Wild levels of insane, sure. But I'm like, it's getting to the point where it's like, okay, what's too long? But,
right.
Yeah,
well,
it really got to me because I hadn't thought about this for a while. The fact that Nintendo's internal teams haven't done anything in 2026. I didn't even realize that until I went on that little rant. And I'm like, dude, and even the upcoming game I'm excited for, Fire Emblem, isn't made by internal Nintendo either. What the fuck is happening? Like, what is going on? And I know game development takes more time, but we literally weren't getting mainline games last year besides Mario Kart and Donkey Kong. And the year before, we didn't get any. So, like, I don't know. To me, it's just a little wild. And I think that's where some of the frustration comes from with some people is this was supposed to end with Switch 2. At least we hoped it would. It's Switch 2. It's a new gen. And it was a really exciting start. Mario Kart, whether you liked it or not, whatever. Here's Donkey Kong. Oh, it's great. 91. And now just nothing from their internal teams for nearly 6 months. With nothing announced, by the way. upcoming from their internal team. That's the crazy part. It's not just in 6 months. Like they've had plenty of periods. They've had 9-month periods where nothing internal from Nintendo released. It was all spinoffs or side stuff. But we at least knew about a big internal game. And we don't even know. We're guessing 3D Mario, maybe. We're guessing Luigi's Mansion 4, which would now count as internal because they own the studio. We're guessing, but we don't know, and that's wild.
Yeah, I think just knowing is very important. I mean, yeah, I mean, I was thinking about the fact, like, I think we talked about it on Twitter real quick for yesterday, but it was just like, yeah, of course, we're out of the Mario anniversary at the end of March. But I'm like, I mean, they could have just threw a bone and just said, hey, here's something to look forward to, and just gave us a tease or something. I mean, Pokemon did it. I mean, that's not coming out until 2027. So, I mean, like something for the anniversary, something to just tease. That could have been a good little excitement thing. Even if the Mario game isn't until 2027, just having a tease would have been just like, ooh, just like a little feel-good feeling. Having everybody talking about it again, everybody excited about something together. But, yeah, I agree.
Landon, I get the impression you would have even taken, like, even if they didn't show anything, but they said, oh, and by the way, I know a lot of people are anxious to see what's next for Mario's next big 3D adventure. We're not ready to show anything for a little while, but know that things are developing nicely. Like, even if it was a mention, I kind of feel like you'd probably be happy with that. Just an acknowledgement of its existence, or am I wrong? Are you wanting a little bit something more meaty?
I'm ready to see the thing. I'm ready to see it. Just like, even if it's just like, I remember they showed Odyssey, like Mario running for 2 seconds on the reveal of the Switch.
Right.
I'm like, something to be like, oh, what is that? Like, you know, they gave us a little tidbit, like with that Switch 1 reveal, there was like little tidbit of Splatoon 2, a little sneak peek at Mario, you know, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, getting something like just something to give us the, you know, even if it's just a screenshot, something with the developments, like you just said, maybe they just come out and say, hey, we're developing it. Here's like a little mock-up sketch or something in the game, something to just to get, you know, okay, let's give us some, you know, we can lay back and be excited about this thing. But yeah, just like, ooh.
Gotcha. You're ready.
I'm
All
ready.
right, Prime, before I share my thoughts on this, was your hopes / expectations just to see Nintendo, like first party Nintendo developed stuff, or do you have anything like specific that you're really hoping to see in this first main line?
Look, you know, I always want to see 3D Zelda teased, even though it's years away. But I mean, whether or not they decide to do that now or not, I don't know. Tradition says they will, but you know, traditions are made to be broken. You know, just anything first party. I mean, obviously Mario is the big one that I think a lot of people like to see just because 2017 since the last one. But as I said, it doesn't have to be that. Just anything that's mainline series made by first party, or if you guys want to call their own studios that they didn't found, second party, whatever. Just something like that. And this is not, I'm not trying to slight games made by their partners and all the side stuff. I mean, Pokopia is literally highest rated Pokemon game ever, right? Like, I'm not bitching about that game's existence. I'm so glad games like that exist. It's just, it should be in addition to big stuff from Nintendo. And I understand, like, they should reveal their games when they're ready, and I don't want them to rush reveals. Like, that's fine. I think the plan is weird. They released the Switch 2 at a weird time, and their plan for their cadence of games for it has also been equally weird.
Gotcha. All right.
It feels like a maybe a good way to put it is it feels like a complacent Nintendo. Which, by the way, the nice thing about the complacency is that does mean future years of Switch 2 are going to have a bunch of fucking bangers. So the longer we wait for them, the more the middle to back half, you know, maybe we're in a PlayStation situation now where it's more like the middle, the back half of the system is just loaded. And that could be true. But
this is why you enjoy the present. Stop worrying about the future. Serious.
I knew you were going to say that.
It's true. I was singing it the whole time. But it's true.
I know.
Yeah. One other thing I would tell everyone is practice having some faith. I've been playing Nintendo since the 80s. Have faith. They always deliver. May not be on your timeline, but that's how the world works. It's how God works. It's always been this way. You guys got to accept it. Life's a lot easier that way.
Absolutely.
True.
Well, I feel like this direct situation is it's tough because I feel like it's very multi-layered. On one hand, I think a lot of us were expecting Nintendo to follow what's been a pretty common pattern of having that early beginning of the year, whether it was January or February direct, that kind of sets the stage for 2026. We got the third-party showcase, which I think was great, just showing that the strength of third-party support on Switch 2. I think it was lacking that big one more thing at the end. And while I do think that not Fallout, but Bethesda in general blowout was really awesome to see. I think anytime you end a direct on a known quantity, and in the case of the Bethesda games, with excluding the Oblivion remake, which is fairly recent, it's older games. It's hard to get that hype in that excitement as opposed to a brand new announcement, something no one's played before that's either coming exclusively to Nintendo Switch or revealed first on Nintendo Switch.
Plus, two of those games were already previously announced for Switch 2.
Right. Sure. Yeah. So I think as great as the promise that direct guaranteed, a lot of people were used to something different and expecting something different. Now, I'm kind of I'm stuck on both sides because part of me is in the same boat of Stash where it's like, I'm not worried because I know it's coming. It's a matter of when, not if. It's coming. There's going to be, period, a big major mainline direct that lands this year that's going to show off a bunch of great Nintendo games and most likely show off what we might expect for this year's big holiday game, whether it's Mario, whether it's Zelda, whether it's the next Monolith game. I don't know what it is. We won't know till we see it. It's coming. So live in the moment. Enjoy your backlog. I'm with you. At the same time, I think that we're kind of missing that excitement hype that we've been used to for a while. Like Prime said, we usually have an idea of some big first party game that's coming. And while for me and for Prime, I do agree that Fire Emblem is that game. And maybe for Landon, now that he's gotten to play one, that's really shot up there for him. But for the majority of gamers, it's still a niche series, and a lot of people are waiting for something bigger, for something more. Also, I got to take into consideration this is a brand new gen. We're not even 12 months in. How does this look versus the first 12 months of other consoles when they release? How many consoles are you guys used to throughout the generations having a pretty lackluster first 12 months? I don't think this has been lackluster. I think we've gotten some really solid titles. And I think some people forget how barren console launches can be at times. I mean, there was only a few games with PS5. You don't hear people talk about how awful the PS5 launch was. When was the last time you heard someone talk about that? We didn't have that much first party stuff.
2021. People were talking about them. Like when Returnal,
I mean,
was like such a huge gap.
I personally don't remember it that well, but I might be wrong on that one. I'm just saying.
Well, the focus back then was like COVID and everything is sold out.
People were complaining a lot about games coming out on PS4 and PS5.
Well, there you go.
And it wasn't only for PS5, which was really weird again, because there's a great game waiting for you on PS5 that plays better, but you need it to be exclusive for some reason to feel better about it.
Well, I think it was being held back by PS4. I think was the feeling,
which is not true. Yeah.
Regardless, it doesn't even affect argument, because my argument is, if you take a look back at other console launches, the first 12 months, there's many barren months. There are many generations where people probably question, maybe I adopted too early. There's nothing crazy coming yet. Obviously, we've had exceptions to that. Switch 1 was definitely an exception to that. But I think the other part is that, this is something that's been mentioned here. I know Kiwi talks about it, and it makes a lot of sense. Nintendo's has a console that's 10 times more powerful than the Switch 1 now. And development's more expensive. It's a lot more work, and it takes a lot longer. The biggest games of last year for Switch 2, we know started on Switch 1. They were originally Switch 1 games. We have not had a major mainline true Switch 2 exclusive that started development on Switch 2. We haven't had that yet. That's coming. I think we're in for some really special releases, and I think we're going through just the growing pains of a brand new generation. I think some of the messaging has been a little bit odd.
Oh, that helps. Yeah.
And that's something that, like, I stand by since the announcement. I think some of the messaging has been a little bit odd, and I don't think it's done them any favors.
Oh, Devin, you run the show now here. Let's get some better messaging, please.
But the thing is that whether or not this is going to be in June or sooner, I have no idea, and I don't lean towards either. I know I feel like most people are leaning towards June right now based off of an old pattern from when? 2023? Is that when they did the
beginning? The E3 patterns. Ever since E3 ended, so they did the final digital presentation in 2020. Nintendo's only had like 2 of the last whatever amounts of Junes, like the last 4 or 5 Junes that I've done a general in.
Got it. So there is a little bit of a pattern with this. But the thing is, and I've said this a million times on this show, Nintendo's the king of curveballs. It doesn't even matter that there's past patterns, because Nintendo is faster than any other company in the industry will throw a pattern out at the drop of a dime for something new. So, yeah, maybe it is not till June. And maybe they're going to have a massive blowout to cover the whole second half of the year and teasing what's coming in 2027. Maybe that's the case. Maybe next week they're going to have a massive blowout. I have no idea. Sit back, enjoy the ride, and you know what? Enjoy speculation, because as a fan of Nintendo, as a fan of PlayStation, as a fan of gaming in general, that's part of the fun, talking about what we think we might see, or what we hope to see, or what we think the next Mario game. Don't let it be to a point where if your hopes and dreams aren't met, that it ruins it for you. You shouldn't let it do that. But part of the conversation of speculation is a lot of fun, at least for me. I enjoy it. When I think about what the dedicated 3D Zelda could look like on Switch 2, or play like, or mechanically be, or artistically go, the game doesn't have to be that. But it's fun to think about what could be possible, because oftentimes, and I think Stash mentioned that like, sometimes not giving us what we want is the better choice. Wind Waker, it's an art style that's timeless, holds up today, looks better. The art style holds up better than any Zelda art style, period. Fans didn't want that. Look at it though. Look at how beloved and revered that look is. I'm not talking about the sales at the time, but there's a lot of things, whether it's mechanics, that people didn't ask for. I'm sure a lot of people who were excited for what Zelda could be on Switch or on the Wii U weren't like, you know what I really want from Zelda is for them to get rid of dungeons, get rid of items, get rid of story. That's my hopes and dreams. They threw away half the staples of the series and people ate it up. If they had asked people like, oh, how do you feel about us just getting rid of all these core staples of the series? People would lose it. So sometimes you just got to let them do their thing. Let them cook. I'm sure good stuff is coming. If we get that first main line direct and there's really nothing to see, there's nothing to be excited about, and it does feel more like the single A or double A offerings, yeah, be worried because now it's like, okay, now we have reveals into 2027. We've got nothing big. What's going on here?
Imagine the direct, because we said, right, you usually have like two big announcements, one's at the beginning, one's at the end. And like, let's say the beginning, it's Fire Emblem. We're like, okay. And then they end it with Dust Bloods. And in between, it's just like Wind Waker HD is coming for the 40th anniversary. Oh, people are going to be so pissed. They're going to be like, we waited for a general direct this long, more than 6 months, 9 months, however long it's been. And our holiday game is Dust Bloods and Wind Waker. Yes.
Honestly, I think I'm definitely a victim of this. I think it's just we've been spoiled from the past.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Switch was a very spoiled gen because it's the first gen that combined everything together into one system. So we got a lot of games more consistently.
Even past that, though, I'm like, because I think the thing is with me, of course, it's the games. I mean, Nintendo, the games are what's so nostalgia, and we grew up with them. And it's a little bit beyond that for me, though. I think even part of the reason I made a channel was just for the hype moments from Nintendo. Like, I will always remember those, big events where, Miyamoto came out on stage with the sword for Twilight Princess and, those big, exciting things. Like, Nintendo knows that they build hype. Like, they are that company that can build hype and build memorable moments and nostalgia moments that you'll remember forever. And, I think that's just the one thing that the Switch 2 has been missing is those big hype moments, those big hype things that everybody's going to remember. Like, dude, do you remember them when they revealed this? And it just seems like they're kind of just, shadow drop here, Twitter direct thing here. And then just like, it's losing that.
I agree. I do agree. I mean, I think it's missing the excitement that we all love and that we're used to, but I don't think that means the excitement's not coming. I do fully believe the excitement's coming. I think we're at the start of a new generation. It's not the Switch one all over again. They had a dying console. They knew really fast this console was over. And so they went all guns blazing on Switch 2. Or sorry, on Switch 1. Yeah. And they weren't really in a position where they had to do that this time. And I'm sure they're going to take their time with development. We've gotten a taste of what they can do, and seeing a game like Resident Evil 9 look as beautiful and run as phenomenal as it does is a really good omen for what's to come from first-party Nintendo stuff, in my opinion. Because when I think about Nintendo hardware and what third-party titles usually look like compared to first-party, people are always like, dude, the Nintendo devs are wizards. What secret knowledge do they have that they're able to make their games look and perform so well on their content that third parties just can't recreate? So, their wizards can cook up something special. We'll just have to wait and see what that is. I'm anxious. I'm just as anxious as everyone else. It's coming. We don't know when. Let's hope for the best. Let's be optimistic. Hope for the best. It's less than 12 months. It's normally slow for most new consoles. Be worried if they do their first mainline direct on year 2 and there's nothing big. Then I'd be like, okay, that's odd. We're going to be going into 2027 with nothing huge or nothing exciting. I get it. But I'm not worried. As far as what I hope to see at this event, I've got 2 things. Obviously, there's so many things that I would really hope to see, Zelda included. But 2 things for this one in particular. 3D Mario for 2 reasons. One, I just really, really, really want the next 3D Mario so bad. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care what it is. I just know that I want it. I just know that I need it. So, and more importantly, I drafted it in Fantasy Critic. So for free, for $0. So if I could snag next mainline 3D Mario for $0 bid, I'm going to be a happy bird. My second hope for this is the revival of a dormant IP. And this is one I mention all the time on the podcast. I've said it 1,000 times now. I'm sure to nauseum for everyone watching. And that's Star Fox. Listen, Star Fox is a game that I really believe in on Switch 2. And when I say I really believe in it, I'm not talking the on-rails arcadey Star Fox 64 style. I'm talking reinvent the series like you did for Donkey Kong this gen. Reinvent the series like you did for Fire Emblem last gen. Reinvent it like you did for Zelda last gen. bring Star Fox into the modern age, whether it's a follow-up or a reboot of the adventure series that plays more like Ratchet and Clank, or whether it's more like that game, I forget what it's called, Chorus or Corvus, that came out. That's full-on space exploration with side quests and just like epic. I want epic space opera, space exploration that's story focused and character driven with these fantastic characters with side quests. Maybe you could dock in space stations, talk in space taverns, even like add some like Mass Effect level storytelling to it. I don't know. Do something to bring Star Fox back in the modern age in a way that's going to appeal to a wider array of gamers. Star Fox is brilliant. It's great characters. People love it. I just don't think in today's gaming age, it makes sense to charge full price for a short on-rails arcade shooter. I think it's time for Star Fox to grow up. And I think it's a series that greatly deserves it. So that's one of the things I'm really hoping for. Knock on wood.
Okay. Is that everyone then? We're good? I think. All right, let's get to our final topic then. Pokopia. It's a thing. It's out. I haven't played it. Don't plan to play it. Has zero appeal to me. However, I understand that it's got a lot of appeal to many others. Okay. It's made by the Dragon Quest Builders 2 team, which pumped out like an 85, 86 with that game. Jake Randall has been swearing by that game for years and trying to get everyone in the world to play it. He still thinks Dragon Quest Builders 2 is even better than Pokopia. That's how much he loves Dragon Quest Builders 2. And so while I tried out and bought Dragon Quest Builders 2 on his recommendation, just didn't like it, didn't enjoy it, which is fine. It's okay for these games not to be for me. But I understand the appeal of these kind of games in so much that there's a huge audience of people that are cozy gamers that love these kind of games, these kind of living in a world and creating connections to different characters and building things and having your own town and village. Like I get it from the perspective of the cozy gamer, but Landon is not one of those people. And yet he is sucked into the world of Pokopia right now. So I'm going to throw it to him because we have two people here who have played it, Landon and Gamebird. Gamebird's too busy chowing down In and Out, again, making me jealous of shit I can't eat. So, Nintendo Land, what are your thoughts on Pokopia?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it not too long. It's already 1 a.m. almost for me, so I gotta hurry up and get to bed.
Yeah, I figured I'd get to you first because you could also
get this. There's a lot to talk about though, but I'll try to keep it a little brief. So yeah, like I said previously, I'm not a big fan of Pokemon. I didn't even start until like Sword and Shield. So that's like my first kind of entry into it. Not even a big life sim person. Animal Crossing New Horizons, I just couldn't get into it. I tried it, I put them in like 15, 20 hours and I think I rolled the credits and just stopped. I hated the fact that I had to keep coming back every day and keeping track of like turnips and stuff or they'd go bad. It just felt like it was a job more than a game. But dude, yeah, I got FOMO. I feel like everybody was just posting stuff and I was like, okay, I'll give it a try. I went to go get the game physical key card, but sold out everywhere, like literally everywhere, 100-mile radius. I was like, fine, I'll just get digital. And I played it all night, all the way until like 5 a.m. And dude, yeah, it sucked me in so much. One of my biggest issues with Pokemon, I've never been a big fan of the battle system with Pokemon games. But I was really, really hooked on like completing a dex. And I thought that was the coolest aspect of it. And this game just kind of like, it's that without the battles, without, the actual catching Pokemon, you're just finding them. You're exploring this giant world, finding them, building them, civilizations. And it's like, I don't know why it really, really stuck with me. The way I can compare it, some reviewers did, is like it's almost like Legos. You get like these like little instructions of what type of environments to build. It'll be like put this sandbag beside this bench and a Hitmonchan will come. And it's stuff like that. And it's so addicting to try to find all the pieces, build these little Lego sets and watch these Pokemon appear. And like it's just there's so much on top of that. There's an actual story, unlike what Animal Crossing gave, that I like a lot because it's kind of like Splatoon's lore, where it's a post-apocalyptic world and humans are gone, and it actually has me engaged to see what happened, like where do they go and all that. So you got this really good story. You got this awesome exploration aspect where there's like this giant open world that's separated into different regions. And the whole time I'm thinking like, there's like a million things I could be doing right now. Like I could choose to stop completely with the story and just build this town, or I can choose to just go into this mountain. And there's some sections you can walk for hours just deep underground and find like there's actual stuff to find and like lore, little implications, little notebooks left back by past humans and stuff that kind of tie into the story. And I just find myself like, immediately just soaking in hours. So much of this game is so much to do. It was one of those games too that just came out of nowhere. I didn't have any expectation to play this game. I have a huge backlog of like 50 games I need to get to, and then it just came up and just ruined everything for me, but in a good way. So this was definitely a surprise for me. And I will say, with everything that I've played so far, this is the second Nintendo Switch 2 game that I think is completely worth it. I don't think it's going to connect with everybody. Like you said, Nate, if you just don't like that type of stuff, you don't like it. Like I didn't like Animal Crossing. I recognize it was a huge game, perfect timing for that game to come out as well. It just wasn't for me. And I feel like this kind of takes the worry that I had with Animal Crossing, where you don't have to make sure you come back every single day or your turnips will go bad, or make sure you talk to villagers every day. Like you could take it at your own speed. You can spend an entire week if you want, just ignoring the story, going exploring and stuff. And yeah, I love everything I've been playing so far. I'm really excited to see the ending, and it's been great.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I'd say the one thing that has a smidge of appeal to me is story, because story is universal across games. And the more I hear about the story, the more it's like, okay, I kind of am intrigued for the story. The problem is I don't like any of the gameplay around it. So it's like, am I going to make myself suffer just to experience the Pokemon story I've always wanted? I don't know. Now, I mean, apparently you could slam through the story, I guess. Apparently some people said you could actually slam through it quickly if you want. But I'm like, I could also just watch it for free on YouTube. I don't actually enjoy playing.
I wouldn't recommend. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it then, because like you could slam through the story, but I can definitely feel like the main appeal is after, the post game of just taking hundreds of hours to just build each area out and flesh it out to your own liking, like build houses and stuff. And if that's not your thing, you probably won't want to waste your time.
I swear, Nintendo. I did say I'd play the game if Nintendo sent me a copy. I swear, if you guys send me the copy, I play it and I get hooked.
You might.
I'm not going to know who I am anymore. I will literally forget who I am.
I would add. I will add too. I think like as far as like when you mentioned like watching the story online, I feel like just from my experience with the game so far, I'm Landon. Maybe you agree, maybe you disagree. I feel like the way the story is delivered in this game lends itself to actually playing it. Whereas I feel like if you're just reading up on it or just like watching about it, I feel like the impact is going to be much lesser, if there's any even at all. That's just like my impressions from playing it, because I feel like part of like being in this world and immersing yourself in this world is what makes the mystery so intriguing.
Yeah, I thought I had 100%, because I thought I had, off the bat, I was like, I know what's going to be the story. It's simple enough. And then I came across one note deep in the caverns, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's not what I was thinking was going on. I was like, that changes a lot. Like, if this is what's going on, that's crazy. There's so much little lore drops and there's even like little Easter eggs to past games. I don't even know them, because like I said, I started Sword and Shield, so I'm not catching everything, but I'm like, there's some cool stuff here for fans and non-fans alike. But yeah. But yeah, it's my bedtime, so I'm heading out.
Later, man.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Wait, quick plug. Plug.
Nintendo Land, Twitter, YouTube. Probably do some Pokemon Pokopia stuff. I did a video today, and maybe just kind of my journey and since it's one of the first Pokemon games I've ever covered on the channel. So yeah, we're talking about that and ready for that next direct.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm looking to the future. So.
much to Stash's chagrin. We're all like, next direct, let's go.
I'm enjoying the present. I'm enjoying the present too.
Oh,
Doing a little
I
bit
know.
I'm over here. No, fuck the present. All right, man. See you later, Landon.
See you guys. Thanks for having me.
Yo, man.
That's why I like this show, though. We have multiple perspectives. It's fun.
Yeah.
It'd be boring if we all just agreed. So. All right,
Fuck
so
you.
Birdman.
I disagree. It'd be great if we all agreed. Wait.
Fuck you. All right. Game Bird. Now you're the only resident Pokopia player here.
Yeah, I've got some thoughts, man. And listen, we've heard people say tonight, I'm not really a fan of these games. I don't like cozy games. I'm not into like the sim life games. Landon was that until Pokopia. Nate is that. I used to label myself that too. Pokopia didn't change that, but I didn't become a cozy or sim life game because a lot of the biggest and most beloved cozy life sim games have not hooked me. And I've tried. Animal Crossing, never got into. I've played whether it was the GameCube, the DS, or the Switch version. Could not get its hooks in me. I did not enjoy it. I just didn't have fun with it. Stardew Valley, huge. I tried multiple times, just didn't resonate with me. The first time one of these games connected with me was Dragon Quest Builders 2. And it's because it added an element that's missing from all those previous cozy life sim games. And that was RPG elements. There's RPG elements for one of my favorite genres of all time. And there was combat. Getting combat in Dragon Quest Builders is awesome. Then another game came along just last year. Fantasy Life. The new Fantasy Life. And then that became my favorite. Again, the RPG mechanics. So when Pokopia was announced, I knew I was going to get it because I have a family and I have a kid who loves those games. He's obsessed with Minecraft. It was one of the first things I did was showed up like, hey, bud, check out this trailer for this game. I think you're going to go nuts for. He already likes Pokemon. And of course, he was super, super into it. Could not wait for it to come out. I already knew I was there. The sell for me was Pokemon because I've always loved Pokemon since I was a kid. But again, I used to be anti-cozy games, anti-sim life games. And even though I liked a couple, I didn't like them enough to consider myself super into cozy life sim games. So I'm in a weird place right now. I call myself cozy curious is what I'll call it. I'm cozy curious. And so I jumped into Pokopia. And I'll say this. I'll start with a con first. And I wrote down some cons. There's way more pluses than cons. Way, way, way more pluses. I think I only have 3 cons written down. And I'll open with it. The first con is that the beginning of this game is very slow. There's a lot of exposition. Your first hour, it's a lot of exposition. It's a lot of really just introducing you to the game and teaching you the mechanics and the point of the game very slowly. So I was a little bit concerned when I first booted it up. I was like, I don't know. I feel like this is going to land in that Animal Crossing territory for me. That being said, if you let this game like cook and you give it a chance, it really opens up to something very, very special. I think part of it is if you're a Pokemon fan, there's a lot of love to love here. The core mechanic of this game is creating habitats, and habitats could be all sorts of things. It could be, a square of 4 bushes, or it could be 4 bushes next to a tree, or 4 bushes next to water, or it could be even items like a wheelbarrow next to a bench, next to a bush. Could be a habitat. And you're creating habitats with the chance for a certain Pokemon that lives or is attracted to that type of habitat to show up. So there's a really fun catch 'em all mechanic. No evolutions, with I believe 300 Pokemon in the game. So it's you creating all these unique habitats in the different lands. Each land has different habitats that you can create in hopes to kind of catch them all. With that comes abilities that you learn as Ditto. You play as Ditto as the main character that you're able to adapt to. You get Scyther's hand blades to chop crops and grass and harvest. You get Hitmonchan's punch abilities to break blocks and do terraforming. You get Squirtle's water gun to water plants, and there's a bunch of others. I haven't even unlocked all of the abilities for Ditto yet. I think I still have 3 or 4 that I need to unlock still. But you feel some sort of a character progression in this game that's really, really nice. Not to mention that every Pokemon kind of serves its purpose. There's like typings for like certain Pokemon are builder types that will aid in building your structures, your houses and huts, and rebuilding Pokemarts throughout the world. You have some that are they're called litterers, and like, for example, you'll have a Pokemon who will drop honey occasionally for you to gather. And then there's a Pokemon that, like, if you give them 3 honey, they give you a decoration, and they'll have a list of decorations daily. Charmander has the ability to light things on fire. So if you bring him with you, if you have him follow you and you take him near like torches or stuff like that, he'll light the torches or light the candles. Sometimes needed to create new habitats for Pokemon who need, certain things to be on fire for their habitat. Electric Pokemon can help you light up things that no longer have power. So everything kind of serves a purpose, and the Pokemon have a lot of personality in this. They hang out, they have conversations with speech bubbles that are really comical and charming. So it has all the cutesy stuff that you'd want from a Stardew Valley or a Dragon Quest Builders or an Animal Crossing, but with the Pokemon and the fun habitat system. The art style looks great. I'll say that. Like, it looks better than the modern Pokemon games. Looks better than Scarlet and Violet. Looks better than Sword and Shield. So that's a huge plus. The story is really interesting. Like Landon said, it sets up this world where you wake up and you have no idea what's happened. All the humans are gone. A lot of people don't mention the Pokemon are gone too. And part of creating the habitats is bringing Pokemon back to this world because they're all gone as well. And I'm not too deep. I'm only on in the second zone, or one of the second zones right now. But you find journals that are really fascinating that do lore building. I found journals about people talking about their initiation into Team Rocket and like why, or it'll say in the note Team R, like it doesn't specifically mention Team Rocket, but like what that was like joining, why they joined Team Rocket, their feelings about that, like outsiders' perspective of Team Rocket. A lot of really cool stuff that you don't really get too much of in the mainline games, at least written in a way that feels a little bit more interesting and world building. I found a very interesting journal. Just to I don't know how heavy the story's going to get. I don't know if the humans are dead, if it's that kind of post-apocalyptic world, or if they just had to evacuate or what. But without spoiling anything, I found a note where it's someone's journal entry, and they're talking about how they're depositing their Pokemon into a PC and how sad they are, and that they hope that there's a chance that they'll ever see their Pokemon again, and that they wish they had time to explain why they have to evacuate. And it sounds like this horrible, catastrophic event is coming. Almost like think of the side quest of Majora's Mask, where I think there's a mom who's putting her child to sleep as like the moon's about to crash into the earth, and like
pretty
kind of
cool.
saying their goodbyes. It's really neat. So I don't know how deep, dark, or heavy it gets, but it's definitely more intriguing than any setup, at least, we've had in some of the modern games. The music's phenomenal in this game. It's got all the classic tunes that you love and remember, remix, some with piano, some with just really beautiful, think your serene kind of cozy life games with those iconic Pokemon tunes. You can find CDs as well of iconic Pokemon music that you can play if you have a CD player. I don't have a CD player yet, but I have a whole storage just filled with discs of
That's cool.
Pokemon tracks. Super cool. And they'll even do sound effects like the evolution sound effect, that dun 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 dun. It does that when your character's learning a new ability, like a new mutation. It's really cool. Let's see what else. Special abilities, infinite play value, I could say right out the gate. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I've been addicted. You can do like your kind of blueprint house building, kind of like you get in Animal Crossing, where it's like, you know, you buy a certain type of house, you lay down the blueprints, and it gets built up over time. Or you could Minecraft it, or Dragon Quest Builders it, and build these really unbelievable structures in the game. And what's really cool in this game, I'm so happy they added this feature, and I can't wait to experiment with it, is they've added mouse controls for the building mechanic. So you can Minecraft essentially with a mouse in this game and build complex structures. I think that's awesome. I'm so happy to see that here. I can't wait to play around with it. Let's see. They've already have an event going on right now with like 3 exclusive Pokemon to the event, with new crafting items and new habitats that you can create. And this is really a game that I feel like we could continue to see these free little temporary updates, the seasonal updates, as well as I hope this game grows. I would love to see DLC come to this. Yeah, guys, it's just really, really addicting. And I know the Pokemon side, the catch 'em all side is a part of it for me, because I've not yet been sold on this genre of gaming. And I do feel like Pokemon was kind of that welcome that I needed to get me in. But it's truly been a lot of fun. And even, you know, me highlighting some of these things, the game is much deeper than anything I've articulated here today. And I think if you're willing to get past that slow, maybe 1 or 2 hours of startup, if you like Pokemon and you're in the realm that I'm at, where you're cozy curious, I feel like you should give this one a shot, because I think this game, in my opinion, blows Animal Crossing out of the water. Maybe Animal Crossing fans will hate that or think that's blasphemy, but I really think that this game offers so much more than Animal Crossing. So much more options, multiple regions to visit and build up. And like Landon said, you don't have to worry about weeds, and you don't have to worry about paying off your mortgage or paying off debt. It's filled with side quests. Not only do you have daily side quests, but certain Pokemon will run up to you and be like, "Hey, Ditto," or your name that you named your character, and they'll have like a side quest for you randomly. Really, really cool stuff. But there are a few things that I wish were a little bit different, or I think would make this game even better at the very least. And it's one thing that I think Dragon Quest Builders and Fantasy Life has as an edge over this one, and that's the lack of combat. This is a game that I wish had combat. And I understand humans are gone in the narrative, but even if they incorporated something like feral Pokemon show up, Dragon Quest Builders 2 has a thing where like certain nights, enemies and like a world boss might show up and attack your town, and you have to kind of hold, almost like tower defense. You almost like hold them off. You're fighting with all the villagers that you've accumulated as you've been building up your town. Something like that would be so fun. And if you could equip Ditto with like a fire move and a grass move and certain things to battle in this game. In this game, you get to build up Pokemon centers. And I've seen screenshots. I haven't come across this in the game, but it looks like you're even able to rebuild Pokemarts. So like, to me, the thought of like, man, if they had added the ability to rebuild a gym, reintroduce gyms into the world, even if you're just battling with the Pokemon who show up in your village, I think adding combat to this game at some interesting capacity would have served this game well. Let's see. And then my only other negative, so 3 negatives: slow start, no combat. The last one is I wish this game had more multiplayer options. I think it's great that you could create a server island essentially, or a server world essentially, and go on with up to 3 friends and have a world that you build up with your friends. Love that. I think it's amazing. Unfortunately, when you're playing through the story in the main game, you can invite another player into your world. And I tested this out with Colin, by the way. But it's as a spectator. So you can go to their world, but you cannot interact with anything. You can't even use your moves. Even like, it's not even that your moves don't do anything to the crops or to the blocks. You can't use them. It's X'd out. You can't do anything. You could only walk around and look. So I do feel like that's a missed opportunity. I feel like getting to experience this story with a friend and build up this world together would have been a huge plus for the game. Maybe it's something they add in an update down the road if people are clamoring for it. But that being said, I'm loving this game. I've sunk, I don't know how many hours. If I had to guess, I'd say at least 15, maybe more, maybe like 18, maybe 20 even. And I'm not done with it. So I think that says a lot for someone who's not generally, the target audience for this. It helps being a Pokemon fan. It helps that I'm curious about the genre. I don't think this is going to win over anyone who hates this type of game, but I think if you're interested and you're open to it, I think there's a lot to love here. And I think, like me, you'll be really pleasantly surprised as you get deeper. And one tip of advice for anyone who's just picking up this game or plans to pick it up this weekend, you could get stuck in that first zone for probably 100 hours. Because I was like, I'm not leaving this place until I've made this like my dream place, and I've found every Pokemon here and found all the secrets, because there's a lot of secrets. I found a hidden underground area that requires ancient relics to unlock the purpose of it. Cool stuff like that. The problem is you barely have any tools. You think you have all the tools of like an Animal Crossing in the first zone. Go to the next zone. Your tools and your abilities and the things that you're capable of doing grow exponentially. And from what I understand, that happens as you reach each new zone. So don't trap yourself in that first area as a completionist, because I could see myself getting stuck there for 50 hours and then moving on and be like, holy crap, why did I stay there? I'm burnt out. Forget this. But yeah. I listen, I recommend it. Bottom line, this is a great game. I hope Game Freak is watching. I hope this is kind of a call for them to be like, hey, like, third parties doing Pokemon better than we're doing Pokemon. Let's step it up. Let's kick some butt with this next one. And maybe they're planning on it. This is going to be the longest development time, getting this next game in 2027. I hope they're watching. But yeah, those are my thoughts.
Interesting. Good insight, dude.
Yeah.
Interesting. I swear, nope, I'm not buying this game. Sorry, the temptation popped up for a moment while he was talking. But it's also not financially in the cards regardless. So it's pretty easy for me to not give it the temptation when it's like, well, I don't have the finances to buy this thing right now anyways.
I'd be worried recommending it to you for two reasons. One, you don't like cozy games. This game does share a lot in common with DQ Builders, and you didn't like that one. And second, you're not a big Pokemon game. So it's like kind of like it might be a 3 strikes you're out situation for you. Not big Pokemon, not a Builders fan, and not really a Cozy Life fan. But I don't know. Colin doesn't like cozy games at all. He picked it up. He was feeling the FOMO. I saw him playing like all night. He was online all night. I was like, dude played for like 10 hours straight. So I don't know. Maybe there's something special about this one that's just grabbing people.
Yeah, I think maybe so. Multiplayer wise, can you visit each other's like towns
as a spectator?
Yeah. See, one thing I because the one thing that could get me potentially to consider would be the reason I play Animal Crossing. Me and Yulia play it together. And so you can like go to people's towns, and yeah, you don't live there per se, but you can do things there, and it stays as part of it. So like being the spectator, like can't really do anything, and is in like their own instance of your town. So like whatever they do is like reverted when they leave. It's like That sucks.
Yeah, the plus side of the multiplayer on this one is you can create like a server world essentially for you and your friends. And I believe, I haven't done it, I believe you or your friends can enter that world and expand on it and build up on it at any time. You don't need if I recall, you don't need the creator of the world to do it. There'll just be like a world password or something like that, I think.
Yeah. I read about that. I gotta get some more information on it, because the only thing I've seen come out from people talking about that dream thing or whatever is that if you bring your Pokemon there, you lose them. They don't come back with you. And that would suck, especially if they're not, if you go back to the world and they're no longer around. Might be an oversight. I don't know if that was an intended mechanic, because that feels not good to like just lose Pokemon because you wanted to play with friends together. That said, I don't know much about the dream thing. I think that would be the one instance where Yuli and I could play together, but also it feels weird because when you're playing by yourself, you're not, I mean, I know you can go there anyways, but you know, I don't know. The spectator mode just feels weird. It just feels like it should just be, no, just straight up let people in. And then when they leave, give the main player the option, I guess, if they don't like what the spectator did, to revert. Just have like a save state. But if you like what they did because they were helping you do things, even if you can't progress the story, they were helping you build habitats, helping you clear things out. Cool. That should just all be there. Feels weird. Like I just feel like it should be like it should be more like Animal Crossing with that aspect of it. But
I agree.
So recently didn't have Animal Crossing. Now has the multiplayer where people can come together and do a thing at a separate area. So I'm glad it has that. I guess I gotta get some more information on that, because that is the one thing where if Yulia really enjoys it, then she's gonna want me to play. Like, guys, why do I play Fortnite? Because Yulia likes Fortnite. It's not because I choose to play Fortnite. But I do have fun playing with her. And if it's one of those games that, like Animal Crossing, that we can just get sucked into and like relax at the end of the day playing together. But then you started describing how it's like a spectator mode and it's like this. I'm like, well, that's lame.
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
That's really lame. Actually,
that's why I say like one of the pros. I mean, it's kind of a wishful thinking pro, I guess, because you know, I imagine like it feels like there's room for this game to grow. The game's massive. It is packed with content. Do not get me wrong, but it feels like a game like Splatoon or Animal Crossing, where it's like, man, I want to be seeing these updates throughout the year. But not only that, I'd like to see some DLC where they really expand the mechanics and what you can do in this game. Multiplayer is no exception. You're right, Prime. Like, that's something I noticed right away. Me just being stuck as a spectator visiting Colin's world was a bummer. I want to be able to interact with his world, interact with his Pokemon. And yeah, I think they need to add that. I hope they do in time. And I don't know. It's I will say this. Animal Crossing has got some I feel like I feel like Pokopia kind of set a bar. I feel like Animal Crossing, whatever's next for the series, is going to need to crush, because I do feel like people are going to be cross-examining it with this game and how much this game has to offer. People are going to be making comparisons, and this game offers a lot,
especially if there's regular content updates coming.
Yep,
which we don't know.
Like
yet.
I've found, you know, I don't want to spoil anything, but like iconic trainers from Kanto, like I've found their outfits. Like you discover outfits hidden in the world, you know.
That's also
gym leaders.
I mean, I know they're dead, but
right. But it's really cool stuff. And I will add a speculation. I have a feeling when all is said and done, we already have like these like larger than life mascot characters from Pokemon that have just like transcended other Pokemon in popularity. Pikachu, obviously the face of the series. Eevee is a huge fan favorite. Another one that comes to mind is Gengar. Like, there's Gengar stuff everywhere. People love Gengar. I feel like after like all said and done with this game, that Ditto is going to be a new one of those new iconic Pokemon characters that you're just going to start seeing more in like marketing, and whether it's plushies or shirts or whatever it is. I have a feeling that this character is about to explode in popularity, like a Pikachu or an Eevee.
All right. Well, let's get to our little super chat / Q&A session, guys. You guys can still get your questions in right now. There's still time. If you want to super chat them in on any of our channels. Demonic Brawler did his rounds here, gifting people memberships. Thank you so much, Demonic Brawler.
Thank you.
We always appreciate the support. Joey Pitts. Convince me on budget to get Pokopia FOMO getting me. Are you trying to convince you to buy it or convince you to not buy it?
Joey was asking me to review it.
Okay. So he's like he's obviously on the fence. So he wants to be convinced to buy it, basically.
Yeah. I told him like I don't have time to fit it in right now. I wish I could. I just don't.
Well,
but Bird just gave a really good explanation.
Yeah,
honestly.
the Game Bird just sell you on it because that might have been what you needed. Or it's what you needed to not buy it.
Story sounds awesome.
Yeah. Wait to man. When we'll see the last Switch 1 game? Well, if you just mean in general, it's going to be a while. Third parties and indies are going to be supporting this thing for years. There's no reason not to, as long as they're getting sales on it, right? For if you just mean Nintendo, I think they're done this year. Could be wrong, but I think this is the last year where they make games for Switch 1. And that includes cross-gen. Like I don't think I said going in, I didn't think we'd see a lot of cross-gen games, and we honestly haven't. It was what? Pokemon and Metroid. By the way, both of those games announced before Switch 2 was even revealed. So it's like they haven't really been doing the cross-gen thing. So yeah, you have Tamagotchi Life, you have Rhythm Heaven, and I don't know if there's anything else really coming from Nintendo for Switch 1. I think at some point they flipped the switch and said we're all in on Switch 2, which again, if you listen to Nintendo, they have repeatedly said they believe exclusive games sell systems. Well, doing cross-gen would be the opposite of Nintendo's strategy that exclusive sell systems, because then it's not exclusive. You don't have to buy Switch 2 for it. And again, this is one of the criticisms that PlayStation's had for years. I think the difference for Sony is they're not reliant on their first party to sell their system. They never have been. Going all the way back to PS1. It's always been third parties. So, yeah. So, like, for Sony's like first party games to be cross-gen, I don't think it actually was as big a deal or as detrimental to sales because they're not as reliant on those exclusives to push units. You know, Call of Duty comes out, it's pushing units. Madden comes out, it's pushing units. I mean, they have GTA is going to be the biggest selling thing for PlayStation ever, and that's not their game. Third party, and it's going to be on Xbox Day 1. So, yeah, it's one of those things where there's just different reasons that the systems are successful, and Nintendo truly believes in the exclusive strategy, even though they are seemingly giving third parties room to breathe. That's the one thing you can say is, hey, we're trying to let third parties shine a bit more. Cool. Also, your sales bump happened when Pokopia came out, not when Resident Evil came out. So people are still basically buying the system for your games. And Nintendo knows that, so they're very aware. So I kind of think because they're aware of that, this was kind of it. This was going to be like a roughly a year and change transition period for them. And then they move on and they get all their games out on Switch 2 because you got to remember, things are going swimmingly for Nintendo. They projected 19 million this fiscal year. Is there anyone who thinks they're not hitting that? And by the time we get to next year, they should be north of 30 million. So that install base is already up there with the N64 and the rest. They're going to be all in on pumping the games out for Switch 2 so they can keep pushing those sales even higher. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And I hope Furukawa was right. He was hoping that it was a really weird hope he did about keeping the price down. He said, because RAM prices are going up. If you guys go back and read what he said, he said that one of the things we hope is that as mass production continues, the other parts get cheaper to make up for the RAM getting more expensive. I found that really fascinating, as Nintendo made like 20 million in a year. They're already in mass production. I don't like, how much more can you make in a year? I guess they topped out with Switch 1 at like 28 million in COVID, but a lot of that was like back stock, that they had sitting there from years prior. Like Switch Lights were barely selling and they sold out in 2020. So it's interesting to me. But who knows? Maybe they're hoping that the demand, and by the way, for the economy of scale to make up for the RAM prices, the demand has to go up. It has to get to the point that it's actually a little more difficult to buy a Switch 2 because the demand is just so high. And we're not there yet. The demand is good. It's solid. Pokopia is a great way to reinvigorate that demand. Now they just got to keep it going. And we'll see. I think Pokopia can carry for a little while. I think it's going to be a nice little boost for the next few months. So yeah, last Switch 1 game. Anyone else disagree that it's going to be this year from Nintendo?
No, I think this year makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think third party and indie, it's almost impossible to predict.
Yeah,
but
yeah, sounds about right.
All right, Demonic Brawler. Okay, everybody, we got to will them into existence. Come on, EA, stop sitting on the goods. Why leave money on the table? The future is from the past. Bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, and NHL hits.
Hell yeah!
He wanted to put a little preamble to this time, a little more oomph into it. Come on, now's the time.
A little bit more will.
Now's the time. Bring it back. I love it. I love the energy that he put into it this week. A little extra oomph. Roller, I agree, Gaybird. Make them free with NSO membership. Yeah, the Switch 2 edition. It's just like they did it with Zelda. It's like, do it with all of them.
Yeah.
That'd be such a good value add and could potentially increase your subs. I don't know. It just feels like a no way. And you'd still get some sales because not everyone's NSO. So you'd still would get sales.
Mm-hmm.
And you get people that just like want to buy it because we want to own it, not rent it from NSO. Okay, fine.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think it really hurts anything, but I don't know. These are high level decisions when Nintendo makes this stuff, and we'll never know all the reasons they go one way or another. I want the Legend of Zelda related to play for the 40th. Something Legend of Zelda related. Yeah, I mean, I guarantee there'll be something. It'll probably be an old game, but they'll have something up their sleeve. I mean, I guess it could be another spinoff. Can't rule that out. Just won't be a Warriors game. Like we had Cadence of Hyrule. So like, you never know. Maybe finally get the Dungeon Maker game. Yeah, could be something. Could be something cooking that we don't know about.
I feel like there is. I really feel like there is something Zelda landing this year that goes beyond Twilight Princess or Wind Waker remaster. And I think Prime, you've talked about this, and what do I know? But I do agree that like Aonuma chooses words carefully when he talks about Zelda, and it's so interesting. I believe you made a video about this, or you at least mentioned it, when he was saying that he was hoping to have a Zelda game on Switch first before Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, right? Yeah. You know the quote better. I know you covered it.
Yeah, it's basically that, yeah.
Why would you say that? If it was unrealistic,
because
if there was like no way it could ever happen.
Because they had the remake coming and it just wasn't ready in time. That's what I'm hoping it means. It could also mean I'm one of a million different things, but it also means that they had something cooking internally for Zelda. That's why I hope it's the remake. But I don't know what it is. All right. Demonic Brawler has an interesting question. Why can't I pre-order 007 First Light or Lego Batman The Dark Knight collection? Will Switch 2 not have pre-order bonuses? I hadn't even looked into pre-ordering these on Switch 2. Can you not? There are literally no pre-orders for like.
What are we talking about here? Digitally, physically?
Like I go to IO Interactive's website. If I hit pre-order, does it give me the Switch 2 platform? Oh, it lets you pre-order on Switch 2. It's not letting you do the collector's edition or the legacy edition. So you can get the standard pre-ordered, or you can get the specialist. But that's it. That is a little weird that they're not including Switch 2 into the collectors and legacy. That is a little weird. If that's what you're trying to look for pre-order bonuses, if you're trying to get like the top editions, that is a little weird. Because like the collector's edition, I mean, I'm not showing it on the screen, but like the collector's edition has like this gold mask thing that comes with it, like the physical gold mask. And then the other one has what looks like what gun is that? Famous gun. Yeah, the golden gun from GoldenEye. Yeah, it's got literally like a plaque with the golden gun and bullets and everything. It's really cool looking. That's the legacy version, of course, because that's referencing an old Bond game. Yeah, you can't get those. The only one you can get is the standard, and then the specialist one, as you can guess, includes like digital goods. I don't really know what's different. Oh, it has the classic tuxedo skin.
That's it.
That's all you get. That's different.
The only extra thing.
Nice. It's actually weird.
Oh yeah.
24-hour early access only if you pre-order digitally on the standard edition. You don't get that on the specialist edition. You don't get early access on this. Wait a second. Wait.
Yep.
I don't know, dude. This is the crazy thing about all these editions. I don't know why they do this. It's more expensive, but you don't get early access. That's weird. All right, whatever. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. I haven't looked up Lego Batman, but these companies make weird decisions. I don't know how else to explain it. I think Luigi's Mansion 4 or Dust Bloods will be the holiday game, says T.J. Mayor Hoffer.
Yeah.
I don't know that Dust Bloods would be the right move.
I'll be honest. Know Dust Bloods. I think Dust Bloods should be a summer game.
Yeah. Luigi's Mansion 4? Sure. They could pull it off with that. Again, like, look at what guys, look what they did with, like, I was just gonna say, look at what they did with Donkey Kong. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think it needs something else with Luigi's Mansion, but it could be a holiday game. It could be an October or November game, but I feel like there should be at least one other thing to pair with it. I just don't. The Dust Bloods, I don't think would be the right call for that. But I don't even know. It depends on what else they have to offer. Which again, we don't know until there's a direct. Even then, we might not know because, as September proved, you're not necessarily going to get exciting things in the direct. We don't know. From Nintendo, that is. There's always something exciting in every direct. But go to 10 Gaming for the Birdman. You're muted, or your audio died, or something happened. I don't know.
No, just messing with you, just for the thrill of it.
Well, you're messing with him. It's his super chat.
Thank you, dude. Appreciate you, brother.
Damn. Kart Cut. Nintendo Direct delayed until Elden Ring's ready. There we go. That's what's going on. Contractual obligation. No general direct until Elden Ring's ready.
Makes sense.
They could shadow drop it the same day. Oh, man. I mean, that's not the real reason, but that is, you know, it is supposed to come out this year. Of course, it was supposed to come out last year. So that one I do believe is actually coming, though, unlike Borderlands, which, you know, is on an indefinite delay. Yeah, an indefinite delay where you pulled all the developers to go work on the main game that all the other versions are playing. So when you're pulling the whole dev team, that feels like the end. It just is what it is. Plus, I don't care that much anymore about that game coming over. Jorge, I always go by how Nintendo presents their next big games. They'll announce them when their teams are ready to share them again. I want their teams to do it on their terms. Well, that's exactly what they do anyways.
Mm-hmm.
We can demand what we want. Like, I want to see 3D Zelda now. Like, dude, Nintendo don't give a fuck what I say. I mean, they might care about certain feedback I give, but when it comes to when they're going to reveal their games, they don't give two shits.
Also, hi Nintendo.
Yeah, hi guys. I know you don't give two shits about when you might personally agree with me that we should reveal. It don't matter though. You guys are going to make the decision based on what's best for the dev teams and your marketing. I know this, and it doesn't always fit our impatient, dopamine addicted brains. I get it. I still want to direct. Like, doesn't really change my mind, but I know you're going to do whatever the fuck you want to do. That's fine. Listen, there could be literally no direct this year. They could do like all Nintendo Today announcements or something. I don't really care, honestly. Just announce games that excite me. You want me to send you a list, Nintendo? If you care that much about my personal desires, I'll send you a list. Call me. They don't get two shits. Daniel Alvarez, Pokopia key card sold out. We save physical media. I don't get the comment. Does anyone else get it?
It's selling out, so physical media is good because it's selling out.
Oh, he's basically he's just saying that it's saving physical media. I think the physical editions are selling out.
How is a key card saving physical? Isn't that advance us more towards physical going away?
Because it's the physical version of the game. It is the physical edition. Key cards are the physical edition. Right? Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah. No.
I don't consider key cards physical. So
it's tangible.
Yeah, can you touch it?
You can't touch the game. No, you have to download it.
Fuck off! You can't touch the game on a key.
You can touch the game and you can lick it.
Yeah, you can.
Oh,
you can crack it open and touch the memory module the game's on.
Oh, fuck off!
What? Are you actually getting mad about this?
Seriously? Dude, this is the first time I've seen Eric
getting
upset
mad
on the
over
podcast.
key cards. Wait a second. Fuck AI, but key cards are good?
I never said key cards are good.
Okay, well, I'm not going to call a key card a physical game. I'm just not going to do it. It is a physical digital game because you could trade it in. But it is not usable without the internet. Internet doesn't exist. You can't play it. It's not physical.
Wait, you just said you're not going to call it physical, but you just called it, I'm going to call it physical digital.
Digital physical. That's a caveat.
That's
you can't
physical.
use the word. No.
You use the word physical. No, you use the word physical.
It's a hyphenated word.
Stop.
Yeah, but digital physical is an oxymoron.
Stop. It is. And
Yeah.
you know who
Key cards
uses
are
oxymorons? Who uses oxymorons?
I do.
Morons.
That's fine. Call me a moron then.
Listen.
Key cards are not true physical. They require
Prime.
the internet.
Nate, I'm trying to help you, man. Just give the people what they want. And what the people want is for you to call them physical copies. That's what the people want.
Well, I'm not going to do that.
People are sick of hearing it being called digital because it is a tangible object. The masses believe key cards are physical copies. Listen to the masses. Are you a person of the people?
No, I'm not a person of the people. Never been a person of the people.
Oh.
My entire channel is built on what I say and what I like and what I do. It's not based on anybody else. The show is, this podcast is based on
Fair
all
enough,
of it.
then.
But my show, my channel, I cover the things I want to cover. And I've been very adamant that key cards are not physical. If it's something that needs the internet to function, that's not physical.
So
it's just,
you could go into it. So if you have a device that requires internet, is the device not a physical device?
What device requires internet?
I don't know. A router? Or requires internet service to...
Technically, it does not require internet service. A router can be used locally.
I guess, okay.
That would have been a better say.
The modem. Yeah.
The modem, I
Fair
can't.
enough, modem. Fair enough, modem. I'm not a tech... We already know I'm not a tech guy. Modem. Eric, help me out here, man.
Yeah, I am. Modem requires internet to work. Well, yes. I mean, it powers on, but
It just powers on. Doesn't do anything.
That would be like if someone, like if I needed a modem and someone was selling it to me for a lot of money, and I asked, since it's digital goods, if I could get a discount on the price, since it's not a physical good.
You're stretching this so far. I love it. This is something I thought Stash was gonna pull, stretching it to a modem or some shit. Instead, it's Gamer doing it. Look, I don't care if you guys care about key cards. You can buy them, do what you want with them. I have a couple of key cards. I'm not gonna sit there.
I'm not interested in key cards.
Go buy key cards. It's just funny to me because like I see the word "we save physical media," and then I think by buying key cards, I think that's the opposite of saving physical media. I think that's just furthering our descent to not have games on an actual cartridge, and everything's digital and requires the internet. I think it's just that's. By the way, I'm fine with it all digital future. I've been all digital on my PC for like 25 years, so it doesn't bother me to go that way. But I just seeing the words "we save physical" next to key card selling out feels like an oxymoron. The same thing that I just said I'd have oxymorons. I do, and I feel like this comment was an oxymoron. You're actually furthering the descent of physical going away, which is going to happen anyways. To be clear, we've all said this in the past. It's going to happen probably sometime in our lifetimes. There won't be like true physical games anymore.
Not if key cards can help it.
I'm not saying that I'll never buy another key card. I probably will at some point, especially if it's like cheaper than buying it digitally. Like that's the big thing. Like, Pokopia physically will have like some sale at a retailer that's cheaper than digital. Like it's going to happen someday.
That would be the move. I feel like you just nailed it, dude. That would be the move. If Nintendo just universally made key cards cheaper. Just a cheap option.
Can you imagine?
it's like 15
buy it digitally. It just is.
Yeah, mainline Switch 2 key cards are 60 or $55.
Yeah, but digital it's 70, baby.
Yep.
Well, they would definitely further into the hey, we're gonna make key cards everything. But also people would be like, God damn it, they're like bribing us to get rid of physical.
It'd be a power move, I'll say that.
I will say, obviously, guys, there's some reasons for some games where like they don't want to be on a cartridge because the read speeds are slower than the SD card slot or the internal memory. So I get it from some perspectives where streaming and loading assets super fast is like you need it. But I also just say then just do what the other systems did and use Switch 1 cartridges and have them be install carts. So you have to install off the cartridge, but you still don't need the internet. My big bugaboo is just the requirement of the internet. And I know once the game's installed, you don't need the internet, but you still need it to install it. And it's like, I don't like that. That's why I don't like key cards. But it's whatever. The all digital future's here. I already know what happens in my house when the internet goes out. The only system that's usable is my Switch 2.
So wait, does that mean that like how like most AAA games on other hardware require like a day one download? Like you have to connect to the internet to a day one download. Yeah. Does that mean that we've got it all wrong and that key carts weren't the start of this and that we actually have key discs?
No, we've had key discs long before we had key cards. Mm-hmm. That's been a thing.
Like I've seen people complain in the past, but is the uproar bigger with this because people expected Nintendo to be the last bastion of hope for physical media?
The uproar is two reasons. One, Nintendo's honest about it up front. It's on the box.
Yeah.
All the Xbox games are this way. And you could look at those box arts and never know.
Yeah.
Because it's like hidden.
I've never heard someone complain about it with any other company specifically.
And then the amount of adoption. So a lot more third-party games are using game key cards than use key discs. So I think those are the two things. I don't think it's about Nintendo's reputation. I think it's more so the rapid adoption combined with just right out front, ugly, but honest advertising, this is a key card, you need the internet to download the game. Those two things kind of put them in the forefront because game key discs, I can't even tell you what was the first game key disc because it's never been marketed.
It's been around.
Such.
So someone in the comments added me. This is sorry, I'm not wearing my glasses. Michael Gutman. Or wait, was it him? Sorry, it popped. Indiana Jones. I think it was him. Indiana Jones. Internet connection required. I think it was him who said it. Yes. Yeah. He said we have key discs that say internet connection required. For example, Indiana Jones on PlayStation 5. So does that mean there's no physical version? If key cards aren't physical versions and key discs, we're all in agreement because the rule has to apply across the board.
Yep.
So a key disc is not physical. Does that mean there's no physical version of Indiana Jones?
No.
Except for
Switch
2? Yes, Switch 2 that will get it. But like
Switch 2 edition.
I'd be curious to see a list, and I don't even know where you'd find this list, but I'd be curious to see a list of every first party Xbox and PlayStation game from this gen and see how many are actually key discs versus
for Xbox it's all
physical copies.
For Xbox it's every single one.
So Xbox, even with the disc drive, it's basically a key disc console, and there's no such thing as physical media on the Xbox.
Well, no, there are third-party games that are full physical.
Probably a few.
I just want to make sure because I don't have all the answers. I get stuff wrong on this podcast. I've gotten stuff wrong on my channel. I get the reason I want to know.
The key discs, I understand why there's not as many of them because one, you could put like a lot of 100 or 200 gigabytes on a disc, and they're super fucking cheap. So why not just do it? And so I understand for cartridges it's more expensive, whereas obviously I'm assuming the game key card is significantly cheaper than even the Switch 1 cartridges. So like I get it a little bit, but it really
even more egregious to have a key disc if carts are way more expensive.
I think key discs are egregious only because while they do say download required or internet required, it's always on the back of the box, small print at the bottom. Most people aren't looking at that shit when they buy the game. They look at the front and they buy it. And the front is exactly where it does not tell you that you need to use the internet. So it's interesting to me. And I think it's egregious because a lot of people weren't even aware it was a thing until key cards got announced. And that is because the game key discs came out during the era here in PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 where you have to install your games. And most people aren't paying attention if that installs off the disc or if it's downloading it. So it felt really scummy when you think about it in hindsight because they took advantage of people that didn't know the difference. And now you have more and more games that are like that. And it's only going to get worse moving forward, I'm sure, if they even keep a disk drive on the next systems for anything other than backwards compatibility. And at least, I always said this about Nintendo. I mean, we can be mad about it, but at least they're being honest and upfront and they're not trying to hide it. There's no scheming here.
So my last question then, that makes sense. I think that makes a total sense.
Their scumminess is out front.
Are we seeing because we see a lot of with Switch 2, when a game doesn't have a physical release. I know we've all seen it here on the podcast and people in the audience have seen it. When a game has digital or key cart only, there's kind of an online boycott the key cart, right? You guys have seen this?
Yeah.
Don't buy it. Don't support key carts.
Yeah.
Are we seeing this with the key discs?
No,
because they still don't know.
Most consumers don't know.
They still don't know.
You have to be educated.
This has been going on for over a decade.
Yeah, I know that. I'm aware of that.
When Nintendo released the key card, as Nate said, they were honest. They came forward, they explained it, and everyone's they threw a fit. And then when a few people
pointed out
that hey, this has been going on for years, it was just they didn't want to hear it. They
but here's what's
complaining.
But here's what's weird about that to me. And I hate to prolong, like we've sidestepped, but I do find this conversation really interesting because the thing is that I think the casual audience, I'm not talking to people who are tapped in, I'm not talking to people watching Nintendo, PlayStation, or Xbox podcasts, people locking into IGN or GameSpot or whatever, Kotaku or Polygon or wherever they get their news, or even following game development or the industry on Twitter or whatever social media they use. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the majority of people who are just casual gamers who like to pick up the consoles, get excited for the new thing, pick up games for them, their friends, their family, whatever. Let's be real. A lot of people probably have no idea even if it says key cart on the box. I'm sure a lot of parents, a lot of casuals don't really even pay attention. They go into a store, oh snap, like they remade Final Fantasy and it's on Switch too. Hell yeah, I'm going to pick that up, Oh, this looks like a game my son would like. I'm going to pick it up. I feel like a lot of casuals don't understand because even when keycards were announced, people who were paying attention didn't quite understand even. So my thing is, like, obviously there's going to be a lot of casuals who don't understand that, especially because it doesn't say it on the box for Sony or for PlayStation. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of the people that I see really upset about keycarts and boycotting keycarts are people I see commenting every single day, following every single story, every single thing. I say it's like people following
dedicate their lives to it.
Absolutely. So that's where that's the disconnect for me.
Mental illness.
So yeah, absolutely. I agree,
bro.
I agree. And I just
get it in my comments on my reviews. They're like, game looks great, but it's a key card, so I won't buy it. I'm like, you're an idiot. But okay. You know what I mean? I'm just like, this is crazy. People are literally, it's mental illness, bro. It's what it is.
Right. So I haven't paid enough attention to the Xbox scene to know that, like, maybe we don't know the number off the top of our heads, but let's just say 85% of Xbox Series exclusives are key discs. I knew that this was a thing for most AAA games on the platform, but I've never seen people say, like, I imagine, Fable will have that message, internet connection required. There's probably going to be some sort of online download. It's just a guess. Or Forza, the new Forza that's coming out, I think especially will have it. I'd be curious to see those messages for boycotts, since those are key discs and there's no true physical copy.
It'll never happen.
Interesting.
It's not in a major way.
Why? And I know I know no one here is of that mindset. I could care less. I don't own a single game key card. I'm not interested in owning them because, for me, it's like I'm going to buy physical anytime there's physical. And if there's not, I'd rather just have the convenience of the digital copy. That's where I stand with my collection.
And for some people, they like physical because storage space.
Sure.
Like that's a big thing too. And I get that games are getting bigger.
Yeah, I don't understand is the lack of an uproar with the other people who've been doing it longer.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like equal uproar. It's like we're excusing, the uproar never happened on PC. Now, granted, when PC started going all digital, this was like very early internet blowing up, so not as many people around to complain about it. And people realized just how much more convenient it is on PC to not have a disk drive and just download everything as the internet got faster. Like, it just made sense, right? When's your computer not hooked up to the internet? Oh, when your internet's out, which happens. It's crazy. I feel like it happens more today than it did to me back then. But anyways, back then I still had some dial-up, so when people pick up the phone, the internet goes on. That part's like little dial-up days.
Also, fuck you. When you open the goddamn thing, you touch a board, you don't touch the game. And either way, you touch a board when you open up either one of the cartridges, so fuck off.
Holy shit!
He's been holding that in for like a half hour, and I'm just like, none of this changes the fact that you need the internet to play. That's a huge difference. It's a massive difference.
Here's physical.
And why are people? Go ahead.
There's when it comes to key cards, I do want to mention that a lot of people say I'd rather just get digital if it's on a key card, and for the most part, I'm with you on that, and I've been doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I will say there are like a couple of instances, all right, like two off the top of my head. One, like the Resident Evil Generation Pack, the fact that you can get all 3 games for significantly less price than buying them on the shop. Okay.
Yeah.
And it comes in a 30th anniversary slipcase, which is cool, but it's cheaper too. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Also, if you've been a lifelong Nintendo fan, having something on your shelf like that, considering the history of it, has some value to it. And it also does come with some stuff, and it's the same price digitally. But like something like that's more meaningful. The other case too, like last year, WWE 2K25 came out, right? $70 on the eShop. Amazon selling it during Black Friday for $15 with free shipping. Okay, sign me up. Outside of that, though, you know what I mean? Like, if you can get a better deal, or if there's true like collector value to you or sentimental of just having that box,
essentially.
Yeah,
like sometimes you get a physical pre-order bonus is sometimes a thing where you like get a physical item when you pre-order. Like I get it. Like, I'm not, guys. As much as I like bitch, I'm not like this big anti-key card person. I think it is a way to one thing that it does do that there isn't a clean way otherwise is give you the ability to trade and sell your digital games, which is kind of neat. Even if we know it's just
you have something physical.
Yeah, it is really nice to be able to have the opportunity to play digital games.
You're right, Eric. I have a physical game code on the thing that allows me to play.
Yeah.
It is like when we used to get those scratch offs with the game key up for PC. You know, that's how much physical you have is that key right there. I can hand you the key and you could use it. I can have the key and I could use it. Because PC back then was weird because
don't give a shit.
PC was weird back then because you could install it on an unlimited amount of computers. It was kind of fucking nuts. You didn't need the code after you installed it.
Yeah, right.
PC gaming back then, way different than today, where they try to limit how many computers you could install on. That was not the case. People would literally buy the game, post the code on internet forums, and everyone has the game.
Pretty much.
It was not good. Not good for the companies. Anyways, great for consumers. Just need one person to bite that bullet. One last super chat we had here. Reaper says stash is incorrect. You can buy the generation pack digitally for the same price.
Yes, you can.
I think you gave off the impression that you couldn't.
But you don't get the slipcase, do you?
No, well, you don't get the slipcase. No,
the 30th anniversary. Sentimental value.
Can I ask one last question?
You know, if you've been playing it your whole life since '96, you might want that.
He's talking about himself, guys. If you don't know, all these references are always to himself. Like the Final Fantasy VII, that's a sentimental value for him.
There's got to be other people who are gaming.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, I'm sure.
Back then, and we're upset that
only applies to him.
I just want you guys to understand when he talks like that, he's talking about people like himself. He's not talking about everyone. Not everyone's going to care about the slipcase. Not everyone's going to care about the sentimental value of Final Fantasy VII, because that was the first Final Fantasy to leave Nintendo. Like, not everyone's going to care about that, guys. But there are. He was just pointing out that there can be individual reasons that even if you don't like key cards, you still might consider it if you're buying those games anyways digitally. I think the strongest argument is obviously when there's sales. And I have to brought that up myself. Like, hey, dude, if you're selling me a key card for like $50, but it's $70 digitally, fuck yeah. Why the fuck
this has been happening with fake physical too, which I guess we can call it that. You know, like that's what's been happening for so long. How many times could you get games way cheaper in store versus the PlayStation Store price?
How about the entire Switch generation at Walmart walking store $10 cheaper on launch day?
Yeah, all the time, dude.
Yeah,
literally, it was a thing. The entire Switch gen.
I can't tell you how many games they got for like $10 or $20. and you look on the eShop, full price, all the time.
And yes, folks, it does go the other way. There are sometimes digital sales when the physical are not on sale. It does go both ways.
That's why it's important to have both.
Yeah, I don't think guys being like, there's some people are just anti-digital all around. I don't think that's a good mentality either. There are so many games that will only ever be digital. Why would you just?
Is there really people like that? Because the reason why I asked that is this was going to be my last question. Was there a huge boycott backlash for Steam? Or is there one for Steam Machine? Excluding price, like price concerns.
Steam was a little
nothing will. Yeah, but nothing's going to damage physical more than Steam. In gaming space, the physical media.
Oh, I know. There was almost no backlash.
Could be that
when PC went away. I know.
But what about fears with Steam Machine? Are people saying don't buy Steam Machine because this could be the final nail in the coffin for physical game media? Because it could be.
Well, why would they say that? It's a PC. PC doesn't have physical, so why would that matter?
Xbox is probably going PC.
There will be a bigger backlash if there are no PlayStation 6 or Xbox models that come with a disc drive. There's 0 at launch.
But what would it matter if PlayStation 6 has a disc drive if it doesn't have physical media? Let's assume that 90% of the game coming to PS6.
Backwards compatibility. Okay. That's the reason. Yeah.
Do we think it's going to have...
There are some rumors out there that PlayStation 6 will not have a disc version at launch. Just you could buy the accessory if you want.
Yeah, I highly doubt it's going to have a built-in disc drive. It's for sure going to just be an accessory. And this will probably be the last time they do it. And then people are just going to get left behind.
And people will probably backlash about that a bit because that'll be the first time the big wake-up call. Oh, shit. They don't even come and the disc drive is sold out. What am I going to do with this fat stack of PS4 and PS5 games I have right here?
You mean the fat stack of key discs that they've been collecting?
Depends on what they've been buying. It depends on what the don't actually make up a majority of the releases on the platform. But if you only buy from certain companies and only buy certain games, and yes, you will have a fat stack of key game discs, which, by the way, you also can't use because you need a disc drive. It's almost a worse version of digital in that case when you don't have a guaranteed disc drive on the system.
Yeah.
I swear if they do that and they don't make the PS5 disc drives compatible with PS6 so people don't have to buy a new one. And by the way, it would behoove Sony if they're making a handheld to go all digital.
Mm-hmm.
It would really, and they've already made, you guys think about it. There's no PlayStation 5 Pro model that sells with it. Yep. The all digital version, obviously, they still have the base PS5 they sell that comes with the drive. But 2 of the 3 models they sell don't come with the drive. Next time it's going to be all the models don't come with the drive.
Well, I mean, guys, just go into a brick and mortar shop, go into a Best Buy or a Target even and look at the video game section. The Xbox is like non-existent. PlayStation's small. Nintendo takes up most of that real estate because whether or not you like game key cards, they still have the most robust lineup of actual physical video games.
Yeah, and people still come in and buy. I think it helps that one thing that Nintendo has going for it is because of this appeal to everyone, especially around the holidays, like lots of grandparents and stuff like to come in and buy tangible physical items to give their children. And you're seeing this come back a lot where people were doing gift cards for so long, and now people are kind of like, no, we should do something they can hold in their hand because it feels like even if it doesn't mean more to the kid, like maybe the kid doesn't care if it's digital or physical, it means something to the gift giver that they get to see their eyes get wide and open this thing, get super excited about ripping that thing open and slapping the cartridge in. Like just something about seeing that as a gift giver feels so much more impactful than here's a gift card.
Absolutely, I 100% agree. That's why it feels way better giving a specific gift over like a gift card. You know what I mean? Which is essentially just giving money. It feels so much better to see someone open an actual gift that you picked out. I get it.
You know what I liked? The Wii. When you could gift games. I bought my cousin some games on the virtual console.
Yeah.
I think I bought him like Earthbound
Why can't we do that today?
Because we grew up on that. There was like a few games I bought them, and you had like a present notification and was like, what is this? Like, I got you some games.
That is weird that we could do that
so
back
cool.
then, but we can't do that today on Nintendo. I don't know what the other platform. We can't do it on Nintendo at all.
Sucks. You can't do it on the other platforms.
You can't.
I know, not on Sony. I haven't tried on Xbox, but I also don't know a lot of people that play Xbox anyways. Don't know that I'd want to gift anything on there.
Can't. I'll check Xbox Series here.
I have Xbox out of necessity for exclusives, which is not
Xbox. You can. Xbox allows you to gift digital games, DLC, and subscriptions directly through the console store. So,
I wonder if it shows up as a present or just an email.
I've never tried it. Yeah, it probably pops up in like
a sterile email.
It'll be like the notification thing. It'll be a notification. The curious is when you click on that notification, does it do something cool on screen? Like that's what I want to see. It does like this cool little congratulations or you got a new thing. Like that would be cool.
Nice.
I've never used it on Xbox, but that is a good point. And in the fact that you're right, Nintendo used to have that way back on the Wii. It's like, okay, that was a really good idea. I should have kept that around. And how's it hurt you? You're making more money because people are buying things for other people. It's a win-win.
Yeah, it was legit.
But oh well, is what it is. Hopefully it comes back. I mean, the fact that Xbox is still doing it, cool. Let's get the other platforms on board. That'd be nice since the other platforms are the more relevant in the console space.
Dude, nice there's this turd game that I've wanted to review. Like I know it's going to be a turd. We've talked about it.
Oh no!
But I've wanted to spend the money because I know it's a turd, and it never goes on sale. Obviously, I saw it at Walmart, $10.
I'm sorry. What game is it? NBA Bounce? You got no fucking way you bought NBA Bounce. You said you would never fucking buy that trash.
No, you know what? I told Michaela, I said, look, a lot of people have asked me to review this game. And I am a man of the people. When they ask, they really want me to review something, I'm like, all right, I'll do it.
Watch it. Loving it and think it's the best thing since NBA Jam.
Dude, I watched a video like an hour ago. Just real quick here on YouTube, and I was looking at it. I'm like, God, this looks like shit. Like, it looks so like, oh God, this does not look good. 30 frames per second, 720p, but it's like 30 frames on a NBA Jam style basketball game. That ain't good, bro. It just looks horrible. But hey, you know what? I'm gonna play and give it an honest review.
Dude,
see what happens.
I just realized I started glancing at the chat, dude. We have started a firestorm in the chat of people just raging and debating physical versus digital. It's fucking insane.
Really?
I'm so glad I didn't read the chat. Now that I'm glad, I'm like, oh my God, we started a war. All right, I'm getting the fuck out. I'm getting the fuck out. We got to end this show. We got to pull the plug on this show. I'm not, guys. It wasn't about a war. It's fun to have the debate when we're all just friends here. I actually still buy digital all the time. Like, it is what it is. But Jesus Christ. All right, let's get the fuck out of here. Go around the room, let us know what we got going on, and then peace out. Gamebird, what's up, man?
Guys, you know where to find me. First off, Gamebird Classic here on YouTube or on Twitter at @the_Birdmaster. I did do a video recently, not on my channel. I actually guested on one of our guest channels, N64 Josh. He has, let me see, what's this show called that he just started up? NPC Interview. It was live last week with N64 Josh. Guys, I had so much fun doing this on his channel. It was one of my favorite collabs that I've ever done. We just talked about our past, how we got into Nintendo, you know, some of the titles that are important to us throughout the years and certain memories through each generation. Really fun video. And if you guys are interested in getting to know me a little bit as a gamer, I definitely recommend you head over to his channel, give him a like, a subscribe, and check out that video. I've got a bunch of content coming. I'm not going to say anything more than that. Just stay tuned. Life's been crazy. I've been sick at a loss in the family, so I apologize. I have like a stack of stuff that I'm working on though, so it's just a matter of time before it's pumped out regularly. So hang in there, guys. It's coming.
I'll give a plug too for Josh. I've been on his podcast. I will say it's always it's a great time with Josh. He's great to talk to. So I'm interested in watching your collab with him, Gamebird, just because Josh is just good people.
He's
obviously he hung out. We all hung out together the whole time at PAX, and we'll see him again there in the end of August. And we probably won't let him recommend where we go for pizza.
I will gladly go back to that place we got the slices from.
Yeah,
that was good.
Yeah,
the last place.
The last one was good. Yes.
Yeah, when we got the honey hot sauce.
You mean when he just looked it up on his phone and said, "Oh, this is the highest rated place." Oh, what a shocker! It's affordable and good tasting. Who knew?
Look, he did good there.
Yeah.
The sake bombs, obviously. That was great.
I mean, like, you were at a place that had sake bombs. Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I wasn't a big fan of the ramen, but that's okay. Sake bombs were made up for all of it.
But the first place, that's
what
where.
A waste of money. You're just getting basic pepperoni. Yeah, I'm not into this bougie ass bullshit.
Yeah, I'm not into that either.
Hey, at least we stopped before going into that one pizza place that was like $50 a pie.
Well, that's about what I said. Pie.
No, I mean the first place we went was cheaper, quite a bit cheaper than what that when we were wandering around trying to find when we ended up Mexican.
Oh yeah.
That pizza place that we almost went into was really insane for pricing.
And I should taste a full physical game key card to see if the taste is different.
Yeah.
Between a full physical and a key card?
Key card, yeah.
That would be interesting to see.
No, what you should do is you should.
Next week. I can do it next week. They're gonna taste the same, but I'll do it next week.
I think you should prepare like a poo-poo platter of like do a regular Switch game, a key card, a regular disc, and a key disc.
Yeah, there you
go.
Do a code in the box too.
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah,
in the box.
I have that.
It's a poo-poo platter of video game sampler.
I gotta see if I still have the insert with the code. I might not have the insert anymore. I'll have to check the box for that one. The thing that's freaking me out right now is all of my games that I do have physically, they're in like this like JSOX really nice metal thing. I don't know where the fuck it is.
This? Like this?
Yeah. And I don't know where the fuck it is right now. Yeah, I have that exact one. I literally don't know where it is at all right now. I couldn't even tell you. You're like, well, how are you playing your games? God, I said I play a lot of digital games. Most of my games are digital.
Mm-hmm.
But
you better find that.
I know, I'm pissed. I got like fucking 20 games in it.
Dude, that's the fear though I have of putting my games in something like this, because this is not something I've ever done, but they sent it to me. I'm like, yeah, I'll try that out,
And it's nice.
If I travel, sure.
But if I misplace it,
dude, screwed.
That's what I am right now. I'm hoping it's in my office.
Get stolen, right? If it gets stolen, it's so easy.
My kids took it. Fuck.
This can store 40 games. So like if you lose this, you're in trouble versus misplacing one game.
Yeah, misplacing one.
Dude.
So
risky.
As we were talking about Josh,
yeah.
You guys reminiscing and how big of fans of me. Well, are you this big of a fan? This is his book.
What is that? I didn't even know he wrote a book.
Called Another Castle by Josh Schmidt. And it's funny you don't know, since I bought this while he was talking about it while interviewing you. Funny. I paid more attention and I wasn't even the one being interviewed.
When you first held it up, I thought it was a menu from the pizza restaurant.
Yeah, it's also like reversed.
I'm like, did you take the menu?
No. It's also reversed. No, his name's on the bottom, Josh Schmidt. It's Life Lessons, illustrated by Mario Bros. Another Castle is learning to enjoy the journey through its ups and downs. The lessons was taught to me as a child while playing Super Mario. It carries over to every aspect of life. I take a look at my life and my struggles with depression and my journey as an entrepreneur and content creator. If you're thinking about creating content, you'll find a few chapters with some best practices and lessons from my mistakes over the last 6 years. When life hits you with those Another Castle moments, find the joy in the fact that your journey continues.
Oh, that book. Good. My bad.
Yeah, I went right to the YouTube section. So anyways, the point is, As you guys are like sitting there almost bragging about Josh, I was like, wait a second. I'm the only one that actually paid the man and bought something from him. No, I wasn't going to say anything about this until when we were at PAX West, and I was going to razz him. I probably still will because he's not even watching this. Just razz him about the $50 pizza and like, you know, how much he fucking owes me for that. And as he tries to get his wallet out to pay me, I'm just going to whip this bad boy on. Dude, all I want's your signature. That's all you got to do to pay me back. Just sign your fucking book. That's it. I don't need anything else from you. Because I'm never letting that $50 pizza. I'm just gonna razz about that shit 10 years from now. And watch 10 years from now, even a slice of pizza is now just 50 standard at that point because the money devalued that much.
I missed it, so I've got no issues with Josh and pizza. I was not there for that. The only pizza memory I have from Seattle is when we were looking for dinner that first night, and we were stopping at that pizza place, and they were like, "We're like, how much is it for like a medium pizza?" And they're like $90.
Yeah,
or whatever it was. It was like an insane amount. I forget what. They were just like, next.
Like, yep, good for you.
We looked at him like
the size of a car.
we looked at him like, dude, you must be smoking crack.
There was also like no customers there too.
Yeah,
it's like, wow, your business model's really working well for you. How many other people walk away the moment they hear the price? Like, Jesus Christ. It'd be different if you were packed. Then it's like, okay, you're a bougie place and you get away with the prices because you have your customer base. I don't know if you have a customer base.
It was not even bougie. It just looked like a pizza shop. Like,
yeah, it looked like a standard pizzeria. Like you'd be downtown New York walking up to a billion pizzerias. That's what it looked like. It didn't look like anything special. $90. Get the fuck out of here. Not doing
for
that.
The cheese, by the way.
That wasn't even a specialty pizza.
I'm trying to find it.
I don't know. I don't want to find it. I never want to. That place probably went out of business.
No.
Well, if they're not, then they're drug smuggling money through there.
I would only want to find it to make sure we never go there again.
The place we got the slices from, I want to revisit that, even though the walk kind of sucked. It was uphill a lot.
Pretty much everything's uphill.
Nah, Seattle wasn't too bad. Just that pizza place in particular was a really long walk uphill, but it was good. So I remember the whole time walking, I told you, like, this better be worth it, because like the last place he took us to sucked, and now my legs are dead. And we got there, I'm like, okay, this is actually good. I wish I remembered that. I should have wrote that place down.
Yeah,
I could fucking DoorDash that in or some shit.
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah, I'm just probably buying a whole pie is probably reasonable there. I mean, just like have it be delivered to like a pub that's closer to our hotels and just fucking eat pizza and drink there. They let us have it in. A lot of bars will let you do that. So, all right. Dude,
we just,
you know what's funny about? I was just thinking about that really expensive pizza place we went.
Mm-hmm.
We could have just ate at the first bar that you guys were at.
Yeah,
they had food there, including pizza.
But we decided
including pizza. But we had to follow Josh.
We had to go to Serious Pie.
Yeah, we had to go to where Josh wanted to go. Because you know he grew up around there, so he knows everything.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm just gonna tell him next time. You grew up here. That's cool. I'm in this pub. I see a menu with pizza and cheese curds, and they look affordable. So I'm staying here.
You may have grown up here, but times have changed, my friend.
You might have grown up here. I didn't. So $50 pizza. No. I'm from Wisconsin. We have $2 beer. So let's set the expectations here. I'm in a city. Yep. I expect to spend $6 to $8 for a beer. But if I'm in a place and they're saying 15 plus, get the fuck out.
That's how it is too here in AZ. Like if you're in the city and you know you're at certain places where you know it's going to be a little bit more, like you come to expect it. But if you're going to like the neighborhood bar and they try and charge that, good luck.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
I'm not willing to pay that. No, but
yeah, I can go to Milwaukee in Wisconsin and you can get some more expensive drinks, but like you still find your bars that are like, nah, man, it's like $5 a beer. I'm like, yeah.
I used to be able to get a pitcher of beer for $4.50, and it was a 52-ounce pitcher.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, how many mugs do you want? None.
This
is my mug.
This is the mug.
Always. Oh, I don't need one.
What? For $4.50? Fuck it. This is me. You gotta buy your own shit.
Save the dishwasher. It's all good. I'll just drink out of this. Always.
That being said, and I believe Stash, I've drank with him now one night. He can handle himself.
Oh,
I'm looking forward to another night of that. That said, Eric, what we got going on? Where can they find you?
I don't have a whole lot going on. They can find me Clips channel, the audio podcast, and we need 2 more followers to be on the first page for Fantasy League.
Wow.
Come on.
Guys, sign up. Please do this.
We're at 27.
Nice.
The bottom of the list is 28. So to get for sure past them, we need 29.
I'll post a link to our thing. You got to sign up.
People.
The reason that we don't have as many is because you have to sign up to the site.
Sign up. It's
to
free.
Follow us. It is free, but you have to sign up to follow us. But then you can also follow the league all year. You don't have to wait for us to update you guys. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at this weird symbol I saw on there, but I know what it means now. Okay. Cool. Anyways, all right. Hey, I had my first game score in the 80s. Woo! Of course, I've only had 2 games get reviewed so far. Most of my games are way later this year, but here we go. You gonna read it off, Game Bird, or are you just gonna put it up?
No, I like the silence. The quiet was peaceful.
Okay, what about the people that are listening to the audio version?
Daniel says, "LOL, my key card super chat was meant to be a joke. I went away, saw the discussion later about key cards, and saw Eric fight back. Love it." Yeah. You literally your little super chat joke derailed us for like 25 minutes.
Oh yeah.
But it was a great conversation nonetheless. Because it's an interesting subject. That's
always a great conversation when everyone gets to pick on me. It is what it is.
That's true.
Maybe I might have went hard there. Let me think for a second.
I've never seen Eric go hardcore, so that was a real delight.
Oh, he's done it to me many times. Well, in person a lot, but he's done it on the show before.
I love it.
And the fact that he held it in for like the whole discussion. It was like 20 minutes later. And I instantly knew what he was talking about. I'm like, dude, that was so 20 minutes ago. What the fuck? He held it. Like, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait till everyone shuts up and I'm getting it in. Yep. If you need someone to be patient, Eric's your guy. Thunderstash, we got going on. Where can they find you?
Find me on YouTube at Thunderstash Gaming and on Twitter at Thunderstash_YT. And, always a lot going on. I posted my Monster Hunter 3 Stories review on Monday. That comes out on the 13th. Lots of stuff coming up. I have a game that I was working on for review. The embargo's tomorrow morning. And my save. And this is one thing that doesn't get talked about. But when you get games early, like shit sometimes happens. You know what I mean? And like my save for this game became corrupted. And also while I was playing the game, like, when you get tutorial pop-ups in a game and it will tell you like I got a new ability and it says press and hold this button to do this. And then you do it and then it disappears. Well, this tutorial came up like probably 30 minutes into the game and it stayed static the whole time.
Your whole playthrough?
Several hours into the game, it's still on the screen. It's like it's burnt in there. And I'm like, this is not good for B-roll footage, right? And so when I had emailed them about the now corrupted save file, I can't even access it. It's like it sucks because it's kind of like lost time because I'd planned my schedule out to have this review out. And now they're working on trying to get me a save that looks exactly like the save I have. Like they're going to build me a save. Yeah, it was really interesting. I'm like, here's my B-roll footage. I was recording the whole thing. So you're more welcome to have it and see if you want to reverse any of this stuff. But this is where I was. This is the percentage on the map. It's a Metroidvania. So yeah, sometimes shit like that happens and it's unfortunate, but I never say what the games are because these things happen
It's
before.
not released.
Yeah, before that final retail patch, and that's sometimes what you got to deal with. So I had something. We'll see if they get back to me tomorrow. But there's so much. I got Planet of Lana 2 for Switch 2. I got Shadow Tactics, which comes out on the 18th. Embargo is Monday. I got Fallen Tier The Ascension Monday as well, embargo. I got Ariana and the Elder Codex, which is a very cool game. The Midnight Walk. You got Mega Man Star Force to check out. Machine Gun Fury. Mr. Sleepy Man. The Super Bomberman collection. The Rayman collection. I've been working on wrapping up AC Shadows at night. Last couple of nights, been playing it to like 2 or 3.
I've seen you on there.
Bro.
When I've been on Pokopia.
Have you?
I've been seeing you. Yeah, I've been seeing you on.
Oh, that's
AC.
right. There's a few. I had to private my account, but a few people.
Do I have any of you? I don't
have
even know
to.
I
They
have
asked me
anyone on my list.
I have you, Prime.
Do you?
I have
Okay.
both. You guys both. I don't want to.
Yeah,
force,
I have the private
force
things sometimes.
friendship, but I have you guys best friended on there. I have stars next to
Like
you.
I'm
guys.
gonna be playing the Midnight Walk soon.
Oh, good.
Because I'm not reviewing. Obviously, I don't do reviews. But
Eric, how do I get you on?
They're sponsoring a dedicated video.
Send me your
But I
phone
have to
number.
hide that I'm playing
talk.
it. I mean, I can mention I'm playing it, but I can't show on my friends that I'm playing it. So
That's why my account's hidden on everything because everything I'm playing, I'm not like gonna risk it. And they're like,
Yeah,
you need
I'm
to
gonna
hide
be
it. I'm like,
under
don't worry,
embargo.
I keep it hidden all the time now because I'm always playing something that's not out. So I don't even want to risk that.
Yeah.
But
No,
all
like, I don't
that
care if
stuff.
you guys see it, but yeah, I have to hide it from everyone else on my list.
There's more games too that I'm working on. I got my hands in a lot of baskets right now. Let's just say that there's a lot. Just keep an eye out. I wish it was more clear. It's just a lot of stuff right now. Juggling a lot.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, I am Nintendo Prime. I covered usually daily news videos. I know it hasn't been super consistent lately. Some of it's because the news has been a little bit slower, but also some of it's just been I'm slammed. Part of the slam's good slammed. Like I worked on a sponsored thing today. That's cool because that helps pay the bills. But other slammed isn't always great. It's life. Doctor's appointments out the ass. Even now, like it's 1:23 a.m. I gotta be leaving here in 6 hours to go to a doctor appointment that's an hour and a half away. So, it's fine. I'll be all right. But it's just the way my life is right now. Tons of appointments, tons of stuff going on, and then spring break for my kids is next week, which is cool for them, not for me. Because of course,
yeah,
they're all home next week. So now we have all of their appointments are all week long, and they're never going to leave me alone. And it's going to be cold all week. So it's going to be constant. I want my tablet, or I want my Switch 2, or I want this, or I want that. And it's like, okay, but as a parent, I can't just let you play that for like 16 hours. You got to do other shit. So it's just, it's a lot. But that's part of parenting. It is what it is. But yeah, I just, trying to sort out some stuff. And I guess if I get lost, there's always another castle. Shout out to N64, Josh. You guys can follow me on all the socials. You can also check out our audio version everywhere that audio podcasts are heard, and our podcast clips channel as well if you want to see smaller segments, usually standard podcast length for other shows, hour or whatever. But yeah, go check out the podcast clips channel. It has been growing. Shout out to YouTube for adding, the feature to allow our channels to collaborate with it, which helps expand the reach of it, which is really good because that channel growing actually benefits all of us if it ends up getting to where I hope it gets to someday. So go check that out if you want it in a smaller sample. Also, technically this show is live streamed over there as well, but only in the vertical format, which I know Stash and Gamebird also usually stream in the vertical formats as well. I don't. I just didn't notice anyone really watching the vertical format. So I just abandoned it. Maybe I'll try it again someday. And I know, guys, if you're watching on X, you kind of came in like an hour into the show. I don't know what was going on. There was some errors happening. And then with me and Stash trying to stream on X, it just wasn't working. And then I reconnected my account on the back end and it fixed everything. And then I could stream to X. I don't know what happened, but I'll try to make sure that I get it fixed sooner next time if this becomes an ongoing issue. I'm sure it has something to do with X's API and shit, because I know they messed with some stuff with it recently. So, all right. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. And we'll catch you same time next week. I guess I'll give you the tease. People always like to know who's coming on next, as I already closed the document.
Nice.
I know. I usually leave it open right till I can shout them out who's on next week.
The Demi Moore tease?
The Demi Moore tease. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
You know what tease I'm talking about? Strip tease.
Tit tease.
I know the tit tease.
The 1994 classic.
Yeah, I know. Next week we have on Scott Sword Alyssa and Professor Noctis, which some of you guys might not know. I've met him in person before. Yeah. Dude, we have kind of a loaded slate coming up. Dude, Special Nick is going to be coming on soon. Andres Restart, N64 Josh.
Do I know Special Nick? Has he been on the show before?
Kiwi Talk, Switch Force. Oh my God.
No.
Rogers Base, Hoops. Jesus Christ, we have a loaded slate.
Yeah, we do. It's be fun.
And then even like Wood from Beat 'em Ups is trying to slip into one of these episodes. So guys, we're trying over here. We're trying to have a nice slate. We have some weeks right now without anyone scheduled, which is all fine. Nothing wrong with the core four. Probably a great time to go over Fantasy Critic when it's just us.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that it's that exciting for the guests. That's why we always save it for the end when we do. We were going to get to it today, but as you can see, we're good.
Yeah.
Bye,
It remains a fantasy.
I gotta go to bed, man.
Yeah.
Me too.
Me
My
too.
throat hurts.
It's an in and out you ate. That's what it is. Punishment.